some of the hottest cars New York has ever seen. From dropping some of the hottest verses rappers ever heard. From the dope spot with the smoke, fleeing the murder scene, you know me well. From nightmares of a lonely cell, my only hell. But since when y'all brothers know me to fail? Heck no, we're all my brothers with the rubber grips for shots. And if you with me, mama, rub on your tits and whatnot. I'm from the school of the hard knocks. You must not let outsiders violate our box in my pot. Let's stick up the world and split it 50-50, Let's take the dough and stay real taking, And sip the Chris and get pissy, flowing beneathly like the memory of my brother Biggie, baby. You know it's hell when I come through. The life and times of Sean Carter, brother, volume 2. Y'all brothers get ready. It's the hard knock life for us. It's the hard knock life for us. Instead of treated, we get tricked. Instead of kisses, we get kicked. It's the hard knock life. It's the hard knock life for us. It's the hard knock life for us. Instead of treated, we get tricked. Instead of kisses, we get kicked. It's the hard knock life.
Hello, everybody. What a pleasure to be with you guys tonight. I'm being honest. It's an absolute privilege and honor to be with you guys tonight. I am so ecstatic about some of these findings. So we're going to get into the comments, and then we're going to jump into the coverage. It's just Jasmy tonight. Just straight up Jasmy. Okay? That's where it's at. I'm really glad to be here with you guys. Smash the like on X and also YouTube. It does trigger the algorithm. Let's start off with the first comment of the night. And before we do so, I'd like to advise you, give me a follow over on X at DBG Maximus. All right. So let's go ahead and see who's the first comment. It is Tim Shea, who sprays from far away. He says, hey, good to see you, Tim Shea, Mayor of Crypto, the Crypto Commissioner, representing the 589th District of the XRP Army and his fellow constituents. But tonight, he's representing the Jasmy Armed Forces, Jasmy Army, Jasmy Navy. Let's go. All right. GTA for life. 5 for life. I always forget that. You know what? What up, Tim? Yes. Good to see you. GTA 5 for life, man. Boom. Crypto Coin guy. Hey, man. Shout out to you in the Elmo token. You know, my buddy does a spot on Elmo. Maybe I'll record him, have him do something for you or something. Maybe. No guarantee. Anyway. All right, let's go further down. Joshua says he's still holding. Awesome. That's good stuff. Richie Rich, happy Wednesday. Tim Max and others. Good to see you, Richie Rich. Digital G in the house. GG. Happy Wednesday, everyone. Yes, indeed. Happy Cabeza Taco Wednesday. If you're in the Phoenix area, go down, shout out to Taco Mitch, bringing everybody in the Valley of the Sun those 75-cent Cabeza tacos. And no, it's not brains, okay? It's just the front part of, never mind. Don't get squeamish, people, okay? 75-cent taco, shout out Taco Mitch. No, they don't sponsor us. Anyway. All right, let's go further down. It is on Wednesday, though, so it's a true story, okay? They are small. They're street tacos, but 75 cents, it's not too shabby. All right. Balaclava man. Mon ami, Jasmy. Hey there, Max. Hello, hello. Good to have you, brother. Roland Curtis. Roland. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm sorry. Jasmy Coin is a true apex predator of finance. Cool. I like the hip hop looking avatar too, man. Guys, always welcome people you don't normally see, okay? Vibra Finance. Hey, Vibra. Glad to have you here, brother. You guys want some alpha consistently? Go over to Vibra Finance. Great deep dives. He even has lovely ladies on his show. It's a good thing, okay? VeChain partnership. That I don't know yet. We'll have to look more into that. But nonetheless, welcome. I like your avatar. I'm putting out a stellar video today. And this in regards to decaf. Some of you guys know about decaf. Let's see here. Skip comments. Hello, who likes the comments interactions? Oh, you know what? It's not that I'm trying to skip comments on purpose. So the broadcast was originally scheduled for 6. And then I had to wrap up a work call. So that's what happened with that. So what happens is when I have to move it forward, like another 15 minutes, it may very well skip comments. So there is that. So my apologies. It's not on purpose. Okay. All right. Trust Truth. But yeah, welcome, Lexi. I don't know if you're being funny or I don't know. It's all good. Trust Truth. Are we live? Big up yourself, Max. Iota. I'm telling you flat out. If we talk about Jasmy, which we do all the time, in my opinion, when ISO 222 goes live, that mandate, I should say live because it's live now, but that mandate, full mandate, you got to look at IOTA. That, to me, IOTA is going to be the unsung hero of ISO mandate. If we're rah Jasmy, which clearly we are, you want to have some IOTA. And I have some IOTA. You know what I mean? Not financial advice. You got to do what you got to do. Okay? Cross Purposes. Thursday here. GG. Welcome. Hey, my fellow brother in Christ. Will Fix. Hallelujah, brother. Glad to have you here. What up? My brother from another mother. Yes. Guys, check out Will's channel. You know, I don't know how into, gold and silver you guys are. I know Mike Cornwell is, right? So listen to this, guys. Announcement. Go to Will Fix's channel. Not now, okay? No offense to Will. But he had an exclusive interview. How cool is this? With the one and only Andy Scheckman. Okay? So if you guys are into gold and silver, you already know who big of a name that is. Zach Rector in the past has basically interviewed him as well. Bottom line is this. The guy knows a little something, right? He was calling, things like possible like $D valuation years ago. He called things years ago before everybody else. He had a nice interview with Will, or the other way around. Will's splitting this up in, multiple segments over a few days. You want to see it. It's a really good interview. And shout out to our brother Will. If you want consistent XRP coverage, you will or should go over and watch our brother Will Fix. And if you have a hard time finding it, the easy way that I do it, I just type in Will Fix XRP. He's not fixing XRP. I know everybody say, who's going to fix XRP? Anyway, just type in Will Fix XRP. You'll find him immediately, right? And there he is right here with his lovely wife. Boom. All right. But yeah, glad to have your brother Will. Icy Amphibian, what up, guys? Shout out to my fiance for taking care of me while I'm sick. Oh, that's nice. That doesn't sound like a scam to me, man. Get well soon, brother Icy. Right on. Brandon, 200 million coin off of Binance. See? Not too bad. But welcome, Brandon. Let's welcome the nice version of Shug Knight. Brother Shug. Patrick Collier in the house. Trust Truth. We'll read this real quick. You like the comments and you like IOTA. Absolutely. You like that, Will? Right on. All right, let's welcome Goo God and we'll kick it right into the outline. What is this FOMO thumbnail, bro? All right. You okay? All right, you want it? You want it, man? Okay. I'm going to come on with the Jasmy Alpha, man. All right. All right. Stump Rider, we'll welcome you as well. Good to see you, man. All right. So let's go ahead and start this off. We're going to get the branding going up because we need to do so. I don't think Mike Cornwell got the memo, because I didn't tag him. So when you guys see Mike, he's late for class, right? Anyway, you guys know how it goes. All right, when you see this over here, it means we're going to do this, baby. Smash that like, share the program, support those in our space. Vibra Finance, Will Fix, Brother Rue, Underdog Research, Shook Focus, Brother Rob, who's also doing a stream. Anybody else I didn't mention, shout out to them. I want to give a real great shout out to the one and only Lil Bidman. A lot of the research that's part of this outline is in this outline. That doesn't sound right. But anyway, His research is part of it. I also have my own research, and I took more of a deeper dive based off of his research. Now, I will put out a disclaimer. A lot of speculation in the past when it came to Jasmy and the whole idea of what the heck? Jasmy went from 0.005 to the 1 cent mark, to the 2 cent mark, you know, and then it blew up to like 4 cents. Now, I'm not saying it's because of this news, right? But those first two milestones, how huge those were. And then we looked more into it, and it was like, yep, because of semiconductor news. Action, reaction, supply meets demand. Let's talk about that a little bit more. And I understand I put out a video, you know, not that long ago in regards to Sony and the hidden connections. We have to elaborate a little bit more on that, but your key takeaway tonight should be semiconductors, because as we know, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on in the world, as we know. Possible talks of World War III, and what is China going to do with Taiwan, and how is the United States going to position themselves for the future? How's Japan going to position themselves for the future? But if anything, how do we connect our beloved Jasmy to some key patents? And what people are part of those patents? And why do those patents, most importantly, matter? Let's jump into it. So we're going to start it off with an article. It is from Sony, and it's called Eltres. E-L-T-R-E-S. I'm going to share it on the screen. Again, shout out to the one and only Lil Bidman who introduced this. Can't take full credit. I never would. I'm not that type of person. So we're going to zoom in a little bit more about this. Let's do a full screen. What's important is you're going to see here, it states all IoT devices, all, in the world might be connected to the Eltres in the future. Now, hear me out. When we talk about the concept of utility in motion, we always dream about our particular cryptocurrencies and so on, having a piece of that pie. How would you like to have the entire pie? Yeah, you bet you would love to have that. All right, but IoT is such a huge, huge thing. If that doesn't catch your attention, nothing will. Let's dive into this. Again, smash the like, share the show. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. Okay? All right. So as we get more into this, it starts to get juicy, okay? And I was amazed with some of the findings. So cutting edge, all IoT devices in the world, like I said, and that was back in 2019, all right? Oh, Max just shows old research. Hey, blast from the past, I'll bring you to the present, and we'll go into the future. You see some of these devices, you see some of these gentlemen from Japan, you know, with what they got. But the point is, back then, they stated, according to a certain report, about 40 billion IoT devices will be used around the world in 2020. Do you know it's more than that now? Look at this for a second. As we go further down, it talks about agriculture, livestock. Remember how we talked about the Rice Crop Consortium, right? But to assist in communication between such IoT devices, are you aware that Sony developed its unique low power wide area, which is called LPWA, Wireless Communication Standard, which is called Eltres? Freaking Lil Bidman has been doing it long before everybody else. He deserves all the credit in the world. What technologies are used for Eltres? All right, we're going to get into that. So what efforts have been made, et cetera, et cetera. Show some of these guys. You know, they did some great things. IoT Solutions, Business Division, Sony Semiconductor Solutions. Boom, right there. This right here. Now, some people say, does it say Jasmy? Doesn't say Jasmy. Jasmy wasn't even a launched coin in 2019. Very, very true. Very, very true. But again, you got to understand, kind of like we shared the other day, like when it came to quant, what is hidden? What is underneath? What is the foundation? Okay? So, this statement, LPWA Wireless Communication Standard for IoT Applications, start with Sony. It starts with Sony. And the idea existed from around 2010. And it gets into some of this nitty gritty that's important. All right? And there's more of a background about this, which is cool. I mean, I would highly recommend anybody get into this. Remember how we talked about televisions the last time around? About IP televisions and how big that would be? Well, there's a little bit more about that, but I'm going to take you over to here, and the reason why I want to do so is because I want you guys to understand, as much as a lot of us don't read white papers, let's get a little bit more into the nitty-gritty about Sony and the Eltress white paper. Oh yeah. Yeah, you may think this is a little bit boring. It is not boring. I'm telling you flat out, this might be one of the most important deep dives you ever attended. I know people say, you always say that, Max. Well, then, hats off. You know, I don't brag ever. I'm a humble guy, but then hats off to everybody. Not just me. Everybody that's part of this Jasmy Research Consortium, tomato. Because guess what? Don't you love to see what it's connected to? Don't you love to see what your investment might be very well doing for the future and the background behind it? I want to look into that, right? So let's jump into this particular white paper. Let's pull up some juicy of the juiciest and let's share this. All right, here's an overview from this white paper. I've already taken the liberty of jumping into sorting through all the stuff, right? Kind of like, to your kids, or, if you're like me back in the day, you wanted some extra money, you got to rake those leaves. So I already raked through all of this. Try to find you guys the good info. Check this out. So it talks about this whole thing in regards to Eltress. And most importantly, let's zoom in a little bit more, just in case you're Boomer F a Sooner sitting on his couch. Dog Monica. Boomer might not even be here tonight. But the highlights. Number 1, IoT overview. Concept Internet of Things. Talks about the networks. Been around since early 2000s. Since then, the development of various fundamental technologies and their rapid spread in recent years means they have now become indispensable. Think about that for a second. By solving various social issues and improving operational efficiency, leading to business model transformation, which creates what? New businesses. Yeah, that's right. New businesses. Why is that so important? And most importantly, on top of that, why is IoT greatly impacting the world? All right, so there's a rough concept of, IoT and all this, and I won't get into all that. But what I really would like to get into is jumping into this next particular part, because it talks about, the consumption. But again, how many times you'll see these concepts being mentioned, and on top of that, getting into this, boom, this low power, wide area LPWA communications. Why is this important? Well, it can transmit low bitrate data over a wide area with low power consumption and low cost. Now, you may be thinking, okay, geez, am I attending technical class? No. Once you understand, when we get more into this, you're going to see some unique people from the Jasmy higher-ups that are tied into all of this, and how beautiful it is to understand that. So it talks about how this is expected to grow at a rate in the future to realize the IoT world in which everything is connected to the internet. And how would you love a personal data locker to be connected to that? Do you now somewhat understand where we're going with this? All right. Against this backdrop, Eltress was created by Applying Technologies. Sony has cultivated over the many years to meet IoT needs that cannot be met by conventional rich wireless communications, such as, for example, LTE 5G alone. Okay? I'm with you, Max. Do you have more? I have more. How about this? As we know, we're facing all sorts of things in regards to the environment, climate change, large-scale disasters, food problems, water shortages, social, aging social infrastructure. I mean, heck, man, going from, things that, like the old Swift, to what Swift is embracing. But this part about a new broad range of, like, where the IoT devices and, what they're tied into, what's connected to that. So this IoT era, Jasmy is really part of IoT. It's literally the main thing. But it's an era in which everything can be connected to the internet, and it's just around the corner. One of these technologies that realizes this is LTRES. It's a low power, wide area wireless communication tech. LTRES could soon connect IoT devices around the world. Like we mentioned, LTRES communication can be used to visualize what was previously unnoticed and unseen, and to anticipate and prevent basically like the unforeseen events of the future. Now, when we've gotten more into this in the past, we've showed you videos. Shout out to NeoX Tricks. He's always showing you those great graphics, right, of how IoT connects to things, and people just don't realize it. They don't see it going on. Think about this for a second. There was a time, I guess you could say like over 100 years, we talk about radio. What about, I don't know if you guys ever seen the show. I'm on season 2. Boardwalk Empire. There's a scene in that particular show in which, Jimmy is with his wife, and they see this new invention, and it's it's basically the phonograph, right? But it's wireless music. To them, it's wireless music. The earliest forms of wireless music. They didn't understand how that worked. Fast forward literally 100 years from then to where we're at now. People still don't understand how all this IoT works, but the key thing is this: it works. And it's what it's connected to. Can you have Jasmy be part of that piece of the pie? We're done with that. We're done with establishing if Jasmy can be part of that piece of the pie because of the Sony connection. How would you, again, like to have the whole pie? I'm serious about this. I'm not joking about this. If you hold Jasmy, you're going to be so... I hate to create excitement because people are like, researchers shouldn't create hype. I get that. But guess what? It creates itself because the research is amazing when you look more into it, okay? Check out a little bit more about this. I know it came out of frame, but this is good. So, guys, low power, wide area wireless communication tech, LTRES, could soon connect to IoT devices around the world. LTRES could basically create communication that could be used to visualize what was previously unnoticed. Like I said, unseen. So, bottom line is this, just real quick. What is LTRES? Well, it's a LPWA communication tech devised and developed, I should say, by Sony for Internet of Things, for IoT, and this age that we're in. Utilizing Sony's extensive signal processing experience combined with the innovative new technology, LTRES can achieve stable communication devices over 100 kilometers, speeds of more than 100 kilometers an hour, while basically using very low power. Devices can operate on batteries. LTRES is particularly suited to outdoor applications since it contains built-in global navigational satellite system, which is GNSS receiver. Data is protected with physical layer. Think about that for a second. Encryption to ensure no one can steal or modify user data. Now, let's come back to the subject matter. Let's take a blast to the recent past. Okay, last April. What is one of the things that we studied as a community, as a research enthusiast? It's Panasonic. And to have that solidified in regards to that particular partnership, what is common ground? Common ground that we have here is that we discovered with the findings, especially with what is going on, remember, in the state of Kansas, state of Oklahoma, but most importantly, the state of Nevada. Because it was like, wow, here's what's going on when it comes to Panasonic and these cell batteries. And those cell batteries being used in Teslas. Remember how we talked about that? And that's all verifiable. Right? So been there, done that. Doesn't this sound very, very familiar? When I was sitting in that panel with Rob, Jesse, and a few other guys from, the Jasmy Roundtable, I think it was the first one that we ever did together. One of the things that was pointed out was, Jasmy and Panasonic, we did the research years ago. Jesse did it like 2 years ago. I did it over a year ago. It don't matter, right? But the research was there, and people were like, that's just speculative. That's just speculative. And I mentioned on that first one, actually, I said, guys, please understand that the Sony partnership is there, but it's like not officially announced. But how would you like to have even more of that confirmation without them even saying it? And that's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to share with you guys tonight. That is the unveiling, in my opinion, that you need to pay attention to tonight. So, watch this. it's really going to get good. And I always try to do my best not to make it super long. Last night, Quant got real long, and I apologize for that. But I want you to see some more of these examples because, man, it gets really good. Here's one more example before we get into that juicy stuff. LTRS can be used in areas such as the ocean, mountains beyond its reach, mobile phones. The population coverage ratio for this, for mobile phones in the network or, in around Japan, is almost 100%. Geographical coverage ratio is about 60 to 70%. Most of the areas not covered by the mobile phone network are mountainous regions, oceans. With LTRS, on the other hand, it is possible to collect data in areas that have been difficult to reach due to the lack of communication means, such as monitoring people for safety reasons, collection of, meteorological data, monitoring, etc., etc. But various IoT services can be provided. What services? Think about that for a second. Think about Jasmy's plug. Be provided by using inexpensive communication that is resistant to interference. Let's jump on over to here. This is more from the Sony. If you want the link, is Sony-semicon.com/files. I will drop it into the live chat for any nerd that wants to nerd it out. So look at this for a second. This is really, really good. You will see here, if you're one of the few that wants to nerd out, and if you're not, you're driving, that's great. Glad to have you. But I fast forward to this area, okay? So Sony-semicon.com is the LTRS overview. It's the white paper, literally the freaking white paper. I should say 8 times, but it's on page 8, and it talks about semiconductors at least 4 times. So one here, Sony-semicon. Then you have a webinar, which I'll have to get into that in another particular date because, again, it's in Japanese, and that's very time-consuming. But what you're going to see is really, really interesting when we go to the next part because here is where Little Bidman comes in. So Little Bidman, a while back, he mentions in his own personal research, February 6th of 2024, a little bit about this. Now, some of the other guys in the community have, already cited this, but again, I want to solidify it by reintroducing it, keeping it right in, front row center of, the topic of tonight, okay? So I'm going to full screen this as well. This is really, really good. You got this whole announcement. Sony Neuro, okay, announced updates, new updates, actually, because this is, back in February. That's not that long ago. Still this year. New services and mentions its IoT network, LTRS. Not Taco Wednesday, but anyway, Taco Tuesday, which are both affiliated with Jasmy through Sony Biz Networks and Jasmy's attendance management software. Now, we have a link. We'll get into that in a bit. But on this profile, I'm going to go ahead and share it on the other screen, or the other link real quick for you guys, because this is definitely worth paying attention to. We're going to zoom in a little bit more about this. Okay. So let's take it over here. All right. Let's zoom in. Here's the company profile, yada, yada. But we're going to keep it right here because, the other way is going to be kind of hard to follow. So what does it say, guys? It says that Jasmy, as we know, is a company that develops and provides IoT platforms. No kidding. When everything's connected to the internet, the clothing, food, housing, and movement, it closely adheres to the people's lives, and it will change greatly. This is Jasmy's mission to create and provide a mechanism platform. Think about that allows everyone to use things safely with peace of mind. Now, the important thing is the data generated from our lives tends to be occupied by limited companies. Jasmy platform is one of the purposes of restoring sovereignty of data. Hence why they call it harmonization, secure knowledge proof, all this stuff, right? For example, platinum data with harmony. I mean, they have all sorts of crazy, sayings when it comes to all this, like technical terms. But the point is that sovereignty to provide the original owner and to use individual data safely and securely. Therefore, Jasmy will integrate blockchain tech with IoT and prepare a platform, think about that also, that can be used widely across the boundaries of industries. Think about that. Remember how we just mentioned, I'll come back out of the frame, or into the frame. Remember how we just showed you the old research for 2019 from LTRS from the white paper? Why is that important? Because it's reaching boundaries mountainous areas, oceans. You see how it kind of lines up? Now, for some people, that's not enough. I'm not with you, bro. I'm with you too. You know, I am my own best critic, if you will. Why is that? Because I do put myself in other people's shoes. You think I don't want? You think I really want to provide research and not understand where other people are coming from when it comes to that? Yeah, I look at all avenues. I'm just like a lot of you guys when it comes to that. But I thought that was interesting. Okay, coming back out of the frame, zooming in, you will see also here some really amazing things. So we talked about these boundaries. We talked about, for example, you know, to prepare the platform. You know, like, wow, you know. But Jasmy's team, focus on the team, guys, consists of members with a wide range of what? Rich experiences, or, you know, experience or expertise, such as electronics, mecha communications, devices, system integrators, designers, etc., and is the best IoT platform for each customer around the world. Some people don't believe that. They're like, oh, it's just a cryptocurrency. It's not tiny. It's just a stupid ERC20 token. That's all it is. Give me a break. All right? Give me a break, because when we jump into this next part, when you see what is to be shared, it's going to blow you away. And I know that seems like it's hype. I don't care, because at the end of the day, it should blow you away. It is so crucial to understand the bigger picture of all this. Let's take you over to here. This is from sonybn.co.jp. I won't drop it into the comments because you might not be able to, you know, switch it with if you're just on your phone. But nonetheless, follow along and check out this news release. This is from 2022, and let's jump right into it. Sony Biz Network Corporation. Why is this so important? Well, it mentions about what? A mechanism platform. An alignment again that allows everyone to use things easily, safely, and with peace of mind. Currently, the important data generated from our daily lives tends to be monopolized by a limited number of companies. One of the goals of Jasmy platform, to restore data. Right, it matches up, because literally it's just, that was another form of it, right? But Jasmy will combine IoT with the blockchain tech and prepare the platform. Last part on the screen mentions about the mechanics, the communication devices, etc., etc. Provide optimal IoT platform for each customer around the world. Right. Talked about it. Just want to match it up just a little bit more. How about taking you to this site? On this one, I'll drop a link in the comments. Check this out. All right, so you're there. You should be there. Just what the heck is Eltress, right? Well, we talked about it a little bit, but not to this degree. Like it says, low power wide area. Basically speaking, it's a communication standard. Remember how we always talk about standards that can be used in IoT networks. But most importantly is understanding what specific networks. The technology, guys, listen to this, was developed by Sony Semiconductor Solutions, which is responsible for the semiconductor business. And the company released its features in the progress of demonstration experiments in 2017, April 2017, excuse me. It's been adopted by international standard by the European Telecommunications Standard Institute, which is called ETSI. What features does it have? Well, stable communication. It has, for example, being able to handle like noisy urban areas, like, I don't know, maybe Tokyo. What about long distance transmission? Well, they have things in which it's going to make it possible to transmit a line of sight over 100 kilometers or more. But what is really, really good is some of these other things about how long it can do it and for how long it can do it, right? So I'm talking about distance long and also, you know, time duration. More about the standard, all this good stuff. But that's a little bit about Eltress, right? The nitty gritty. Let's jump over to this. This is also really good. You may be wondering, well, what is this, Max? This is note.sonynetwork.co.jp. On this one, I think you can interpret. I'll also drop it into the live chat. There it is for you. If you're a nerd, want to nerd it out. Check this out. Very, very interesting. Sony Neuro Experience. Here's this gentleman speaking. Evolution of networks holds key esports, safety measures in the mountains and at the sea. That lines up, does it not? And the future of fan communities. Hence why Jasmy has the Sagan Tosu fan token, which is very similar to the model of what? Chili's, right? This was reported February 6, 2024, probably the same date as Little Bidman's, deep dive with his research. But again, the point is this. This guy, if you're wondering, who's at the mic, this is a different guy, I should say, is the general manager of LPWA sales department of the Neuro Business Division. Introduce Eltrus IoT network service, which, by the way, were you aware of when that was rolled out? Look at this for a second. This is really good. So it was rolled out on NeuroBiz. Interesting. He suggested communication possibilities were not possible with LPWA up until now. Huh. And we're in 2024? Look at this. Such as a reception of over a distance of 320 kilometers from the top of Mount Fuji to Nakakatsuru, or Sura, in Wakayama Prefecture, and even while traveling at high speeds on the Shinkansen. And of course, they have this whole thing of this commercial. We're not going to play that because, for one, I don't want to get the copyright thing, and it's all in Japanese. But the point is, IoT network. Now, look at this. Let's take a moment to recognize this. This is really, really good. I'm telling you flat out, please, you have to pay attention to this part. If everything else, like you had distractions and stuff like that, you've got to listen to this part. Okay? I've already taken my rake, if you will, and thumbed through all this stuff when it comes to patents. Let's jump into the next part of that coverage. Let's full screen this as well. One more time, I advise everybody to smash that like. We ticked up to 443 on the live, 114 on YouTube, 330 on X. Thank you so much for a nice crowd of people. It is much appreciated. So, let's jump over to Justia patents. As usual, we cite them quite often. All right, what's important? 2024. What's really, really important? It's this guy. Patents by inventor Kazumasa Sato. Right. He's part of what, guys? We know him. Part of the Jasmy management. The upper, the higher-ups. Well, so what, Max? Many people have cited patents from there. What's the big deal? You'll see what the big deal is. Because guess what? They keep coming up with more and more patents. And why do those patents matter? And why do the ones from the past make that much more sense for the now? You'll be glad that you attended tonight. Check this out. As we get into this, it's biological sample holding. Container and biological sample holding method. March 14, 2024. Okay? As we get more into this, I'm going to show you this for a second. Because guess what? You may think, wow, I don't get this, and that's okay. But your main key takeaway is understanding the bigger picture. Why is that? Well, it's because when we get into a lot of this stuff, it just opens up your eyes, to say the least. It makes you think, good God, like, you got to be kidding me about some of this stuff. So I will go ahead and fast forward to the next particular part, okay, which is here. And when I open up the thing about Kazumasa Sato, I thumb through all of this on the next page, and it talks about a detection unit and how it's configured to include an imaging element such as a CCD image sensor and CMOS image sensor. Wow! Why is that so important? Because when Jasmy flew, some people are like, man, wow, Jasmy's in the top 100. We couldn't figure out for the life of us why that was, other than saying it has to be some kind of connection here, possibly with JASM, JASM. That's not Jasmy, but JASM and the Sony connections, right? Semiconductors and so on. Again, action, reaction, supply and demand. And while a lot of people feel as though that was speculative and that Jasmy doesn't even have to have a direct partnership or directly doing anything with it, we would take it, because guess what? That was the first big thing. And then we had another bit of news on that second big thing about, Taiwan and, for example, actually not Taiwan, I misquoted myself, Hong Kong. And, basically their investments into Japan and semiconductors got brought up again. And then out of nowhere, for the first time ever, everybody who was part of the research consortium, they were like, wow, Hara, did he just throw us a little crumb when he retweeted the thing about Jasmy? He never had to do that, by the way. You know, if he releases too much information, it's like it could be a violation of an NDA. We get that. But it was just like, was he recognizing some of the community people? Was he recognizing some of the researchers? So I decided to get more into this, and I think I have the answer, and it just blew me away. And I wanted to share it with you guys. I was so excited to see this. Let's jump into this next part of this. You'll be so glad that you were here tonight to pay attention. So it gets more into this stuff about how this works, like the image generation of it and so on. It's got a whole patent about this. Like, for example, you know, how the positioning of the, you know, the rays will work. Remember how we talk about some of the stuff in that white paper, how, you know, people don't see, like, transmission. You know, wireless transmission. You don't see that with your naked eye. What about the transmission of this? These sensors that work in the background. Places like Tokyo. It don't matter where it's at, right? It's the tech. Jumping into a little bit more about this. All right, here's the other part I found. Jumping more into Kazumasa Sato's patent. This is a detection unit that includes, for example, an imaging element, such as what? A CCD image sensor or a CMOS image sensor. But here's an example. It will detect a unit that's disposed above the arrangement position of a tray in a housing. It will detect a surface. It will detect, for example, how it's disposed, how, you know, different points of, you know, what it's looking. It will look at all sorts of stuff, right? This is nerd talk, but it's there. And it specifically mentions image sensors, CMOS image sensors. Now, you may be thinking, like, that's a big coincidence, Max. That's a big stretch, bro. Well, look at this. A little bit more in regards to image sensors. And Kazumasa Sato, of, you know, former Sony executive, and part of our freaking Jasmy, for crying out loud. I don't, you know, I know it's very time consuming for people to do this, but I was glad I found it. Look at this. Figure 6 and 7 diagrams schematically illustrate examples of spectral data received by one imaging element, a method of acquiring spectral data in the case in which imaging element is configured by a single image sensor that receives in common fluorescence, I'm not pronouncing that right, having passed through the observation slit, etc., etc. IoT, basically, guys. IoT, but most importantly, the connection with image sensors. CMOS image sensors was the highlight of why Jasmy ran, right? Went from 0.0056 area to the 1 cent to the 2 cent. That should be your key takeaway. That's what you should pay attention to, because that was so speculative. People weren't connecting that. We were trying to. And when I got more into this, I thought, let's take a look at what Little Bidman has. Can we dig into this deeper than what we already have? The answer is yes. And I welcome everybody from our research consortium. You should be so proud that you recognize other people that do research. You know, there's so many people. There's Rob, there's Jesse, there's Houston, Icy Amphibian, Dip Metaverse, Brian. There's probably other people I'm not listening. Neo, Menelagwar. I mean, I could go on and on and on. Cyan. There's tons of guys, right? Sorry if I didn't mention your name. But the point is, it's like an all-star team of real, true researchers that, like, hey, look at this, look at that. Aren't you glad that we got people like that? Wow, the talent out here is unbelievable. Let's talk a little bit about this. I know I'm excited, but man, I have every right to be excited about this. So I want you guys to see a little bit more about this, because, you know, you may think, oh, that's all he's got. That is not all I got. Getting more into Kazumasa Sato's patent, okay? You're going to see here, for example, a little bit more about this, you know, apparatus and so on. All right, there's, of course, background on this and so on about capturing the image data. Well, think about that, capturing that image data. And, you know, have it obtained by the imaging and how it's, you know, like, where's the output? Where does it go? You know, Jasmy is not just a freaking coin. It's the tech. It's the guys that did the patents behind it, guys. Look at this for a second. Gets into this particular part. Kazumasa Sato. Wow. Thank you, Sato-san. You probably never going to see any of this, but that's all right. Method of acquiring all this. We just talked about that part. So I'll jump to the next part. So that was, and let's, come out of the screen for a second. That was Kazumasa Sato. You know where I'm going with this. How many times have I talked about Tadashi Morita? To me, he's the cream of the crop. He rises to the top. He doesn't smash data unless data's from a cop, right? No, that's a bad rhyme. That's, anyway. Forget about that, right? I'm doing some little hip-hop element there with the House of Pain, Japanese style. But the point is, oh my goodness, Tadashi Morita, our beloved, well-revered, well-respected Tadashi Morita, because in the past we showed, for example, how he's an expert in some of this tech that's tied into all this. Do we have more in regards to that? Yes, we have more. Again, I'll say it again. You may get tired of it. Smash the like. You'll be so glad that you attended this tonight, okay? Wow, okay? So we're going to get into Tadashi Morita. Let's fast forward to that. I got the right screen up. Let's pull that up as well. And on Tadashi Morita, this is so amazing to find some of this stuff, but it's time consuming, and I get that, all right? So what about him? All right, so Tadashi Morita, guys, he filed for patents to protect the following inventions. Huge list. Includes patent applications that are pending, as well as patents that have already been granted by who? The United States Patent and Trademark Office, which is the USPTO. Now, I think that's like, for a lot of us, it's like, wow, there is the whole thing of why Hara went to East Denver. I mean, a lot of things add up, guys. I'm just throwing that out there. People say that's speculative too. Okay, Max, what about talks of Sony? All right, I'm with you. I hear you. But what's really, really interesting is when we go down and see this right here. Wow. Let me take just a drink for a second. I don't want my mouth to, get too dried up. Okay. So what do we see here, guys? We see here we have an assignee. We have a date of patent. Last year. And I think maybe I possibly pointed this out before. All right, let's check this out a little bit more. This is really, really amazing. So let's explain this for a second. Let's remember everything that's been presented so far. The white paper, what was it called? Excuse me. There's so many darn different, sayings. Okay, so El Tres, right? It almost sounds Spanish, but it's not. El Tres. Remember everything that was listed in regards to El Tres. Okay, so we talked about, how some of that, like low-level power works and what ranges, mountains, oceans, how that works, right? But that's patented by people from Sony. But most importantly, how about the ones that are tied to Jasmy that actually has provided patents to both Sony and obviously Jasmy? Exactly. So since we established that, let's jump to this. Let's full screen this as well. You will see here, power supply arbitration device, power supply device, power consumption device, power supply remote controller, power supply arbitration method, and power system. Assignee, Sony Corporation. Inventor, Tadashi Morita, our Tadashi Morita. This was originally filed November 9, 2018. Then you didn't have all the way up until what? June 13, 2023 for this to happen? Guys, you know what this tells me? This tells me that there is ideas that were put together a long time ago, but they weren't executed. Why? You don't have the tech. Say what you want. This is not quant research tonight. Who also has cited some of these things? Gilbert Verdian. Gilbert Verdian years ago had mentioned all the things he was looking to accomplish with Quant Network, but the tech many years ago just wasn't there. So ideas get put down, written down, for someday as the tech evolves in the modern day with modern science and so on, you can have it executed. That's how you should interpret this. Think about this for a second. Let's go ahead and full screen on this as well. So data patent, June 13, 2023. Who's this signing? Sony Corporation. And, of course, inventor Tadashi Morita. Interesting. Okay? Very, very interesting. Do we have anything more in regards to this? Well, yes, we do. We have a control apparatus mechanism for control method, control storage, and control apparatus, like it says. It mentions that on this specific patent, it's to do what? Provide a control for all this, all the nerd talk, right? But it also mentions how they have a solution. Look at how that is. I want you to take that away. A solution. Ideas happened many years ago, but a solution. That's why it was filed. To provide a control apparatus. And most importantly, how this is, involving the consumption of power, the plurality of nodes. Please remember that part. Nodes that store, think about this, and consume power. Control section, configured to use information regarding consumption of power to generate data regarding target power storage in each of the nodes, the data being provided to the node. Now, in the past, I pointed out deep dives numerous times about how Tadashi Morita is an expert. What's the citation we have? We always cite things, right? So, data patent, November 30th, 2021. Originally filed in 2017. Assignee, Sony Corporation. Do we have our beloved Tadashi Morita? Boom. Right there. All right. What about a little bit more about this? Okay? Because this is good, but we're not done. All right. What about suppression device? Mobile body. Power supply system. Sony, Tadashi Morita. Look at this for a second. So you have this whole thing that gets more into all of this. It talks about circuit breakers, talks about that power supply, talks about even voltage. Remember how he specializes in some of these things with low voltage and even the higher ones? Right. The potential difference is generated, based off of shutoff and so on. I'm going to get into a little bit more about this for a second. How about DC power control? We talked about that in the past in deep dives. If you're new to all this, I do welcome you, but you can go to the video section, and if it's not time sensitive. So this matches up with all this as well. I'm not gonna get into that today, but it's there. How about a little bit more about this? How about, for example, DC power supply connector, DC power source device? Again, that's there as well. So many examples of this being here. Okay, and why that's obviously important, to say the least, because it's how things communicate, how much power it uses. Things have to be powered on, guys. Let's be honest. Things have to make sense, right? And so that's there. Switching device, all this good stuff, right? I'm just going to show you just a tad bit more. When we go to the next part, integrated circuit. Let's go to the last part. Communication system. Okay, now. Where it gets really interesting is basically, let's go to this tab, okay? And what I found to be more than, I shouldn't say unusual, but again, it's matching up all this stuff. And I think we already covered some of this. Yeah, Sony, all this stuff, right? All right, so what we're going to do now is, do we have any specific things about Tadashi Morita, okay? And a little bit more about this power supply arbitration device that was produced from Sony back in 2018? Great question. The answer is yes. All right. So if you go to that article that mentions all these things about, like, I guess you could say when Sony did its first original pump, it does even cite some of this stuff with semiconductors, the power, all that. Look what's mentioned here on this first particular one. These patents, I should say, it says includes means for processing electronic data. Wow. I meant to kind of introduce this a little bit more properly. Wow. Wow. All right. Why is this such a wow moment? I want to get more into this, and I do agree with Brian of our research community, okay? It is not that Jasmy is just, it's like Sony PlayStation. That'd be amazing. That'd be freaking amazing. But in reality, Jasmy's so much even bigger than just that. But nobody's complaining about that. A lot of times we overlook things. I'm not going to overlook this. I'm going to show you once again, because at the top, these patents, most importantly, Tadashi Morita's, including means for processing electronic data, but the example of what? Computer video games? And for example, a U.S. patent for the power supply device and the consumption of some of this stuff? Like, you gotta be kidding me, right, Max? Yeah. You would think so. All right, look at this for a second. It talks about 6 pieces of this information from this patent, but most importantly is understanding where the data is stored. And cited from Tadashi Morita in this patent talks about what is called a payload of 720 and how it differs from the respective types. And I'm not going to get into all that because it's just going to get too crazy. But when it gets more into the whole thing of like, we talk about, cloud storage. In reality, cloud storage has to be hosted on a server. Okay, let's talk about that server for a second. On this as well, it mentions a little about the thing of a server. So the server device predicts consumption patterns of respective homes on the basis of data that's collected from the respective power meters. Then the server device calculates a value that predicts all this. More of that nerd talk. And then it goes into the whole thing about point value. Think about that. And information processing, communication functions, smartphones, owned by each resident or owned by a resident in their home. Can we talk about like cumulative totals of data? We can. The prediction of power consumption is going to be carried out using, for example, a cumulative total measures that value up to the previous day of each time zone, each day of the week, measured in the value of weekdays, weekends, average value of the cumulative total of the data of the previous days, so on and so forth. As I get into this next part, it does mention a little bit about batteries, but it also mentions how it all comes together. And do we have citations in regards to like smart cities or smart homes? The answer is yes. Talks about this in the patent. Talks about how you'll have a smart house having the battery and how much is used and so on, and how much it's going to incorporate some of that energy. But it's how it takes all this and how it breaks it down even with the AC power grid. I mean, you have experts that work in this. That is, again, one of your main key things. Here is an expansion of Tadashi Morita, his patent history, and here is your mic drop moment. For so long, we've been hoping and praying for any type of clue, any type of hint of when a Sony PlayStation 6 comes out for the future. Is there anything that could connect, Jasmy and Sony for a possibility of a Sony PlayStation 6. Now, I get it. NDAs will say, nope, they're not going to come out with that. And for the people who are like, if it doesn't say it on paper, I'm not getting into it. Hey, do what you want. I know what I'm doing. I know where I'm positioning myself, and I've already done that. How have you positioned yourself? And again, I understand that Jasmy's so much bigger than just the concept of a Sony PlayStation, but God help us all. God bless you all. Thank you so much for being here tonight. We're almost at 700. Because guess what? We have lived through the FUD. The FUD of all this freaking thing of saying that Jasmy's a scam and all this. But all we had to do is take that deeper dive and understand the bigger picture. Let's look at the bigger picture. Let's look at what Tadashi Morita of Jasmy/Sony is connected to with his patent history. Because this is the bombshell moment, guys. It is. Look at this. Let's zoom in for a moment. My goodness. Patent history. Sony Corporation, Tokyo. Data patent. June 13, 2023. Originally filed in 2018. Took 5 years for something to develop with this. Again, ideas then get patented because they get executed. Okay? Assignee, Sony Corporation. Inventor, Tadashi Morita. We had a guy who even examined this. His name is Charles R. Cassenge, if I'm pronouncing that right. Here's your aha moment. Classifications. Look at this, guys. Come on. I'm telling you flat out. Share the program. Do whatever it takes. Get this info out there. Current U.S. class, including means for processing what? What? Electronic data, for example, computer, video games, etc. Hey, I don't need to hear an official announcement from Sony PlayStation at all. I can connect the dots just as much as anybody else. I can read the writing on the wall. My God, this is my remote to my fan. Mic drop moment. Mic drop freaking moment, because guess what? That is huge. Why would Tadashi Morita of Jasmy/Sony be working on patents for things like this that's tied into computer/video games? Are you kidding me? Come on, guys. So guess what? Can we talk about this for a second? I'll leave it up on the screen. Let's talk about this for a second. Let's have a conversation about this for a second. So our hope and our prayer, praise God, hallelujah, thank you, Jesus. Our hope and prayer for 103 million plus, or whatever the figure is, maybe it's 107 million of that PDL. I don't know if anybody could do it. I see Rob in the comments. Shout out to brother Rob. Somebody, when you watch this later, Brian, whoever, let's get some data about Sony PlayStation 5, how many users we got currently worldwide. The future looks amazing, ladies and gentlemen, because guess what? Millions of people have a Sony PlayStation. You tie in this to that, we hit the freaking KPI target. We hit those millions of users easily. Are you paper handing Jasmy at the $1 to $3 mark? Are you going to weather the storm? And again, I understand people take profits. It's okay. It's okay. I don't want to tell you what to do. But are you going to weather the storm? This sucker is going to absolutely surprise the living hell out of it. But there's people that are out there in the community, let's be honest, that just want to FUD this because they want the clicks. And that is such a shame. It really is. You rather have people get flooded out of generational wealth because you claim that you've done your research, and clearly you have not. You haven't done a lick of research. Check this out for a second. It gets better. I know that is a bombshell moment. And guys, please smash the like. We're almost at 700. I really appreciate this. Let's jump to this next part about this because I know you guys want this to be solidified, okay? Let's jump into that. I know that that's a lot to take in. That's a huge thing to take in. A little bit more from Tadashi Morita. All right, number one. Do we have Sony? Yes, we do. Boom. Is it Tadashi Morita? Yes. Boom. All right. Originally filed 2018. Date of patent June 13, 2023. Do we have anything a little bit more about this? Well, we do. It goes on to mention, specifically speaking, about this power supply device, remote controller, and how it's like basically going to come all together. And it's all right here, but does it mention anything about storage? Does it mention about like where it would go? The answer is yes. It says in this abstract from this Tadashi Morita patent that basically speaking is a device, it's an arbitration device in fact, that makes it possible for a side of a power, like I said, the consumer to take initiative to stabilize a power grid and suppress peak power of the power consumer. Power supply arbitration device, including a control unit, communication unit that communicates with another device through communication network, and a storage unit that stores information. In which, in case where a power request received by the communication unit is a request from a power consumption device registered in the storage unit, the control unit specifies a power supply device registered in the storage unit as power feeding that specific device. So again, things have to get turned on, things have to get turned off, but have to have specifically like, you know, where's the power going to go and where's the data going to go, et cetera, et cetera. So I wanted to share that. All right. A little bit more about this because we talked about NeuroBiz, and I know so much to get into tonight, but this is so crucial. All right, a little bit more about this. And guys, if you see some of our brothers in the community, I don't care what they contribute, you know, like give them a dab, give them a hug or whatever the case be, because you know what? Why are they grinding so hard? Because just like you're working hard. You want to have a better life for yourself, your grandchildren, and your kids, whatever the case be, right? Let's full screen this as well. This is also really, really good. So this is NeuroBiz. We just talked about them earlier, okay? All right, so case studies. Look at this for a second. NeuroBiz is used by companies of various sizes, including small and medium-sized enterprises. Remember how we talked about SMEs and how Shinzo Abe, his mission back in 2015 was to get something going on in regards to that? Right. So you have all this, you know, these case studies, and I don't necessarily want to get to all of them, but NeuroAccess is basically highly rated, fully utilized for on-premise service cloud migration and environment optimization. Guess what? Something that doesn't get mentioned enough when it comes to Jasmy is what we're going to do for the future when it comes to this Web3 cloud solution. Yeah, we'll start to talk about just, what Jasmy's looking to do with the PDL and what Jasmy's going to look to do with the super wallet and all that stuff, which is good too, but not enough mention about for cloud. Yeah, I didn't forget about that. Let's talk about this for a second too. Let's jump into this. This is really, really good. And if you're wondering, about something like, well, who are these guys partnering up? Again, think about NeuroBiz. Remember we talked about Sony earlier. So, all right. Aha. Look at this. All these ones we don't know about. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know about all these. Maybe some of you guys do. Look who we see at the top right. Guys, look who we see at the top right. That went away. I'm going to go jump back to it. Yep, you saw it. SBI Group. Huh. That's incredibly interesting. So how many more examples do you need to have about SBI Japan, Genki Oda, Jasmy Sony, Jasmy SBI, Sony SBI? Again, I just had to throw that in there too. That was awesome. A little bit more about this, okay? You may think, no, man, Max, that was enough. It ain't enough. You may think it's enough, but it ain't enough. Okay? So what we're going to do now is take you over here. And hold on, some warning came up. Got a little warnings. All right. It just basically tells me they want me to subscribe, and it's okay. I mean, everybody's got to make their money, right? All right, so let's jump over to the next page. Do we have talk, guys, about semiconductors a little bit more? Because we've talked about a lot about the patents and so on, and connecting the whole thing of semiconductors and CMOS image sensors to that. Great stuff. All right. How about this site? Let's take you to there. You might have to interpret it. I'll drop it for you guys anyway. All right. So look at this. All right. I want you guys to see this for yourself. Kind of like Obi-Wan Kenobi, Star Wars, The Force Awakens. Is it true? Yeah, it's true. All of it. Check this out. This is an all of it moment. You will see on this next page, if I could ever get around to it, right? This. All right. So I think, yeah, I did drop in the comments for the nerds. All right, so what do we have? Well, it goes on to mention we have from eetasia.com. It's about microchip expands partnership with TSMC to strengthen IC manufacturing capacity. Okay. All right, Max. This is how you time the whole thing that happened in April? Yes. This is how Max ties in everything from April. Why? Because I put myself in the same shoes as you guys. I am my own best critic, right? Like, I always see the critics. They're like, well, what about this? Yep, I'm there. What about that? Yep, I'm there. I got to be two steps ahead of these guys. Because guess what? I don't want to give any fudders, anything to go with. I want to send them back to their cockroach dens. Because when Jasmy flies again, they're nowhere to be found. They only come out on bad days, right? Let's just be honest about that. All right. A little bit more about this. This is good stuff. So, how long ago was this published? April 16th, 2024. Interesting. What do you got, Max? Well, basically, it's this. It's this expanded partnership with Taiwan for microchip technology, semiconductor manufacturing, TSMC, to do what, guys? To enable specialized 40 nm manufacturing capacity at Japan's Advanced Semiconductor Manufacturing, which stands for JASM. All right, not Jasmy, JASM. But again, Hara gave us that little crumb. Well, guess what, Hara? I don't know, you probably never watched my research, but guess what, Hara-san? Love you, by the way. You gave us the crumb. Max takes your crumb and exchanges it for the whole entire dozen of cookies. Yeah, that's right, guys. Let's take Hara's crumb and turn it into a whole entire dozen of cookies. TSMC's majority-owned manufacturing subsidiary in Kumamoto Prefecture, Japan. Partnership is part of Microchip's ongoing strategy, guys, to build resiliency in its supply chain. Remember how I talked about Jasmy? Like, you have to include it with the mix with XDC now when it comes to supply chain and trade. And you have to include it also in the mix like VeChain and your Morpheus networks and so on. So people are like, laughing at me and saying, nah. But then I show the research, and it's like, nobody's really fought that, you know? No one's really argued that. So, what do we have in regards to this? Well, there's other initiatives. It included additional tech to boost internal manufacturing capabilities and capacity, as well as establishing more geographic diversity and redundancy with, for example, water fabrication, foundry, assembly, test, and OSAT partners. Listen to this quote. We'll jump into a little bit more. Microchip's reputation for providing responsible, reliable supply management, think about that, is enhanced with this new TSMC manufacturing path, said Michael Finley. No, not the basketball player. Microchip Senior Vice President of Worldwide Manufacturing Tech. Customers can have confidence when designing our products into their applications and platforms. Remember how we talked about platforms at the beginning of the outline, with the support of resilient and robust manufacturing capabilities. Okay, can we show an example in a picture? Well, yeah. Boom. All right, let's get more into this for a second. Why is this so crucial to understand? Well, basically speaking, it's this whole thing, and I fast forward too far, sorry about that. The wafer capacity supply of Jasmy further strengthens Microchip's ability to serve as a base for global customers. Global customers! Think about this for a second. If you missed any of this, you've got to go back later on and watch the beginning. Why? Because Sony, it's hard to remember all these little terms. Eltress, that was the plug and connect, was it not? Because it talks about doing it all, right? Global, everything. And we're talking about not just getting a piece of the pie anymore, because we understand we already have a piece of the pie, but how about getting the whole pie? So again, understanding this broad base of global customers. A little bit more of this aha moment here in a bit. In a variety of markets, including automotive, industrial, and networking applications. This initiative with Microchip is to further proof of TSMC's commitment to supporting customers' long-term growth and innovation, said Rose Castenares, Senior Vice President of Business Management at TSMC North America. North America, though. Remember how we showed that plug? Is Jasmy literally preparing for North America? The answer is yes. We already showed 2 examples of that. Maybe even 3, but tonight we showed 2. Their expanded collaboration with Microchip will ensure that its leading tech will continue to develop, and they will, so will our collective ability to manufacture and develop or deliver those capabilities to customers, global customers, when they are needed. A little bit more about this. The TSMC partnership and Jasmy, again, not Jasmy, but Jasmy, capacity adds more assurance to the manufacturing landscape, helping reduce Microchip's potential of disrupted supply by offsetting external factors such as frequently changing business conditions and natural disasters. Remember how we also cited from that white paper, and even in one of those patents, it talks about some of those potential disasters? All right, check this out. This already happened. Look at this. Power Up Asia 2024 spotlights Asia's power electronics innovations, trends, developments, so on and so forth. What is the key here? Key here is this. Basically, on day 1, June 11th, you had GaN and SiC semiconductors. Day 2, you even have power semiconductors. And what? You read that right. Low and high power applications. And to see what we just shared with the research tonight about, interesting, Tadashi Morita. Interesting, Kazuma Sato. Does this not align with everything we talked about tonight? You bet your sweet little tutu it aligns. Do we have more in regards to this alignment? We do. Let's jump into this as well. This is really good. We're about, 75%, 80% done. So I want to share this as well. Wow, this is something else. This is connecting a little bit more of this. So let's take you to mobileworldlive.com. I'm going to drop it into the comments as well. This is something for the nerds. Look at this. Let's go ahead and share this. And again, thank you for everybody. Let's see if we could tick up to 800. That'd be amazing. So Taiwan, lately, for many years, everybody identifies Taiwan for being the semiconductor capital of the world, right? But from Mobile World Live, there's this article that was published in regards to Taiwan and most importantly, understanding the whole thing, what they're doing when it comes to revealing a second chip production facility. Now, this is an update, guys, because remember when Jasmy went, significantly up from 1 cent to 2 cents. Okay, so second chip production. Remember, a lot of influencers and researchers were sharing about what happened the first time around. Were you aware of the second time around? Yeah, right. Let's not forget that. So, second chip production facility, it's in Japan, would be located at the same site as its first in Southwest Japan, Taipei Times reported. So, they had this announcement. You even had a visit from Prime Minister of Japan, Fumio Kishida, to his manufacturing plant. Remember that. And remember, guys, Jasmy also ran that second time around. And it was under construction in the town of Kikuyu, I'm not pronouncing that right, Kumamoto Prefecture, the newspaper stated. In early February, though, as we know, Japan Advanced Semiconductor Manufacturing, JASM, a venture, read this for a second, between TSMC, a Sony Semiconductor subsidiary, and Denso Corp, stated Toyota, you read that right, would join a new investor in the second project. Interesting. Japan's government earmarked. Now, you may be wondering, okay, I kind of get where you're coming from, Max, but what does this really have to do with Jasmy? Well, if you don't get it by now, I don't know what to tell you. But do you also remember Hara dropped that crumb? Yeah. Do you now understand why I cite some of this stuff? I hope you do. All right, a little bit more about this, because this is obviously a good thing to mention. So let's take you to here. This is not that long ago. This is last month, guys. This is May 13th, all right, 2024. Why is this important? Let's jump into this as well. Let's full screen this. So basically, the news, and also I forgot, for the nerds, got to recognize the nerds. Here's another link for you. It's in the chat. Boom. You can follow along. So, Kumamoto vying for TSMC's third fab. Guys, you didn't hear this. Maybe you heard it from somebody, possibly. I didn't see much. So I'm giving you more examples for this to all align and make sense. Here's the third one. Okay? Because semiconductors is where it's at. And to have any type of Jasmy plug to this is huge. All right. So they're vying for TSMC's third fab, looking to build semiconductor hub, May 13, 2024, right? What do we have? Well, you have this whole thing of Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. This is how it looks, by the way. I wanted to at least put some emphasis on that. Kind of interesting looking place, right? They plan to build 2 fabs, but most importantly, Kumamoto's newly appointed governor, who is Takashi Kimura, took office in April. And he stated in a report from Bloomberg on May 11th, the day before my birthday, that he would spare no effort to persuade TSMC to establish a third fab in the region. He has already proposed a visit to TSMC's headquarters in Taiwan this summer to discuss related matters aiming to the transformation of Kumamoto into a semiconductor hub. All right, what about a little bit more about Sony, though? Well, I'm with you. Look at this. In the future, the 2 fabs under JASM will enable a total monthly production capacity of 100,000 12-inch wafers, providing 40 nanometer, 2228 nanometer, 1216 nanometer, 67 nanometer processing for automotive, industrial, consumer, and high-performance computing. Aha! Yeah. Remember some of the things we cited from the patents? I'm just throwing that out there. This is capacity planning that could be adjusted according to customer demand, with Kumamoto fab directly creating a total of over 3,400 high-tech job opportunities. Through the investment, TSMC and even Sony Semiconductor, Denso Corporation, and Toyota Motor Corporation hold, listen to this, guys, 86.5%, 6%, 5.5%, and 2.0%, because, they're showing everyone's, amount, of the Jasmy shares respectively. Wow. Interesting. Gets better. Kyushu Economic Research Association estimates that these fabs will contribute to JPY, Japanese yen, of 10.5 trillion, which is the equivalent of 67.4 billion US dollars to the economy of Kumamoto Prefecture over the next decade. Again, what about Jasmy just getting a little percentage of that? You can imagine how much Jasmy would be worth. A little bit more. Let's share this particular one. This one is from Data Centered Dynamics. I'll drop it in the comments also for the nerds. Look at this. All right. On this particular one, it talks more about storage. Remember how we're talking about the patent? Microchip technology partners with TSMC for 40 nm production in Japan. We cited some of this from the patent. I don't know if it was Tadashi Morita or Kazumasa Sato's. Wherever the case be, it's in there. Microchip makes more moves to shore up its supply chain. Back to supply chain. How long ago? April 9th, 2024. Aha! Look at this. This time around, we have microcontroller manufacturer Microchip Technology, and how, again, they partnered with who? TSMC. Again, the connections here are crazy. Two companies partnering with the production of 40 nanometer chips at the Taiwanese chip manufacturer's majority-owned manufacturing subsidiary in Kumamoto Prefecture, Japan. TSMC's Japan Advanced Semiconductor Manufacturing, also known as JASM, will provide wafer capacity for Microchip, allowing the company to increase the supply chain resiliency. Huh. So, is that it? Guys, I'm telling you flat out, it's not it. Because even though you think that, that what I shared earlier was good enough, boy, does it even get even that much more better. Because remember how we said, well, actually, I didn't get this part. I'm about to say it. So I have more in regards to the patents, but most importantly is understanding the connections with Jasmy, Sony, but Tadashi Morita. Is there anything that will hold water or weight, or whatever you want to call it, when it comes to the Jasmy, Sony connection, but most importantly with semiconductors and nodes? Is there anything solid there with that? I'm with you guys. The answer is yes. Look at this. Let's jump over to this. So I'm going to flip the screen. Boom. Let's take you over to here. Now I can't produce the full content, but it'll get better. Because these sites are having kind of a you-know-what fit. I won't drop the link on this one because, you're only going to see what you see like I do on the screen. So, guys, it's digitimes.com/news. April 9, 2024. Microchip expands specialty. Again, it's translated from Japanese to English, so it's not perfect. But it's this node partnership, guys, with TSMC. Okay, and it's a little bit of the logo, but it's Microchip's technology and that expansion and its partnership to enable specialized 40 nanometer manufacturing capacity at Japan Advanced Semiconductor Manufacturing, which is JASM, TSMC's majority-owned manufacturing unit, right? And of course, it wants me to pay for it and so on. I guess I could in the future if it was really beneficial, but I want to show you that now that we established some of the stuff, can we connect patents again? Yes, we can connect patents again. How so? Boom. Let's take you to this again. Tadashi Morita from Justia Patents once again. And look at this. Look at this. I know you want to give your broskies a dab and talk about weird stuff. But power supply arbitration device, power supply device, power consumption device, power supply remote controller once again. All right. That data patent last year, roughly right around this time last year. And again, Tadashi Morita. Why is that so important? How many times do you see things mentioned about the power grid, and how many times do you see things mentioned about the control and the arbitration, and most importantly the storage unit? Remember how we talked about storage? Again, look what it states here. It mentions some of this storage unit that stores information in case where a power request is received by the communication unit and is requested from a power consumption device in the storage unit. Is that it? No, it's not it. A little bit more. Talks about some of these other things. But again, Sony. Again and again and again and again. Tadashi Morita. Boom. Again. Power devices. Storage. Even what we talked about earlier in regards to CMOS, image sensors. You name it. It's really, really interesting, right? All right. What I'm going to do now is jump to some of these other things. Hold on just a moment. Yep, DC power control device. We cited some of this stuff earlier. A little bit more about this. These terminals. First contact. How it flows. Second contact. This one, of course, originally filed 2015. You know, it's amazing when... I will point this out for a moment. Shinzo Abe originally did that initiative, remember? Back in 2015. Again, action, reaction, you know? Boom, there's that. A little bit more about Sony and all this. Communication system. It's a lot to wrap our heads around, and I get that. But it's really interesting when you take the deeper dive. That's the whole bottom line, at least in my opinion, okay? All right, I will show you this. This is a really, really good part. Let's jump to this. Switching device. Back in 2015, again, action, reaction. So when you see 2015, to me, it's like, okay, Shinzo Abe lighting that fire under all these Japanese people's butts, let's be honest, to get something going. So Tadashi Morita, Sony, back in 2015, files this. Then assignees, Sony Corporation, data patents, October 2020, inventor Tadashi Morita, our Tadashi Morita from Jasmy. But look at this. This is really good. This is going to be some of your aha moment. The present disclosure proposes a switching device which, when supplying interrupted power by combining mechanical relay with a solid-state relay, suppresses the effects of chattering from mechanical relay, thus makes it possible to supply and interrupt power, provided its switching device, including what? You read that right. A semiconductor relay, guys. Come on, are we not paying attention to this? Configured to switch between supplying and interrupting power from a power supply and mechanical relay configured to be connected in parallel to the semiconductor relay and connected to one end to a control terminal of the semiconductor relay, and switch configured to switch between supplying and interrupting current to the semiconductor relay. All right, let me come back in the frame. My thing is this. All this stuff aligns. It all makes sense. This whole notion, Jasmy is just an ERC20 token. Are you kidding me at this point? Look at all the darn things it's connected to. Semiconductors is going to be a huge, massive industry. It already is. There's countries going to war over this, I hate to say. Or potentially, guys. So when somebody else comes out who creates a FUD video, and he's doing it for clicks, obviously. Does he have your best intentions in heart? Probably not. He's got his own best intentions in heart. Because he only gives a crap about himself. I don't need to say who that is. You guys know who that is. All right? And nothing personal against... I don't mean to hate him. I'm not like that. I don't hate anybody. Okay? But I don't like the idea of people doing that. To me, it's irresponsible, and it's sad. You rather FUD people out for your own personal gain of your YouTube channel? Please. All right. So there's that. I think we more than established the whole thing of semiconductors. Now, I didn't forget. We talked about nodes, did we not? Yes, we did. Let's take you to a little bit more about this. Okay? So when I clicked on this opened up a whole other thing. Like you can click on something and it opens up like a tree. Check this out. This is really good. And guys, we're at 820. Can we tick up to 900 tonight for the show? I would really appreciate it. Like the show, share it with others, and so on, okay? Check this out. Power supply arbitration device. Like we talked about earlier, they're a little bit different. I get a little bit more of this explanation. Power supply device, power consumption device, power supply remote controller. Remember all this stuff we talked about. Cited from Justia Patents, Tadashi Morita. Again, that collection, that the branches branch off from that tree of, he don't have just one patent. He has many. All right, so then it opens up the whole thing even with Sony Corporation. Okay, Max, you talked about the node. Yes, it did. Look at this. In figure 5 of this patent, wow. It goes on to talk about the illustration. It talks about, for example, the embodiment, the disclosure, example. Excuse me, I'm talking too much. A diagram illustrating an arrangement of batteries. Some people still didn't believe me about that. And electronic appliances registered in the power system. Nodes to, which cables are collectively coupled and monitor, you can monitor, the power of this. So yes, it does mention nodes. Only mention it once, Max. I don't know what you're talking about. I hear you. How would you like to have more examples? Well, it doesn't. I didn't see Tadashi Morita there, Max. You just skip from one tab to the other. I always try to be 2 steps ahead of anybody that is going to point that out. So Justia Patents, again, what's this say on your screen? Patents by inventor Tadashi Morita. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry, Max. Okay, yeah. I forgive you. It's all good. All right. So patents by Morita, as we know, like we pointed out before, even the ones that have, been granted to the United States Trademark Office. All right. How about nodes specifically? It gets good, guys. It gets real good. Check this out. When we get more into this, you will see this. How many times it mentions nodes with this patent? I don't see Tadashi Morita. He's right here. He's actually part of a group. I don't see Sony. There's Sony. I don't see the data patent. There's data patent. Oh, I don't see that was a long time ago. It wasn't that long ago. November 30th, 2021. Oh, okay. Well, I'm still with you, Max. All right, thank you. So, as you can see here, again, a solution. What is a solution? To provide a control apparatus. And how it solves this whole thing of power consumption from a plurality of what? Nodes that store and consume power. That control a section that's configured to use regarding twice, sorry. Consumption of power to generate what? What? Huh? Data regarding target power storage in each of the nodes. The data being provided to the node. Huh. Is that it, Max? No, it's not it. A little bit more. Oh, Max, you really got me, bro. That's cool, too. But guess what? I want to also share this a little bit more because this is really, really juicy. Power transmission, reception, control device, method for controlling transmission, reception, power transmission, reception, control, abstract. Operating first battery server for use with the first node of a power interchange system that distributes direct power between the nodes, wherein each node of the nodes comprises storage battery, on and on and on. I think I'm wearing you guys out with the nodes, right? Well, who granted it? When was it filed? 2015. Oh, when was it? Data patent, 2020. Does it say Sony? It does say Sony. Does it say inventor Tadashi Morita? It said yes. Okay. Scam. All right, a little bit more. Does it say Sony? Yes, it does. Does it say Tadashi Morita? Yes, it does. Does it mention nodes? Yes, it does. A little bit more about it. And it's a solution to a problem to generate data to the target power storage in each node for the data to be provided to the node. Sounds like IoT to me. May have an IoT. I don't know. All right, a little bit more about this. I think that's actually it. No, there's more. Yeah, my bad. I think I covered it all. Hold on. Yeah. I think you guys get the point. I kind of wearing it. There's so much more. There's so much more that'll blow your mind away, right? And of course, we talked about the whole thing of video games earlier, right? If you're just tuning into that was like, wow, because wow. All right, a little bit more about this. I did want to highlight this. So again, Sony Corporation, Were we talking about the nodes again? A solution. And what's it say? Regarding consumption of power, generate data, regarding, same thing we mentioned before. Just another example. So many examples. In fact, it just goes crazy. It just goes absolutely nuts. Look how many times it mentioned nodes and to generate data, and it's so they have drawings on this, and they have patents that they went on, and Tadashi Morita is all over it like a fat kid on cake, or, yeah, he's not a fat kid. I'm a fat kid, but, I don't know, maybe he doesn't like cake, but look at this. You can go verify it yourself if you want to. Wow. All right, so we established that. All right, hold on. Let's jump into this last particular part, okay? Because you may think, well, I want more about Sony. You mentioned the whole thing about Panasonic earlier, and you gave an example about Panasonic and those cars and Nevada and cell batteries and Tesla using those Panasonic cell batteries. And that's tied into IoT. What about Sony? I'm with you. Let's give you an update. Sony built an IoT chip. Yeah, a chip with a 60-mile range. What's it cited from? It's cited from Engadget.com. All right, this is a while back. But this is good. Drop in the comments for the nerds. Or you can go to Engadget.com/Sony built an IoT chip with a 60-mile range. Okay? All right. Let's talk about this for a second. Because here is your mic drop. Mic drop, and you don't stop rocking to the bang bang boogie. The upchuck the boogie to the research of the boogity beat. Yeah. All right. Sony, like it says, has this built-in IoT chip with a 60-mile range. Will use its proprietary low power wide area LPWA. That's why at the beginning I introduced that, and that's why I showed those patents. And that of course launched back in 2019, not now, right? So there was that. Look what it mentions here. It mentions what's going on in urban areas. Mentions what's going on in fast moving objects. You have literally a drone. That's IoT, right? Sony quietly launching a chip that aged well, did it not? That could change how e-bikes. This is long before even Jasmy came around, right? Cars, street lamps, and all kinds of connected devices can relay that information. A module, when installed on any IoT object, will allow it to send data to Sony's proprietary low power wide area. And wow, what do we have here? Sony Ultras. Is that not another mic drop moment? Yeah, why? Because it can transmit up to 60 miles and work in a noisy urban environment on objects at high speeds, opening up a lot of new application security, monitoring, tracking, and more. Most IoT systems use internet to transfer data to the cloud, either via Wi-Fi with very limited range, expensive cellular data connection. Sony Ultras LPWA network harnesses low power. Remember how we talked about Tadashi Morita and his low power patents? Yeah, guys, that's why I share it with you. I'm not trying to bore it with you. That's why I share that with you. Low power wireless technology to transfer low bit data across a wide area. All those patents just talk about that. Low power consumption also talks about that, making it feasible to connect a wide range of devices. And then this last part, the CX-M1501GR chip transmits signals in the 920 MHz band to Sony's Ultras network, and has also been equipped with GPS, GNSS sensors to obtain time and position data. Sony said it would work in a broad range of IoT devices, aiming to develop various services, making the most stable wireless communications over long distances and while moving at high speeds, creating a new market. Huh. Yeah, huh is right. All right, what's the icing on the cake? Icing on the cake is back to Little Bid Man. Let's share this for a second. Guys, can we tick up to 900? Can we do that? We're at 856. Let's tick up to 900, okay? Yeah. All right, so let's take a look into this. Look at this for a second. Tizawit, Tizawit and Jasmy personal data locker was used, yes, used at the Shinshu car dealer used car fair 2023. Now let's jump back to this for a second. What does this say? Sony said the tech could be used to help friends find each other at a ski hill, track wildlife, geolocate ships, follow yacht races, monitor bike rentals, while tracking numerous things like drones, rental cars, huh? How many times do we see cars mentioned here? There's once, and there's also that. Back to Little Bidman. Use at Shinshu Car Dealer Fair 2023. Those patents were filed in 2023. Huh. What else we got about this? Well, at the beginning of the outline, we talked about the L-Trez update. But just in case you need to be reminded, 4 months ago, Lil Bidman stated that Sony just at least announced then that L-Trez finally did what? They went live on the Neuro network. L-Trez does not protect the IoT data, but Jasmy already works with L-Trez and Neuro through Sony Biz Networks. Thank you, Lil Bidman. You rock. All right. So with that said, guys, that's it. We're going to get back in the comments. Wow. And can we expand on the research? You know, like us researchers, let's challenge ourselves. Let's try to expand on the research, especially, you know, the part where about, you know, patents tied into like video games. And, you know, to me, it literally spells it out. We will more than achieve 103, 107 million PDLs. Because we, you know, that was before I showed you the whole thing in regards to that particular patent and connecting it potentially to like a Sony PlayStation 6. So that's where it's at. I hope you guys enjoyed the coverage tonight. Please like, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Please follow me on X. I'm under review for half monetization there. Also follow me on YouTube. Join your broskies and sisters over on YouTube in the chat. So glad to have you guys here. Support your brothers and sisters that are part of the Jasmy research community or community period. Maybe you're not part of the research community, obviously. But we have an awesome community with Jasmy. I'm really obviously proud to be part of it. I'm a personal investor of it. It's my top performer of 2024. Super proud about that. But I'm going to get back to the comments. Let's take out the branding for just a moment. You know, again, it's just Jasmy tonight. And let's kick it into it. I'm sure I'm way behind, and that's okay. But let's see what we got. I might not be able to read all the comments tonight, but I'm definitely glad to be here. All right. So, who do we got? I think we've got some. I think we might even have some super chats too. And I definitely want to get into that and recognize that. But I was so late on it anyway, so I'm just going to kind of go in order. I won't necessarily read everybody's chat, but I do appreciate Goo. Thank you again for being here. Really do appreciate you, brother. Daddy Hutch, Jasmy, one of the best calls of this bull market. Well done. Yes, got a lot of criticism. I remember this one guy's name was Ronbo Ortega or Omega. Nothing against him. He was just like, aren't you worried about your reputation if Jasmy doesn't pan out? I was like, no, I'm not really worried about it. I'm not worried about it at all. I used to be a former teacher, and also I suffered, you know, at the collegiate level. And you know what? I did a lot of deep dive research, and I graduated valedictorian of my class. There was a reason for that. It's because I always did a lot of research. So I stood by my research, and I apply those same ways I studied back then. You know, back in like I went there to school there from late 2012 to 2015, and I became the first student in my school's history to finish with a associate's, bachelor's, and master's in under 3.5 years, an average of 4.0 GPA with perfect attendance. You know, I really never told you guys that before. It was not because I'm trying to brag. I don't want that to be about that. It's not about me. But the point was, I hunkered down and I did do a lot of research, and I had to connect things, and I had to make citations. Any of you guys that went to college, you know what I'm talking about. Like, you have to do what they call APA format, you know, and You had to show like this is, this is where you pull this from. You can't just pull stuff off of Wikipedia. That's a great source, but yeah, I stood by that research, and I was convinced. I'm like, this is guys tied into Sony, and I love Sony. Like, I don't know how many people here, like, do you guys hold any products that have held the test of time? And what I mean by that is, like, my dad knew back in 1993 that I really wanted a home stereo, like really, really bad. And that, that's kind of like an expensive item back then. But, he's like, you get good grades, or, you mow some lawns, or, work for it, and show that you more than earned it. And then, Christmas time, I ended up getting that. It was Christmas of '93, and that was a Sony home stereo system with the 5-disc CD changer, and I also had the dual tape deck, and then I also had the tuner with a 1200-watt amp. How cool is that? And it was so cool. And then finally, I bought my first CDs. That's when I first got into hip hop and stuff like that. And I was a huge fan of Aaliyah. The Age Ain't Nothing But a Number album. Like I was in love with Aaliyah. I'll be honest. Like, that was my girl back then. It was so sad that she passed away in 2001. A few weeks before 9/11. But I would put my CD in my Sony CD changer, and man, I mean, I did it with my parents around because I don't want to drive them nuts and so on. But I mean, I had a really awesome system. And then my friends, they'd come over and we listen to music, and it was just, it was a time, like I would never change my, trade my childhood for nothing. I had like the greatest parents, best childhood ever. And again, I'm so incredibly grateful for that. But the point is, that Sony system, and to this day, I still have that Sony system. How cool is that? And I still use it even to plug into watching shows. So that's a testament to Sony. That stayed the course. I mean, audio has kind of evolved, as far as like the tech, right? Like, those are old, analog cables and so on, and they still work. You have to use like converters and so on. And some modern TVs, yeah, you have to use converters. You can't use those old, what's it called, the RGB, connectors, and then you have to, they're just modern tech, right? But it still sounds really, really good. And, I got 12-inch woofers on those, and, tweeters up the what, and it's just really good sound quality. And I'm just like, can I really think of anything electronically speaking that I still use from the 90s? And the answer is no. And that's from 1993. You know what I mean? So when I heard about Jasmy and Sony, I said to myself, how cool is this? I want to research this. And then you start researching things, and then you look at that chart, and I get it, and people look at that chart and they say, basically speaking, it's like, man, that chart looks horrible. Looks like a blatant rug pull and so on. Well, they probably didn't do the best job then in that regard. They had a different market maker back then. But see what you want, like DWF Labs, not DFW. I used to always call it DFW because Dallas Fort Worth. But DWF Labs, I think, has been awesome for Jasmy, and they have a good track record with other projects. So yeah, I stand by that research, and thank you for pointing that out. I really do appreciate that, Daddy Hutch. All right, moving forward, Yvonne, welcome. You always have a wonderful picture, great looking aviator sunglasses. Can do your Jasmy Scam voice tonight. Yeah, Jasmy Scam. A little bit of that, You have nothing but horrible research. Scam. Right? There you go. All right. Craig Wright is Satoshi. Welcome. Welcome back. CSW. Don't forget to hit the like. Thank you. All right. Let's read just welcome a couple more. Kevin Kiesler. Welcome. Mad Max. Thank you so much. Kevin, I meant to give you a dab. And then we also have the one and only Will Fix. Inquire Minds want to know. Yes, so you guys got ready into that. That was a while back, 622. So I'm well behind the comments. You want the pie? We all want some pie, right? To a sense. Yeah, I know you guys are going with that, but anyway. Yeah, like Crypto Hulk. That's funny. All right, so hello from Thailand. My goodness. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. To Sithichai Sith. Maybe you're a Sith Lord. Okay. Sithichai Shuman. Hello from Thailand. Well, awesome. You're watching from Thailand. How cool is that? All right. Icy Amphibians in the house. Yes. Feel better, Icy. Brother Icy. Elon Muff in the house. Welcome, everybody. Hey, man. Elon Muff with the 99-cent super chat. Thanks, man. Appreciate that, brother. Thank you, the one and only Elon Muff. Sideline report. I meant to tag you tonight. I tried to look you up to tag you, and it doesn't even give me an option. Still, I took your advice. I have to do the Elon Muff parody. I couldn't find you. So do me a favor. On X, send me a DM, and then that way I will have it saved, and then I could be able to quickly add you. But thank you, Mr. Muff. And shout out to Mrs. Muff, aka Mrs. Cornwell. And shout out to the Cornwell clan, Josh and the crew, JC the man, and the rest of them, the little baby and all of them, right? Yeah. All right. Jasmy, absolutely. All right. We got an announcement to make. Richie Rich gifted 1 Maximus Crypto membership. The chat went away, so I didn't see who it was from. I'll have to double check about that. But thank you. I really do appreciate that, Richie Rich. Brian Dowdy's in the house. Hey, Brian. I know we were talking about like XRP and Stellar tonight and so on, or SHX. I do have a Stellar video I'm putting out after the show's over that will upload. It's not a very long video. It doesn't show my face, but it is my voice, and it's some research in regards to specifically decaf. Excuse me. All right. Let's go further down. Boomer F is Sooners in the house. You probably heard your name earlier. Good to have you, Boomer. I had a couple touchdowns earlier with the sales, and we, something that I might as well tell you, Boomer. Every time it happens, we joke around and we're like, he's at the 20, the 30, the touchdown, and then we go, or at least I do, Boomer F is Sooner. Some of the guys are like, Boomer F is Sooner. I'm like, yeah, might as well say Boomer F is Sooner. So if I make a sale, Boomer F is Sooner. So if your ears have been ringing lately, Boomer, that's why. All right. We got Jack Thompson, Perfect Health, Crypto Wealth. Yes, sir. Thank you for being here, Jack. See if you guys have any questions or comments, but I'm just recognizing you guys in the community. You want the whole pie. Again, you're letting people know about that. Yes. It won't scale compared to the likes of, BSV, but it definitely is scaling with Shanction. That's the whole point of Shanction. So you might want to look more into that. But yeah, I mean, if you want to be really technical, nothing's going to touch BSV as far as scaling. 9 million TPS with Terranode. I'll be so glad when we get the newer reports, but I'm not going to just hold one of these. All right, Boomer F is Sooner. And let's see here. And by the way, another thing I'm going to talk about in the future is IEEE, believe it or not, has a quant connection. And so if Jasmy wanted to, like I mentioned before, to take it further from, like what they're going to do with Janction, I imagine this was when they're way higher in market cap and so on. They could use M10 with the overledger and scale up to 1 million TPS. So yes, they can scale, and we have talked about that. And that's not me trying to, step on your toes, bro. I always appreciate you being here and so on, but there's options there to scale. Now, if you're talking about currently speaking, I get that too. All right. But Janction is the solution for that. All right, let's go further down. Boomer F Sooner got Max on the big screen and Future on the phone. Double tubing. Oh, Rob. Shout out to brother Rob. I got to stop sitting on a leather chair. The bottom of my legs kind of stick to the darn seat, but that's all right. That's what happens when, Phoenix gets a little bit hotter this time of year, and I have the air on, but it still gets a little bit warmer on this side of the room. All right, Jack Thompson, Deep Divus, thank you, brother. All right, so I got you guys some of that research. Let's recognize Beats. He has 2 bags, one Jasmy, the other one Big. Is that a real thing? I don't know if I want to read it. All right, well, that's interesting. That's very interesting. All right, sounds like Japan. It's an antenna they put on Godzilla. Yes. My buddy, listen to this. I told him, I said, Godzilla -1, in my opinion, greatest Godzilla movie ever made. There's a difference, obviously, when it comes to the Americanized Godzilla and, Toho's Godzilla, which is Japan's version, right? So he's watching it, he's liking it so far, but he never seen, a Japanese Godzilla movie other than the real old ones. And he didn't like how he looked, so he didn't watch it anymore. I'm like, are you kidding me? It's got a great story. Like, even if you didn't know it was like Godzilla, it's a good story. It won awards and everything. He couldn't do it. So I'm like, all right, go back to watching your mainstream, low-rated American Godzilla. But Godzilla -1, I love it. Awesome movie. Highly recommended. See it. Even if you don't like Godzilla, I highly recommend. Like, you may just have that stereotypical thing of like, Godzilla. You know, I'm not gonna watch that. I'm telling you flat out, it's actually just a good movie. For real. Like, get the whole thing of Godzilla out of your mind. Has a good script with good actors. It's really well done. Godzilla -1, and it takes place directly after World War II. So it's like, I don't know, like a couple years after World War II ended. So maybe like 1947, 48, something like that. All right, hummingbirds. A Japanese bank is warning to sell off U.S. treasuries. There's always going to be some warnings. Maybe with all that money, they would invest in Jasmy. Again, you know, that's a good point. I mean, there's supply and demand with that. All right, hey, welcome back, Jason. You know, Jason, I had to take a moment to remember you the other night because you changed your avatar, but I do remember you. All right, you're the one that told me to take off my hat and go full bald and, you know, embrace the baldness. That's cool. Yeah, I do remember you because, you know, you wanted to know more information about Caspa. So one thing that Will Fix and I have in common is we actually have covered Caspa, but it's not well received. And if you may be wondering, like, why don't you cover it more? It's just, it's kind of like, it's really hit or miss. It's mainly miss, but, you know, I'll try to bring a little bit more if I can. I don't know if I do the deep dives, but anything unique I notice I'll try. But it's kind of like one of those things for the content creators that have been established from the beginning. The YouTube algorithm kind of, you know, rewards them, but we'll see. We're still mining Caspa, obviously, and, you know, glad to do it. All right, let's go further down. Stump Rider in the house. Pepe in the house. Buy BTC, throw it in the garbage. Buy the right Bitcoin, not that one. Yeah, that one you can throw in the garbage. But yeah, I get it. You know, people are looking at it like it still has value. Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. It's just my own opinion. Crypto Future, my brother, smash the likes, y'all. Rob, I will get you on the show at some point, brother. It's just that time constraints. Sometimes, like, I don't. My main thing is this: I don't like to schedule things with the possibility that I might not be able to make it when I invite people on. Like, that is not cool, right? But I haven't forgotten, and you only been on here once. I've been on your platform like I think 3 times, but yeah, give Rob a follow if you haven't done so already. He's Crypto Future 99 on YouTube, and on X he is Rob Mass. Help Rob skill up on X as well. We do live streams. We, you know, dual stream on both of them. I saw we ticked up to 900. We're at 905. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for smashing that like and being here tonight. All right, Greg Beatty. Good day, Max. How you doing, mate? Wow, how's it going? All right. Jason Lucas. Good to see you. And that didn't really sound like, you know, Australian. I know, I'm messing that up. All right. Yeah, yes. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to go further down, see what else you guys got. You guys are welcoming each other, saying hello. Welcome everybody. Hey, Ahmed in the house. Brother Ahmed. Guys, you know what's going to happen. You're going to go vote in November, right? And then they're going to hand you that stupid button. Let's just be honest. You may not think it's stupid, but it's stupid. And then if you don't get the button, right, depending on where you're at, most likely be a sticker, because some places are cheap. Let's be honest about that. So you get the sticker, and it says, I voted. You know, it's just like, okay. And basically what's going to happen at some point is somebody who is going to do that face is going to be like, you want a cookie? You know, like, you should be voting anyway. You know, like, hello, it's election day, right? That's the shirt. The shirt needs to have that kid on it. It needs to say, I voted today. And with a guy going, you know, anyway, we'll end it on that, but whatever. All right. Hen Herm, can Jasmy partner with Nivea? I don't see why they couldn't. I mean, anything's a possibility. All right, Jason Muniz, welcome. Shiny Goo, welcome. Daddy Hutch, dots being connected. Thank you for recognizing that. Nice dog, by the way. Cute dog. All right, Crypto Future. Gary the Gopher Gensler said, not smashing the likes is a security and you will receive a Wells notice according to... Jeez, I wouldn't doubt it. All right. Richie Rich, the only good thing to ever come out of Gary's mouth. Lol. So you guys recognize that mic drop. Thank you for that. All right, Greg B-Day. Look at that big picture. Know what you hold it. You'll make us wealthy. You don't talk like that. I don't know why I'm doing it. Anyway, love your work, mate. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. All right, Jason Lucas. The timing of this info is near perfect. Well, thanks, man. The whole meme coin meta is winding down. People are looking for high conviction holds. And the overall FUD in the markets presents a buying opportunity. Absolutely. You know, the way I look at it, let me stop my share right there, is let's see how Jasmy's actually doing. The market, you know, it's been crazy. I mean, hopefully you guys are taking advantage of some of these dips, but let's take a look at beloved Jasmy for a moment. You know, 56. I think Lil Bitman or somebody else pointed out, like, a couple days ago, it was in the 40s. You know, a lot of people are saying it's going to break resistance at 3. Guess what? If it does, and you still trying to achieve your goals, does the research trump FUD 110%? It does. So, you know, act accordingly, right? Not financial advice. Yes. Glad to have you, Boomer. All right, Ferris. Hey, welcome back. Max, my brother. What's good, brother? By the way, your X account was hacked. They tried DM to open a trust. No, my X account's not hacked. All right, so let's point this out real quick one more time. I only have one X account, and it's not hacked. It's this one at DPG Maximus. Not with the dash sign, not with an underscore, not DPG Max 1 MUS, anything like that. Just at DPG Maximus. And on top of that, I have the blue check mark. Always remember, these guys that claim to be me, all right, they do not have the blue check mark, okay? So just want to throw that out. But thank you for reporting some of this. Try to DM you, open trust wallet. I was like, hell no. I'm like, oh, hell no. Be careful out there. Lots of scumbags looking to steal your crypto. Yes. Contact Max, not a good look. Yeah. Well, I can't control that, brother, but thank you. Report those guys as soon as you see it. That's all I can tell you to do. All right. RTA Veris. Max, you are amazing. Thanks. You're amazing just for even taking the time to listen and say something like that. Bombshells with the cheese. Is that cheese? What is that? Cake? Cake and cheese? I don't know. Cheesecake? I don't know what it is. All right. There's so many comments, and I do appreciate you guys. I'm going to have to jump further down because I do want to recognize you guys' super chats. Let's see here. Rich J. Put Swifties on blast. Number go up. There's no one doing more work for the Jasmy community than Max and Crypto Future. Well, thanks for that. But listen, there's guys that are on X that do a lot of work. Brian does a lot of work. Dip Metaverse does a lot of work. And we got to pay homage to the ones that were here way before we were. All right. You guys see us on YouTube. So, that, you know, you may think like, you know, we're the main guys, but we're not really the main guys. There's other people that have been here longer than us. You know, Jesse, KIR Finance covered it from the beginning. Dip covered it from the. There's a lot of people. Houston, Neo X Tricks. I mean, there's so many people. Metal Logwar. I mean, I could go on and on. Cyan, Level 8. I mean, there's so many people I'm probably not even mentioning, and I apologize if you hear the name. But there's Rob. All right. So we're going to go further down. You always wanted to hear your name said. Well, dang it. We're going to say it today. I know there's some super chats. We're going to say it right now. DJ, no delay in the house. He always wanted to hear his name be said. You know? Yes. All right. Shiny Goo. All right. Trail of Breadcrumbs. Thank you for that. All right. We're going to go further down. We got to get to some of these super chats because what's the point? But there's X marks the spot. I'm just going down through the list. Good to see you, X. Brother X. Marks the spot. Night Fox. Thank you so much. Jasmy. You think you're turning in Japanese? Travis Stokes. Welcome. Our news, what's your Jasmy prediction this bull run? I've said that quite a few times, but that's okay. And, you know, I just don't want to make it about that right now. But you'll be more than fine. Let's say, okay, how about this? I won't tell you my prediction, but I will state this. KPI target of $17 or higher by 2026. I think we smashed that, and I think we do over double East market cap, which people think is insane. Add that up for yourself. You know? Will that happen 2024, 2025? Not necessarily, but I think we smashed that KPI target of 17 plus in 2026 and then some. That's just my own personal opinion, not financial advice. It could happen, it could not happen. There's crazy things going on in the world. But that's my own belief based off of research. All right, Yvonne, congratulations, Max. It shows in your content. Thanks for doing what you do. You're very welcome. All right, I'm just trying to get back to the super chats and stuff. I'm not trying to dismiss you. You guys don't have to do super chats, but it's much appreciated. Rich, I better see, and Travis Kelsey and Swift's videos chats. Oh, about Jasmy. What the heck? That's funny. All right, Tizzo, Cars and Crypto. Hey, good to have you. Jason Lucas, all good. You can't cover if you can't cover it. Yeah, it's just it's one of those things really saturated, kind of like XRP. Mark Riddick. Hey, Mark, good to see you, man. Guys, Mark has a YouTube channel. I don't know if you want followers, but you know, support people in our space. PDL's 107 million of them to hit our. I'm gonna read this real quick, even though it's a super chat. I wanna, because I'll forget. This is a good point. To hit our goal, F Concept 2-tiered hybrid affiliate program where we recruit people and educate them on the value of having their own PDL. Good point. Good point. Thanks for being here, Mark. I have used some of your content before. You did really good illustrations. I welcome more of it if you want. I know it's time consuming. OG Crypto's in the house. Mr. Gangsta. Thank you for being here. All right, Mark with the $10 super chat. Thanks, brother. That was awesome. Here I was trying to get to the super chat. It was your super chat. So that's awesome. We might tick up to 1,000. We're at 944. You guys are still sticking around, even though I dropped most of the info. That's really cool. You guys do that. That shows appreciation. It means a lot. And even on YouTube, there's a big crowd here still. 103, 843 on X. So I do appreciate it. I see your numbers are going up. Good for you, Max. Thanks, man. I mean, I guess hard work pays off. And it's also Jasmy. I mean, Brother Rob could vouch for this. You know, you talk about Jasmy, he's going to bring in a good crowd. But I don't talk about Jasmy necessarily every day because we do have a lot of things that we cover here. And, you know, the numbers represent that, and that's okay. I mean, the way I look at it is I always want to recognize the communities that we cover. And, you know, one of the things I need to get back on with is Stellar, Stronghold. Those are some of our communities that really, you know, show up big time for us. So yeah, and you know, everything I cover for the most part I'm personally invested into, because otherwise I feel like I'm kind of a hypocrite. Like, can you imagine somebody going like a whole year? Think about this, and they're probably these type of people. They go a whole year and they're not even personally invested in it. They're only doing it for like clicks on YouTube. That is like, wow. You know, if I'm gonna tell the little kiddos, first day of school, you know, Mr. Stanley, what is integrity? And I'm like, well, guys, what goes along with integrity? That's what you should first ask. Well, honesty, yes. Honesty and integrity go together like peas and carrots, as Forrest Gump and Jenny, you know, we go. Why is that? Because what's the definition of integrity? And I always have, like, if you know, tell the students, raise your hand if you know what integrity means. And, you know, this is like, you know, 4th to 7th graders. Most of the 7th graders would know, but like the 4th and 5th ones probably wouldn't. You might get a couple students. Anyway, like, you wouldn't get anybody that would raise their hand about giving them the definition. I'm like, okay, raise your hand if you heard of the word integrity. Of course, all of them raise their hand. And then I'm like, okay, integrity, simple definition, is to be true to yourself and true to others all the time. That's why honesty goes with integrity. So my thing is this. For me, I like to call myself content creator / researcher. I rather refer to myself as a researcher, but people say, well, you're an influencer, you're on YouTube. Okay, I get it. But my key thing is to always be there in my heart for that. You know, if I'm going to come here and tell people like, hey, I'm praying for you guys and so on, that's a part of, you know, trying to, in my own way, be a good Christian. I slip up. I'm a sinner just like anybody. You know, like once in a while I might say a bad word, or I might play a video that might show Sam Bankman fraud and CZ, and it might say, you know what, F you, or something like that, right? But for the most part, I do try to live according to my beliefs and that core foundation and stick to that, right? Integrity, right? So, yes, I am invested into everything that you normally see me cover. You know, your Jasmys, your XRPs, your XLMs, your Quants, HBARs, etc., right? Caspa, obviously, too. But I do get requests every so often to cover other things, and it's not that I don't recognize those other things, you guys. It's that it's like if I'm not personally invested into it, I just kind of feel like a hypocrite about that. You get what I'm saying? I've seen on other channels where other people stated that they want to see their favorite content creator. I don't want to throw any names out here, all right? But they want to see their favorite content creator cover more of even things that that person is not personally invested into. If there's anybody here who's hoping for me to do that, I just want to put out a disclaimer. That is not going to happen. Because again, it back to the integrity thing. For me personally, that's just not what I want to do. All right. Another super chat. You guys rock. Daddy Hutch, $10 super sticker. Let's see if it shows up on the other screen. It does. That's a cool looking one. You got the guy that looks like Grimace. He's like a turquoise Grimace. It says thank you, and he's bowing. Thanks, Daddy Hutch. I appreciate that. Really do appreciate it. And I also noticed that you're a member. So thank you for that. That's really cool. Really, really appreciate that. God bless you always. Jesus is so good. All right. So $10 super sticker. We're at 971. Our goal is to hit 107 million personal data lockers. Why not create a hybrid two-tiered affiliate network where we can educate people individually on the value of holding their data in their personal data locker? Well, you know, maybe that would incentivize other researchers, right? Ideas like this, Mark, if you don't have X, I'm not trying to tell you what to do. You have to look at things. I don't know if you use X, but I know you use YouTube. And I wanted to thank you again for your super chats and so on, especially you, Daddy Hutch. Don't think I just skipped over. Thank you again. Thank you all you guys again. Thank you. It's really, really appreciated. So, like me, why do I use X? It's just because, you know, oh, you're just trying to get engagement. I think it's clear that I'm an investor and I take a deep dive into the research. But for researchers, the proper researchers, X is a fantastic, if not one of the best platforms. Reddit's another great platform for research. When I talk about utility-driven projects like Jasmy and so on, and some of these other ones, right, or XRPs or XLMs or you name it, utility-based ones. Well, this is part of my utility tool belt. That's the way I look at it. So this statement, while we're highlighting, and there's almost 1,000 people connected as we speak that see this comment, which is cool. How do we get that executed? I don't know if you're on X, Mark, but if you are, follow me on here. And I do try to check out people's requests. Like I have to be following you back for we to you know, be able to communicate. But you can post this. You could tag the Jasmy community. I'm literally giving you instructions just in case you don't know how to do this. Post what you're introducing. Then also have like a nice little cool image. And even if you don't know how to do really cool images, you could go type in a Google search, for example. You know, like a Jasmy logo. Have that as like a little banner. And then you could do one of two ways. You do $ Jasmy, or you do... I'm old school. I'm tired of calling it hashtag. You know, what am I, 12? Sorry. Nothing against our youngins. I'm bringing it back, baby. Forget the hashtag. # Jasmy. Yeah, we're old school, right? # Jasmy. And then type this next to it. I'm telling you flat out, somebody's going to see it. And if I see it, you better believe, that's my promise, if I see it and I'm following you and so on, I will do you a favor and retweet it. Because that's, you know, you have an idea. Just like Jasmy and the examples we gave tonight with those patents. Ideas of the past from 2015. Then they become executed by filing the patents. Let's have your idea become executed. Let's get a community behind it. What community? Our amazing Jasmy community. Hen Herm, Jasmy, thank you for being here. You're very welcome, DJ No Delay. DJ No Delay in his house, breaking it down. And if you sound like you're a DJ, you might have a channel. Go check out his channel. You might have some good, you know, hip hop tea. Don't stop rocking, baby. To the bang bang boogie, to upchuck the boogie, to the rhythm of the boogity beat. All right. And what you see with Kunk City, he's rapping to the beat. Juicy Jasmy. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Micro Cat, Max. Thanks, Micro Cat. All right, another super chat, $5 super sticker from the one and only Elon Muff. Thanks, brother. You guys rock with the super chats tonight. I really appreciate that. It's nice to be appreciated with the research, obviously, but you never have to feel like you have to be a member of our community in order to, have your comment read and so on. I just look at it like I appreciate it. I really appreciate you guys here tonight. We're almost at 1,000. We're at 984 on the combined streams. Can we tick up to 1,000? We've done before. Our biggest show was like 1,200. I think it was like when Jasmy went to like over 3 cents or something like that. When we went to 4 cents, I was taking a little bit of a break, as you guys know, but it was cool. Thank you again for that. Mike Cornwell, shout out to Mrs. Muff and the crew. Icy Amphibian, amazing show, Max. I saw that Elgin, that was a typo for you. Data, Lair, and Celestia are now... Oh, maybe that wasn't a typo. I think it's okay if it is. Supported for Optimism stacked chains with Junction. Awesome. Like to hear it. Love to hear it. Awesome. Very good. Shout out to the one and only you and Harrison. Right? I say some stuff like, these guys like hard don't ever watch, but I will state this. And I haven't done a proper video about this, and I will do it in the future. So, say what you want. It's like I point out the whole thing about ISOs in the past, about how they can, if they want to get certified, like this is how they can do it, but and so on. And literally not that much longer after posting some of that stuff, boom, all of a sudden you see news about ISO. And it's like, maybe they are listening to some of this stuff. I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but it is what it is. All right, Icy Amphibian. Amazing show, Max. Thank you. I already read that. My bad. All right, you love all the content. Thank you so much. Still here. Great show tonight, Max. Keep it jazzy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, indeed. That was at 8:17. Tim Shea, who sprays from far away, having everybody hit that DECK because his flow is so remarkable. He's like, peace to Mateo and Tony McAllister. Yayo, we dangerous. April Cornwell's like, bust out a bag of freaking, you know what, dust? Hey, Max, as I bust my gat, I'm all that with the dime sack with the paper at, right? I'm kidding. All right, touchdown. Hey, Max and everybody. Thank you for being here, April Cornwell. Hey, hey, hey. April Cornwell in the house. And she said, hey, hey, boomer. All right, this is the last comment for now, at least. At the bottom, Daddy Hutch, $5 super chat. Tim Cook announced Jasmy integrated on iPhone for Japan's ID card per Japan's Prime Minister. Awesome. Just for that, we'll try to pull that up. Let's see what we got. We're at 997, guys. Let's see if we can hit 1,000. That would be really cool. So Tim Cook, Jasmy. All right. See what we got. All right. This is something that was talked about, back in May. What's his name? Brian addressed this at the Jasmy Roundtable. So it's not anything official being mentioned. But yeah, he did mention this a while back. So we'll pull this up. It's all right. It's not FUD, you guys. But, So, like it says, no Jasmy coin. Let's go ahead and pull this up for a second. I may possibly do a segment. Actually, I probably won't, but I'm not really about, because, some people might interpret it as fun. No, Jasmy coin does not have partnership with Apple, but its token is still pumping. And that was, of course, May 31st. Many Jasmy coin investors seem to think the project has partnered with Apple, causing token to leap 20%. Actually, it leaped before that announcement, but then it leaped even more. But it was overly optimistic news at best and most likely fake. What does appear to be true is that Tim Cook, CEO of Apple, agreed to put Japan's My Number identification card functions onto iPhones. True, as per spokesperson. All right, we're gonna go ahead and zoom in more about this. And let's go ahead and blow it up just a tad bit more. All right. So, what does appear to be true? Right. My number identification, as per a spokesperson in Japan's government. With this integration, the plan is to collect tax and social security data into a single identification card for Japanese citizens and foreign residents. Right. I mean, think about it. Like, could the PDL work with that? It says, as this new broke, Jasmy coin investors took this to mean that the cryptocurrency would also be integrated with iPhones, but there is currently no confirmed reports from Apple, Japan, and Jasmy coin that to confirm this. Neither Apple nor Jasmy coin immediately responded to Decrypt's request for comment. Right. At the end of the day, they could have came out and just said no. You understand how that works? Even the likes of what? Larry Fink of BlackRock, when asked about an XRP ETF, he didn't come out and say no. So there's that. Jasmy coin is this, oh no, ERC20, with a strong focus on privacy and data security. In turn, members of his community have long said it's the perfect match to power Japan's digital identity card project. I've also pointed it out that once you have that mandate that Taro Kono has hinted, watch out, because that is Japan's flip of the switch. And if anything, that's our flip of the switch for Jasmy. Because you would literally onboard all those millions and millions of people. All right, so this comes from a 2023 press release by Japanese company CyberTrust. We've done many deep dives about that. In the release, the company explains that it is creating, quote, an iTrust identity confirmation service. I've done, again, numerous elaborations. I'm not the only one. You can check out the deep dives in the video section of this channel for Maximus Crypto if you want to learn more. However, it's important to note the distinction between iTrust Identity Confirmation Service and the My Number initiative in Japanese government. But we already made those type of connections, understanding that it can work and how's it going to work together. How will this happen? My Number cards act as certificates of cardholders' name, address, date of birth, as well as other sensitive information. They're also used as electronic certificates for identity verification. Since May of last year, My Number feature has been available on Android devices through Mina Portal, which is an app. CyberTrust technology provides the ability to perform identity verification in conjunction with this app, according to CyberTrust blog post. There are currently no reports suggesting that the iTrust identity confirmation service will be natively implemented, of course, into iPhones. Right. Again, just like you're not going to see, guys, what? Let me come back in the frame. You're not going to see the news officially mentioned from Sony or some of these other ones, like, in regards to that patent that we cited for Tadashi Morita, and like, yeah, look what it says here on the patent, video games. And he's talking about, Sony PlayStation 6. That's another great point. You won't see it until it's way down the road, and for people that aren't into Jasmy, why would you wait until, like, why would you pull like a BTC moment or like a 11/11/2021 last height of the bull run moment where you get into Jasmy or you get into BTC back then at 69K. Yep. Oh man, it's at all-time highs. BTC 69K 11/11/2021. You get into it then, and then you had to wait all this time, basically until this year, to finally see a gain on your full BTC. Now, I get it. Most people aren't going to buy a full BT at 69K. What if they bought a half of BTC? What if they bought a quarter of BTC? But they came in at that entry point talking about getting wrecked when they could have just waited for a little bit more crypto winter and so on and bought assets at distressed prices. Perfect example is Jasmy, right? Michael Cornwell, Elon Musk, calling me at 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And it's like 8 a.m. him. Waking my keister up. Bro, get up. Oh my God. Everything is rock bottom still. Why is that? Because of scam, bankman, fraud. FTX happened, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So we go out and... bro, I just bought a bunch of Jasmy. I backed up the truck. What did you do? Oh, I loaded up, man. I'm at 0.002728. Did Michael Cornwell give into the fear of Binance US when that happened, or when some yahoos on YouTube come out with a video of Jasmy to zero, and here's why? I have nothing against that guy. Again, I'm glad that he was able to get his life in order and so on. And, I'm rooting for that. It is a difference of opinion. I call him a Yahoo. I mean, he's Yahoo as far as that goes. But, again, it's no disrespect to him. But that's where it's at for me. That's a great point. Because that point solidifies, again, like I mentioned, why the research trumps FUD 110%. What are these people's intentions of coming out with some of these videos? Do they have your best intentions at heart? Now you may think, well, you're just saying that, Max, because you're on the right side and that worked out. Call it whatever you want. At the end of the day, there's people in our community that do real research. You know, Houston is right. Shout out to our brother Houston from the research consortium of Jasmy. We're not just influencers. We're actual researchers. There is a difference. Take how many projects you notice out there where you don't really have that. Now, of course, with XRP, XLM, Quant, Stronghold, Algo, I mean, there's many others, HBAR, XDC, probably maybe mentioned XDC, but there's a lot where Swift, obviously Swift, I'm so looking forward to doing more Swift coin or Swift blockchain coverage with, you know, Underdog and, you know, Rue Black and so on, Shook. But, you know, that's where it's at. Real research compared to just, this is what I think. Okay. All right. Anyway, enough about that. Let's jump back into this for a second. This is good. You know, this is a little bit bonus. This is me showing gratitude for Super Chat and so on. So, all right. No reports. But again, remember Panasonic? There was no reports for a couple years on that. We reconnected those dots. I did over a year ago. Jesse, KIR Finance, did it over 2 years ago. So let's just point that out. If things are to remain the same, it's likely that the My Number feature will be integrated into iPhones, and users can then choose to use the iTrust Identity Confirmation service. The service would then be hypothetically interact with this feature using the electronic identification certificate, which is JPKI. I know I mean this all verbatim. It's because I'm recognizing a person from our chat who wanted me to look at this. Otherwise, I would have proper research and not just do all this. So, you know, it's stored in the My Number card. The market doesn't seem to care about this nuance stuff. Right, exactly. Think about that. Supply and demand forces could give two craps about somebody's comment on YouTube. I don't mean that disrespectfully, but that's a reality. Quote, announced by the literal Prime Minister of Japan, Fumio Kishida. Not sure how much more reliable you can get than that. Or how about that? How about not just Prime Minister Kishida, guys? Let me come back in the frame for a second. How about not just him? How about our beloved, you know, Mr. Daughter? He doesn't call it data. He calls it a dater or daughter, right? I know it sounds kind of messed up, but, you know, talk about Taro Tono. Tomato. You could say backwards or frontwards. But the point is, even with him, you know, because like he validated it too. All right, a little bit more. So it says, quote, announced by the, you know, Prime Minister, Jasmy Coin fan posted on Reddit, referencing iPhone's integration of My Number. All right, over the past 24 hours, at least on the 31st of May, the Jasmy token climbed 20% and jumped mighty 44% past week. It even went higher than that. As we know, it went up over 4 cents. Well over 4 cents for quite a bit of time until the whole market dumped, right? This has put the Ethereum ERC20 token within touching distance of Pith. You know, Rob also covers Pith. I've covered it once with a 1.46 million market cap of CoinGecko. So at the end of the day, yeah, there is that. And that is worth pointing out. And so what happens when we finally get solid, you know, like it's confirmed? You know, is it really going to matter at that point? We'll definitely see. Everybody's paying attention to it. I covered even longer. I don't know if anybody remembers this. Remember many months before the news about Apple? I did that deep dive about Apple, the outline, possibilities, and so on about that. That was long, many months before any news about a speculative partnership. All right. And I can't take full credit. I cite other people in regards to research, but also me expanding upon the research. All right. Gonna take that off because, you know, that's that. Let's go further down. Yeah, it is called My Number card. We cover that in deep dives. Daddy Hutch just had to connect the dots. My number runs on Jasmy. Okay. I don't know how new you are to my channel, but nonetheless, I do want to point out, I'll read the rest of this. Shed on crypto banner, sniper club discount about Japan's number card article on buying spot. All right. So I will show you just to kind of give you a heads up real quick. So, and this is for anybody that's new. This is a lot of stuff that you may think is new, but we do cover here. All right, and other people obviously cover this. I don't mean this. I don't mean this as a bad way. Like, well, you didn't look. I mean, I don't know how long you've been watching this channel. That's fine. So, just to give you guys a heads up, you can go here, and we did take over 1,000, guys. We're at 1035. You guys rock. Thank you so much. All right, so you can go here, and for example, like if you were to type in, you know, like go to the video section and type in like Jasmy. All right. You'll see some of these things, you know, where we connect some of the stuff, like Japan's flip of the switch moment. That one talks. See how it says IC card? Mandate, 1787, KPI target. You know, can we hit that easily? This is the flip of the switch moment for Jasmy. These are non-time sensitive deep dives, okay? You know, that's my main thing. I don't try to focus so much on the material that's out there in regards to Jasmy news of like this is the new news of like a partnership. Some partnerships I will point out, but then I'll tell you about why that partnership is significant. Instead of saying here's that new partnership, and you know this is cool. The way I look at it, a lot of people do that, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, let them do that. They're contributing to our community, but at the same time, I want people to understand that. Like I'll elaborate on why that partnership is a good thing, or who that partner is and what they do. You know what I mean? And to me, that's all non-time sensitive. My thing is, I like non-time sensitive stuff. That way, the person can come back, whether it's you or whoever, and it's your first time, and then you can go into that and you can learn about things like Jasmy and its use case and what they're connected to and so on. Because there is no time frame. Because it's just here, this is research. We're talking about stuff from many years ago. We cite what happened with, you know, obviously Shinzo Abe, late great Shinzo Abe, him introducing that initiative to Japan and the United States, investing heavily into the private sector, SMEs, which means small and medium enterprises, why that matters, and literally seeing how all that aged. And boy, did it age well, incredibly well. So I'll just leave that up there for a bit. And to share that with you guys. I'm gonna go further down. Jason Lucas, in his opinion, Jasmy being ERC20 is excellent. ETH is going to 5 digits. Rising tide floats all boats. I mean, it doesn't. Here's the thing, you know, a lot of people, like even our brother Willow Fix, he pointed out, you know, he was like, I was trying to avoid Ethereum-based projects because the narrative of Ethereum being garbage. And then what did we see? We saw ETH get like, you know, like an ETF and so on. ETH went up. I believe ETH went to like new all-time highs, temporarily speaking. Well, guess what? Great point, Jason. The altcoins that are part of the mix, they went up as well. Now, from a technical perspective, I will always say the ERC20 token by itself is garbage. That's a smart contract that's garbage as time is, for the most part, done, and we understand that, you know, at least Jasmy recognizes that you got to have something to scale up. We could talk about what they're going to do with the metaverse and education in the future and so on. Yeah, the metaverse, oh my gosh, can you imagine having a scaling issue? You're not going to get the job done with ERC20. That's why they're scaling up. So they really recognize those particular things. But I would agree with you. I mean, even though I'm not a fan of ETH, I'm not complaining about our alts doing well. Of course not, you know? So I am rooting for that. Definitely not rooting for, you know, against anything. More like rooting for it. But also recognizing that, yeah, it is outdated tech. So what tech are we going to be invested in now that's not doing too well? And the prices like our Stellars, our H-bars, like those are not really great prices. All right. Those are great prices, but they're not performing well, right? We take advantage of them. Just like we took advantage of Jasmy at 0.00272829, or, you know, like my buddy Will Fix, his average DCA I think was like 0.0032. My average was 0.004-ish, right? Because I DCA'd into it 6 times, but my last DCA was the back up the truck moment. All right, let's go further down. I think a super chat came in. Let's get into that. Let's see here. Applauding crowd. Tim didn't mention Jasmy. Didn't have to. Yeah. Hey, there he is. There is our fellow brother, Mr. Underdog Research of the Underdog Research channel. Absolutely 100%. There is a difference between content creators and researchers. You are the latter, and I rock with you for that. I rock with you too for that, Underdog. God bless you, man, for saying that. Guys, I want to make an announcement. Hopefully, Underdog's cool with it. And if anything, Underdog, I know you don't use X, but I don't know if you have a little bit of time, maybe you could come on here for just a brief bit. But I'll always state this: if you got other things going on, I want to respect your time. You posted at 8:35 my time, so about 10 minutes ago. I will get in the super chat here in a second. I got to make this announcement real quick. So, Underdog, myself, Brother Rue, I think even Shook Focus, and then one other guy part of the mix, is we're working on more really awesome Swift coin or Swift blockchain coverage. Some of the rumors they saw in the past when it came to Swift and, for example, Stellar, and we talked about some things, even some of the catches I had which came from Draper University. We talked about that, and then like literally you saw Stellar retweet that, and it was just like, wow, that was a great catch. But guys, here's the bottom line: you appreciate this style of content, obviously. I know most of the people who are watching tonight are for Jasmy, but I'm also fully aware there's a percentage of you guys that hold Swiftcoin. Okay, I always pay homage to our fellow brothers that are part of this research community that we got going on, multiple communities. Please go over to this guy, Underdog Research Channel. For real. He is, I think this is amazing. When I first heard it from Rue Black that you are a, forensics analyst, like that just made sense to me. I was like, yeah, you can, what do? They connect dots and so on. Like they solve cold cases and all sorts of stuff, right? Like contribute to that. So all that made sense. If you like that style, Underdog speaks better than I do. There's times in which I might kind of slip up a little bit or say the same word twice. Where he speaks like I thought you had a degree in communications or something. Like you sound perfect for radio, that type of thing. But anyway, give him a follow at Underdog Research Channel. Also follow Rue, our fellow brother Rue Black over at Black Rue Investing, or just type in at Black Rue. It'll come up on both X and YouTube. But yeah, really looking forward to it. I will double check, see if you're still in the comments. If you're not, if you took off or whatever, you just kind of dropped in, that's fine too. But I mean it, guys. Like, we have super chats coming, and I always appreciate. You want to know what I actually appreciate more than that? I know it's gonna sound crazy. I want you to support these people that are part of these communities. Show that support. Watch their content, just like myself. Not dated content. That's where it's at, because there's going to be other people that are going to come in, and they're going to recognize, what if somebody comes tomorrow? What if they never heard of Jasmy or Swiftcoin or any of this stuff, but they finally came in tomorrow? Do we really want to have time-sensitive material? There'll be times that we do. We understand that, supply and demand, but that's another thing I like about Rue, and that's another thing I love about Underdog. So honored to have you here tonight, Underdog. Thank you. All right. Elon Muff, $2 super chat, may have a tag. I don't know. All right, let's recognize that real quick. Let's see what you got on that. You guys have really blessed me tonight with the super chats. Thank you so much. All right, let's see what we got. This is kind of like our community interaction appreciation, or you guys appreciate me, or back and forth, whatever the case be. All right, so let's see here. You have a tag? I don't know. Space Chick, for crying out loud. Can we get Space Chick look at this. Look at this. I gotta share this. I mean, this is good. I mean, I'm gonna recognize your tag, but even Space Chick is up in the house, right? Our sister, wonderful friend, Elizabeth Howard, Space Chick Crypto. Look at this for a second. I know it's a double super chat, if you will. So look at this for a second. Tune into my friend Max 24 minutes ago. Thank you, Elizabeth. That's so sweet of you. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you. I do appreciate that. All right. So Elon, you know what? Super chat. Let's pull this up, buddy. All right. Let's see. May have some research. I don't know. Thank you also, Francisco. I just hit a like on yours. All right, so maybe you sent me a DM instead of an actual. No. What else we got? I'm wondering if. Oh, somebody's showing me something. All right. All right. Hold on a second. He's got to be here somewhere. You tagged me? Where is the tag? Where is the tag? May have a tag. I don't know. It's an old inside joke, guys. I accidentally said I may have a, you know what, like a, you don't know what, like what the heck, right? I read it wrong. That's why he types it like that. But it's hysterical. If you want to see that, it's a funny thing. Mike, I can't find this, buddy. I'm not seeing it. Man, I don't see it. I don't see where you tag me. I mean, I don't see it at all. I went through my whole list. I don't know what's going on, bro. I don't know. I'm sorry, bro. Send me a DM or something. I don't know what's going on. I'm being for real. You know me. I would never skip your super chat. Tag it again or something, or send me a DM, or send to me on Facebook or something. Whatever. We're gonna pull it up, buddy. Okay. Thank you. Anthony Hall says he remembers. Thanks, Anthony. I know what you're talking about in regards to my old research for Apple. You think this is where the rumor started? I don't know where that's at, but we'll pull it up. I want to recognize this from Underdog Research Channel. My God. $50 super chat. I'm so sorry it took me a while to get to that. You didn't have to wait too long, 8 minutes. You think that's 8 minutes is long, brother. I have done like an hour. I'm pretty bad sometimes. He says, Maximus Crypto is valuable research, and I support you completely. This should be the entry level to your membership because the return in intellectual investment and knowledge deserves it. Sign me up at this tier for membership. Who is with me? Oh, wow. Well, thank you so much, man. I really, really do appreciate that. I can't thank you enough. I don't know how to convert that because, but yeah, there is memberships on obviously here. But I know where you get going with this whole thing. So, we're going to introduce some things to you guys in regards to like, some of this exclusive stuff. It's like an all. I just want to state this. For one, thank you again. That was incredible. $50 super chat. But guys, give these guys support. Underdog Research Channel on YouTube. Okay, I would say also follow my X, but last I checked, you're not on X, and that's okay. I mean, it's not for everybody. But how about this? Underdog doesn't even need X, and we use X as a source. He does his own thing. So, like as the saying goes, "Hey man, do your thing because you're killing it." But if you appreciate this style of deep dive research, this is why I'm linked up with like, Rue. And Rue opened up, it's kind of like, as we say, you're showing that tree. One branch opens up another branch. Hence why we did that research earlier with, for the whole thing of the patents. So we talk about Cosmos Sato of Jasmy. Click on this patent, and then this opens up a whole new, branch. Tadashi Morita, right? Underdog does that like with so many things. So the point I'm trying to make is this. Underdog, and I'm going to highlight you, brother. Okay? We're going to do this real quick. And I'll double check at the bottom of the comments real quick. Maybe you're waiting on them. I apologize. I'm going to take you over to this channel. Because, man, does he deserve it. Underdog Research Channel. Okay? Channel. Let's pull this up. Alright, so I'm going to show you how to get there, guys. You're going to go on YouTube. Alright? And I'm just going to zoom in. Type in Underdog Research Channel. See that logo? See how it matches up? I'm going to click on your super chat. See how he has an avatar? That's him. Then click on him. Okay? We're right around like the same amount of subs. That doesn't matter. The point is, when you go here, okay, this is him. He served our country, I imagine, because you type about veteran benefits. So, I mean, if you did that, salute to you, brother. You got my utmost respect on that. But he also talks about, the tech, the metaverse. He does great research. Like he says, research over hype. A little bit tonight, I had a little bit of hype. I'm a little bit guilty of that. It's just natural because it's just like the research kind of hyped itself. I mean, So, go over here, and here's the most important thing. In his showcase, he has these things called the Billionaire Blueprint. Now, Brother Rue does an excellent job about talking about this. You owe it to yourself tremendously, especially if you own Swiftcoin. Um, because he talks about the billionaire blueprint. All right, why is that significant? It's significant because he finds so many connections, but he explains in detail to you guys. And I watched almost all this. I'll tell on myself. I haven't seen it all. I got to catch up on it. But I've attended your premieres. I've also watched the replays. But it's just that the billionaire blueprint. Think about this for a second. He puts you in the mindset of what these billionaires are doing. All right. Um, I think even my dad used to have this book from years ago. Whether you guys are fans of Trump or not, that's not the point. I'm not trying to make it divisive, but my dad had the book by Trump, Think Like a Billionaire. All right. You will watch this and you'll see what the billionaires are doing. It's literally all spelled out for you. He has multiple parts on this. It is absolutely fantastic research. Um, I'll if somebody said, "Hey, man, pass the torch," or I don't know, was about. In my opinion, you're way up there. Like we talk about top tier researchers and so on, and a lot of you guys, like if it's like XRP, you talk about Hulk and stuff like that. Like Underdog has got to be way up there. Rue Black is way up there too. I'm not just saying it because I'm friends with these guys, but what I love about him is the research. So if Swiftcoin is your thing, go check it out. He covers other things obviously as well, but man, if you have Swiftcoin, guys, this announcement, there's almost 1,100 people on the live right now on both X and YouTube, right? YouTube's 101, 970 on X. So clearly almost 1,100 people here tonight. So imagine out of the 1,100 people, you owe it to yourself. If you hold Swiftcoin, or you're thinking about getting a Swiftcoin, or you just want to learn more about Swiftcoin, again, what's it say? Research over hype. He kills it on the research. Here's some of his recent things. Swift partnership with Stellar Pay, Facts versus Rumor. He even has a little intro of some of my findings, like at the 2-minute mark. And just tons of great research about Swift. I'm glad to see that you're ticking up, man. You're scaling up on your channel, brother. That's awesome. You more than deserve it. He does live shows or premieres, I should say. And he consistently does that. He did one 17 hours ago. New breathtaking Swift and Metapath research. I remember you were promoting that. I remember seeing your short. It came up on my phone about how to tune in on that. So I want to finish that. But yeah, I'll just keep this up here for a bit. I mean, that's the least I can do, especially with your super chat. And even if you didn't drop a super chat, brother, I do mention you anyway. I love this, guys. This is really cool. It's really good good moments. Always support people of our communities because they more than deserve it. Skylar H, absolutely love the passion. Yes, thank you so much. Flexing, you love it. 100% Jasmy. Thanks, Skylar. I do appreciate it, man. Thank you so much, and thank you for the nice retweets you do on X and stuff. I don't know. They reach out to me sometimes. I don't know how to. I don't know if it's really them. They want to do collaboration with me. I'm just thinking. I don't know. I mean, I'm nothing against them. In the past, they posted some articles that wasn't really like. I don't know if I'm going to cite them. It is what it is. I can't really give a real answer. That'll be my own deep dive, right? Doc Holiday, hey man, you're a Huckleberry, bro. Love me some, Tombstone. You guys haven't seen Tombstone. What the heck? Mike Cornwall, I don't know if you've seen Tombstone, brother, but you need to see it. One thing that was great about Doc Holiday, he goes out in that gunfight, right? And one of the cowboys, not from the cowboy gang, asks him, he says, "Why are you doing all this? Like, why are you out here fighting? You should be in bed, resting, getting well." And he says, "Doc Holliday's my friend." And then the other guy, I think it's like Turkey Creek or whoever it is, Johnson, might be the other guy, I can't remember. Where Texas Jack says, "Oh hell, I got lots of friends." Doc Holliday pipes up, Val Kilmer's character, one of his best roles ever. Doc Holliday pipes up and looks at him and says, when asked, "Oh hell, I got lots of friends," and he says, "I don't." Think about that. I don't have a lot of friends either. I got literally maybe a handful. Now, we have friends in our community, and that's awesome too. I'm talking about personal friends. Anyway, I love your name. That's what I'm trying to recognize for you. So I want to check it out real quick. I love these super stickers. They look cool. They look really cool. So let's see here. I don't know which one is yours. Hold on. What is it? Doc Holiday super sticker. Hold on just a moment. I gotta navigate all over the place, don't I? Huh. Well, it disappeared from the screen, but that's okay. Oh, I gotta refresh the screen. That's what happened. My bad. Let me see. I want to see what your sticker looks. I always like it. They look cool. Give me just a second. All right, you got the grimace going on, the turquoise one. Bowing, saying hello. Thank you, man. I do appreciate that. Very, very cool. I will go ahead and also heart Elon Muffs and hit a like. Also with Underdog. All right. Let's go further down. XCN, a hidden gem. Yeah, I get requests for that once in a while. I would agree with you on that. All right. Hey, peeps, is River, Underdog Research Channel, humbled and mutual respect. Absolutely, brother. I mean, you know, it was nice getting to talk to you a little bit more on Telegram, which is cool. If for any reason I don't hop on it like 24/7, just give like a, I mean, heck, I'll even hook you up with my number. I don't care. You just give me a holler or whatever, text me, and you know, for whenever we need to come together and share what we have so far. All right, Anthony Hall says he just checked out Underdog Research. Hold on, I meant to scroll up a little bit more. It's kind of shot off. There we go. Let's go ahead and give it proper highlight. All right, that was chopped off. Just checked out Underdog Research Channel. Most recent video is hyping his research, but shilling his members channel as the way to get it. Okay. All right, you know, that's fair. All right. What's up, guys? Mad random, but did Jasmy go past $1 last bull run? Yeah, I mean, you got to keep in mind it was up to $5, but you got to keep in mind, I mean, the market cap was like dirt low. Coins in circulation is a night and day difference. Yeah, you know, but if you look at where we're at now, I mean, we're at like what, 99, almost 99% in circulation. So a lot of people got wrecked because they didn't understand tokenomics and entry points, especially entry points. All right, so I didn't see anything posted from Underdog in regards to if you want to come on for just a brief bit, and that's okay. And with that also said, I think that's almost it. I'm going to double check the Twitter to see if Mike Cornwell has a tag. If he doesn't, then Mike will just recognize it in the future because I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's just not coming up. All right, and then I check my DMs again. Nothing. So I'll check Facebook even. I'll even do that just for you. See, Facebook, you got anything on Facebook? 11 minutes ago. Okay, he does have it. So I did check Facebook. We will pull that up. Not from Facebook. Oh, wow. Okay, this is a little bit different. So we'll do another one. And this will be pretty much the other one. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. That's strange. I guess I need to be following you. I thought I was following you anyway. You must have got your account banned or something. Something must have happened. So we'll get that sorted out. When I talk to you on the phone, we'll get that sorted out. All right. So here's what sideline reporter Elon Muff has for us tonight. This is a little bit bonus coverage for Jasmy. Again, we're not trying to create FUD or anything like that. Don't shoot the messenger. All right. So we kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. In the comments, I think it came from Daddy Hatch, right? So what we're going to do now is get into this. I would look at it, yes, I would agree with that. You can't really count the last one at all, really. All right. So let's just jump into this for just a brief moment. This is not the format that you're used to, where I have a bunch of stuff to line with. This is community interaction, recognizing people from the community with what they're sharing. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and full screen this. What does this mention? It mentions, and you should be able to read it plain as day, because that's one thing I do is I zoom in a lot for you guys. Jasmy and Apple in partnership as Japan's My Number card function enters iPhones next spring. Can Jasmy's price hit $10? And that was, of course, published the day before that other article that was addressing some of this stuff was posted. This was May 30th of this year. Going further down, you'll see some key things posted. Japan announces the installation of his My Number card. We talked about that. Bringing Jasmy Tech to Apple. Jasmy's price could skyrocket. It already did. Then we had a pullback. Bullish news, at least then, in regards to the Bitcoin in Japan. Jasmy will make its way into Apple iPhones next spring. This news is confirmed by the Prime Minister of Japan. And people say, basically speaking, that Jasmy, like the news was being misrepresented. Hold on. Or, basically, like twisting people's words. Call it whatever you want. We will get into a little bit more about this. So Prime Minister of Japan held a video conference with Tim Cook. And again, we did cite Tim Cook earlier, CEO of that other site. There's a citation from Houston. Houston's always killing it. Give him a follow at Houston 0806-8672. But in detail, the Prime Minister of Japan confirms he had a video conference with Tim Cook, the CEO of Japan. During this call, he confirmed that the My Number card function will be installed on iPhones next. Well, I'll be damned. All right, so this is kind of like, the dates, like Tim Cook came out with one on the 31st, but that's cited from a particular website, right? Then we have this. So, this is good stuff. This is bonus coverage, and that's okay. We'll get into that. Let me just double check my messages. I don't want to hear that my friend was banging on my door to help me out with my car or something, and I wasn't here. So let's see what's going on with that. All right, that's just somebody else, and that's not him. So obviously he's not going to come over again tonight, and that's okay. I'm grateful for his help. All right, so what we're going to do now is zoom in a little bit more. In detail, the Prime Minister of Japan confirms, that whole thing with Tim Cook. During the call, confirmed My Number card. Again, sorry if I'm repeating myself. Goes into state that the partners will continue to work and improve convenience for a digital society. Think about that itself. What society? Society 5.0? Yeah. Society where a variety of services can be accessed seamlessly through one smartphone. I'm telling you flat out, still waiting for confirmation about the Super Wallet. That, in my opinion, you want to talk about when Jasmy should get sent, that could be it. Now, my thing would be this. I want to state this for a moment. If it was me, and I understand I'm not Hara, and I'm not some of the Jasmy upper management, in my opinion, they probably know a hell of a lot more about how to time this than I ever would. But if I was going to time it, I would wait until things are like super bullish, where the market clearly is doing something, like maybe that stuff from like what Investor Place was talking about, where at least 100K BTC or higher. Remember we talked about how they still are sticking to their guns, that it's literally going to happen this summer. Hell, we're in summer, guys. It's officially summer. I'm pretty sure. I'll have to double check the calendar. Where's this calendar? When is summer solace? It doesn't matter. But the point is, it's summer. So is it July? Whatever the case be, sometime this summer, they're sticking to their guns. Here's the data. Based off of previous cycles, where we're at now. Yes, I understand, GG. I love you, GG. Digital G. Your thesis to back up what you're saying is the difference now this cycle is, you saying, I don't know, I'm not using your exact words, but how I interpret it was, you were saying to a sense, the difference is ETFs. I get it. But you can't throw out the other research with, because it's the halvings and so on. I mean, still, you're cutting that. And BTC dominance in Ethereum, 81% overall crypto market. So I don't ever want to throw that out. But my thing is this. That smartphone, or not smartphone, the Super Wallet, to be able to, wow, that is going to create so much access. If I'm covering quant, which I do, and we talk about the universal wallet and how it's tied into, for example, the unified ledger, blatantly, right? And Gilbert Verdian and the Quant Network is on this road trip, if you will, like a rock band of rock stars, and they're pitching it, and they're literally telling the institutions word for word, time is running out, mandate is coming, and we already know what that mandate is, ISO 222. So there's that. But what about where Japan is right now? Japan has always been there ahead of everybody else, and that's why my prediction did come true. I did say this over a year ago, and I'm a humble person. I don't really brag. But people in Crypto Winter asked me, I don't know if anybody remembers this, they said multiple times in chat, Max, predict one. If you only pick one that would be the one that would stand out before other altcoins to do something significant, what would it be? What did I say, guys? I said it'd be Jasmy because it's Japan. Japan already gets it. FSA, JVCEA, they already embrace DLT and blockchain. So it's where they're strategically positioned. You have literally the opposite of Gary Gensler with Genki Oda. That is their plug. That is their connect. I know you guys may get tired of me saying that. But that's a true thing. So with that said, the smart wallet is going to be huge for Jasmy. I would try to time it when this stuff gets sent. But more in particularly, like other announcements. What other announcements? Think about that for a second. So I want to jump into this for just a moment, just kind of respecting the combination of some of you guys' research. So check this out. This is cool. This is recognizing our community. High fives around, hugs, you name it, right? To highlight Jasmy, they were linked with Japan's My Number card, I Trust Authentication. Okay, this is a conversation between these two. This is great. If anything, maybe I'll elaborate a little bit more. Maybe within the next few days. I don't know. I'll see what I can find. But I have other stuff I want to get into too. I know everybody's really excited about Jasmy research tonight. Numbers clearly show that. But to highlight Jasmy, link with Japan's My Number card, I Trust Authentication service months ago. My Number card gives Japanese citizens, as we know, we cover this, permanent residence digital identity proof. Again, I've always stated this. Once this goes live, not live, but the mandate, that is Japan's flip of the switch. For anybody that's new, you're talking about XRP flip of the switch and ISO, that is, I'm calling it right now, when that mandate is done, whether it comes from Taro Kono or comes from Prime Minister Kishida, that is your flip of the switch moment, because Jasmy is just, wow, with the PDL, I mean, you want to see utility in motion, boom. All right, it contains a unique identification number and contains personal information, boom. Integration of Jasmy into CyberTrust, talked about that many times. Enable authentication and encryption, we know about this, I won't give that so much. But Jasmy coin gaining even greater recognition as the Bitcoin in Japan with this latest partnership with Apple. Again, I'm kind of with Brian, with that, it's not official because you haven't heard that yet, but the writing's on the wall. So let's just state that. The My Number card integration into iPhones is truly a mighty step, of course, for the altcoin. Right, that's your focus. You don't even need to hear from Apple. Please understand that. Anybody's tuning in, you are not hearing. I got to protect myself too in my brand. You're not hearing from me saying it's official with Apple. No. Please, I'm with Brian when it comes to that. You are hearing me state that, just like we point out before, it's like it's already there. We know it's there. We don't need anything official there. It's what's not indirectly mentioned. It's the underlying tech. It's what connects things. You know what I mean? Like if I point out Panasonic, which I did before, and cell batteries, and here's what Panasonic's doing with these cell batteries for Teslas, and again, go check out my deep dives. They're not time sensitive. I have outlined in deep dive research, again, research, not influence. Influence is a different thing. But with research to provide solid evidence, real actual evidence, here's what's going on with the state legislatures. And how many examples did I give? I gave Oklahoma, I gave Kansas, but most importantly, Nevada, because that's what's going on with Tesla. And then we had confirmation of Panasonic with Jasmy, and for all the yahoos, they're going to say, no, I didn't see it on the Panasonic site. You didn't do a proper Google search, because it is there, all right? And we have shown proof, literally proof with citations, okay? Like I said, former school teacher, if I'm going to teach the kids, you got to cite your work. I got to cite it too, okay? And there's times I might not do it necessarily all the time with you guys, just giving examples, but, The person's going to be like, always want me to do that. Hey, I'll pull it out and show it. So that's the key thing, is to understand some of these things. It's not that you will hear it immediately that's a confirmed partnership. It is the underlying tech and what is indirectly tied to it. So again, Tesla, the cell batteries, we tied into Dashi Morita, understanding his patents and so on. He's literally like an expert in cell batteries. Look it up for yourself. Remember, we showed that before. Check out those thumbnails. I mean, it's all there. If people choose to watch it. Some people might not want to watch it, but it is all there. So there's that. How about this real quick before we end this particular segment? We have more talk about this. Bullish spikes. Says the fact that the asset, as in Jasmy, has been up another 30%. I mean, this is kind of dated. Went up to over 4 cents. But it's a response to the source, right? And awakened a greater bullish sentiment for, of course, Jasmy. I mean, cool to recognize that, because, some people were wondering about Tim Cook, and they're wondering about, this conversation that basically happened. So there's that. Definitely worth sharing. Glad to share it with you guys. We have another super chat, I believe, that came in, but we have other comments. Just give me a second, because I don't want to miss it, Mike. I've already been late on some of your comments, but I will get it to it. Absolutely, brother. Thank you so much. Boom. Already thank you earlier, so that's old. Sorry about that. Thank you again. All right, let's see here. You're still here. You sent a message, but YouTube didn't let you post it. We'll be happy to come on to support your live stream and talk with you. The time is here, 12:04. Give me 15 minutes. All right, so that was 9:04. 15 minutes. So you got at least another. I'll check in with you another 5 or 6 minutes. Guys, stay tuned. How about this? Bonus coverage tonight from the one and only Underdog Research, from the Underdog Research panel. I'm gonna call it right now. This is going to be a dream team of researchers. We're all coming together to provide you consistent, awesome research. Call it deep dives, call it whatever you want to call it. Rue, Shook Focus, Underdog. I think there's at least one other guy who I might not be as familiar with as they are, but I'll get it right later on. But I'm really looking forward to it. All right, so let's see here. Let's read a few more comments. GSD Now, great show, Max. Elon Muff, you have a link to the video call, you believe? You do? Oh, I already read that. My bad. I thought you meant like you had a recording of the video call. I'll be like, holy cow, man! You want to join this this all-star panel? All right. For your information, summer starts tomorrow. Jasmy scam. Summer Sol starts tomorrow. I knew it was close, brother. Thank you for that, Anthony. That's awesome. Doug A, great session, Max. Much appreciated, brother. Yeah, man. Prayers to you too. God bless you. Thank you, guys. I guess because we're going the distance, we're almost at 1200. We're at 1150. My God. All right, River just dropped into to say hi. His wife is sick. Please say a prayer for her. Love you, brother. I hope it's nothing serious, but your prayers did help my mom when she was sick, and she made it. Well, thank you for that. I have no personal power. All the credit goes to, Lord Savior Jesus Christ. But you want to know something? 2 or 3 are gathered upon thee. Power in prayer. Just like Jasmy community, power in numbers, right? Like, no FUD is going to keep us down. Positive energy. Absolutely, River. I definitely will pray. I have people I pray for every day. And, every time I say grace, even though it's by myself in this lonely house, right, with no laughter and cheer, it's okay. I do pray. And just to give you guys a heads up, I did go out over the weekend, and, I spent a couple days with a friend and his family and so on. It was really cool. First day, it was like a little off. Second day, I felt like my normal self for a change, and it was so nice. We played some D&D. I brought some of my creations, and they never played D&D. And before I left, they're like telling me, they're like, you have to come back tomorrow. And I was going to come back the next day to do some D&D with them. And then, of course, my car has some issues, so I'm going to get that worked out. But anyway, some people say, well, you just go out and buy a brand new car, bro. I like having a paid off car, and that's more money for more of some of these assets. So call it what you want. There will come a time where I get, a new car, but not right now. You know, I mean, I don't care if people know. You know what? I'll tell you guys this. I drive an older car. It's a 97 Cutlass, okay? But it has 69,000 original miles, and I've had it since 30,000 miles, all right? And I originally got it like in 2017. I didn't, we didn't really drive it much, but, parts get old because that's the whole thing, But I don't hot rod it around. And, I like that car, and it drives nice when obviously it is driving. But it's just some things I got to get, like I think the serpentine belt came off and some other things, and yeah. And I'm also hoping that there's no water pump issue because I replaced the water pump a couple years ago. But it's a paid off car. You think I want to drop $200, $300, $400 a month? That's $200, $300, $400 more for some of these assets, right? Absolutely. That's just me. I'm gonna do me. You do you. You guys want to try new cars? I'm not judging. I'm just saying. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. All right. So you got a message. May use later or look now. Yeah, I'm gonna look now. It's hot on people's minds. We'll look now. Let's see here. You dropped in to say hi, Max. Yes, I reread that. I'm so sorry. I absolutely will remember to pray for your wife. I am so. I hope you message me on X. Let me know a little bit more about it and so on. All right. How about this, guys? There might be some people that don't believe here. How about this? You want to talk about 2 or 3 are gathered upon thee? If we lose people over this, so be it. I don't care. I'm gonna do this right now. We have more than 2 or 3 people gathered upon thee right now. We have 1,200 people here. So out of the 1,200 people, let's just do it right now. Dear Lord Jesus, dear Heavenly Father, we ask and we pray right now for River and his wife that you will bring your guarding, healing angels to him and his family right now. We claim healing in Jesus' mighty name, that you will come and you will bless his family. We rebuke all diseases and sicknesses. Lord, we ask you that you will take this away and keep it away from this family, and that you will give her comfort and you will give her the utmost healing. You say in the book of James, you have not because you ask not. Lord, we are asking, we are claiming, we just ask you so kindly and lift up River's wife and River and his family and what they're going through. They might be going through a lot of grief and turmoil. Only you know what they're going through. But Lord, all we can do is pray. So all I do is ask anybody out there as we speak that you will pray for River and his family right now, or you continue to pray for them. You might not know River, but he's part of our community, and this is something he's bringing up. There's a reason why he's bringing it up. So in Jesus' mighty name, we pray this, pray for healing, and we claim it with all our heart, all our mind, soul, body, and spirit. In Jesus' precious name, heal our brother River's wife from the top of her head to the soles of her feet. In Jesus' name, amen. Okay. All right. It's kind of hard to go back and forth after that, right? You have a message. We're going to get into that real quick. At the same time, I will check in with Underdog. Underdog, give me just a second. I want to respect Mike with what he's requesting, and then we're going to bring you on just in a second if you're still around. I think you sent it on Twitter. Not Twitter. Excuse me. Facebook. Okay. All right. Hold on a second. So you have something. Wow. What in the world you got here? Holy cow. He has something. My God. All right. So guess what? We have more bonus coverage for you guys. It's been a great show. And hold on. Let me go ahead and highlight that. All right. I'm going to bring on Underdog. All right. So I'll take that off for a second. I know it's a lot to take in, you guys. I don't normally do that, but I don't care. I'm glad to do it. I'll pray for anybody, really. I'm not an evangelist, but you want to know something? I'm not afraid to say to the world that I proclaim Jesus Christ as my Lord and personal Savior. Absolutely, I'm proud about that. If it wasn't for the Lord Jesus, there is no way I would have got through what I've been going through the last few years. And I'll say that 110% with no apology. Sorry if that offends anybody. I don't care. I don't mean that disrespectfully, but guess what? That's just the way I personally believe, because, Lord has worked in my life like you have no idea. And that's it. That's not me forcing my beliefs, Of course not. I'm just saying how the Lord's worked in my life. I'm going to check real quick. I think maybe he sent me a message on Telegram, so let me double check that real quick. Maybe you sent it on Telegram. We're going to get Underdog on here, and then we're going to elaborate on this for just a second. So let me start up Telegram. Okay. Let's try to do that. Why isn't Telegram starting? All right, there we go. All right. And let's see, you got a message for me? Yes, you do. All right, gentlemen, top of the afternoon. Oh, that was a while ago. Okay, so I'm gonna send it to you. I will definitely check out your old messages from earlier today, Underdog. All right, guys. I am going to drop the link from StreamYard to him. Let's do an invite. This is bonus coverage. We're gonna go this tonight. Been a long time since we've done any WrestleMania, right? But it is an absolute honor and privilege to have the one and only Underdog of the Underdog Research Channel joining us here tonight. We're at 1247. This has been the biggest show in the history of Maximus Crypto. Okay, we scale up to 1,300. Thank you so much to all you guys here tonight. All right, let's do it. The Lord is blessing us, blessing this channel. It ain't just about the channel. It's about, the communities and so on. Whatever you're going through, right? All right, here we go. Sorry to keep you waiting, buddy. 9:25, you typed that. You only had to wait like 1 minute. That's not too bad. All right, there's the link. And just type in Telegram if you got it. Oh, okay, you got 2 check marks. That shows me that you got it. Very cool. All right, and then I will get a notification as soon as you come on. And while we're waiting for Underdog, let's recognize a few other chats. All right. Yeah, you're very welcome. You're very welcome, Mike or Maximus. You're the coolest guy in the world because you also are a fellow Maximus. All right. What FUD? I don't know. I mean, people do a lot of FUD, believe it or not, on X. Your game too? Right on. D&D player. Hart, have you played Baldur's Gate 3? No, I haven't. So the campaign we're doing right now is Stranger Things. So we're doing characters from the show, and then of course it's the Stranger Things box set made by Hasbro, but I've expanded upon that. All right, I see Underdog Research is here. Man, how cool is this, guys? Smash that like for Underdog Research Channel. Here he comes, guys. Boom, there he is. It is an honor to have you, Underdog. Maybe I should have gave you a little extra second to set up my bed. Hey, guess what? This was meant to be. I wore my nice shirt. Look at you. Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Thank you very much. How you doing, Max?
I'm doing ecstatic, man. The Lord's been blessing us. We pray for our brother River. I don't normally do something like that, but you know what? I don't care. Like I was telling everybody, I was like, I profess the Lord Jesus as my Lord and personal Savior. I'm not afraid to let the world know, and that's where it's at for me. He was saying, hey, could you pray? Look at this. I don't know if you saw this. To pray for his wife. I had to get with him on X. This guy's been a member of a community for the longest time, and it's like I've gone through this myself. I don't have a wife. Hope to someday, whoever that is. But my thing is, my grandma, when I was a kid, I was really close with her. She pancreatic cancer, right? Took her pretty quick, and she suffered with that. My grandpa, 4 months after that. This is like Christmas of '92, and then April '94 with my grandpa. Prostate cancer. And then, for example, man, my mom's best friend, she moved down to Arizona from Oregon. The only friend we had, she came down, and she also same situation. She wanted to be with mom. That was her best friend, and then within a year, um, she got cervical cancer, I believe it was. Took her real quick, and then 2012, my aunt on my mom's side, my aunt Tessie, she got lung cancer. Never smoked a day in her life, but she lived in Manila, Philippines. They don't have like emissions and stuff like that. And she was like a paralegal, and breathing in like just crazy black smoke every day. Like my dad was there and he was telling me about it. And so that took her in 2012. Then my mom diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer January 14th, 2013. She fought that battle for 6 years and 4 months to the day, and that took her. Um, and then my dad's best friend back in the 80s. So like it's just history on both sides of cancer. The way I look at it is like, yeah, you know what, we talk about all these assets, underdog, but at the end of the day, the way I look at it is I am I'm nothing in this world without God in my life. That's just, I'll go ahead and say that. I will say it unapologetically. I want to give you a chance to talk, but I just wanted to recognize him because, I mean, when I saw that, that was like, you know what, stop everything, take time, pray. And then I even said, you know what, brother, I'll pray for you. And, when I'm at dinner, forget that. 2 or 3 are gathered upon thee. Book of James, right? There is 1261 people here on this live stream, underdog. And I was like, it's a law of averages. There's going to be, I get there's people that don't believe, and that's okay. That's no judgment. But there is some people here that I bet you anything prayed for who? River and his family and his wife, my fellow brothers. So I'm done talking. Thank you for being here, man.
First of all, I want to say this. I didn't know that information you just shared. That's very personal. I'm sorry to hear about your loss and the losses you suffered. I have my family has been ravaged by cancer. It is such a the disease is just what it is. It is. I'm sorry to hear about that. So I can relate. I think we spend 80 hours every 2 weeks working, and we do that for other people. We spend countless hours driving. We can spend a moment to speak about God. In fact,
Absolutely.
we it's a upside down Christmas tree. We put all of our emphasis on everything else. We give God the least amount, and I think that everything we are is because of God. So I have no problem that you put God first and that you integrate him in your life. Again, my deepest apologies and sympathy and condolences for the loss you've suffered. But I think as you reached out to him and praying for his mother, and it helped, and he also asked for you to pray for his wife. God speaks to us and tells us that the power of prayer. So I believe God. So if God says that you can do that, if you have faith, just touch the hem of Jesus' garment, we can do great things. So God has put that in you to do so. It's not a coincidence. So thank you, Maximus. You never know at the same time what someone else is going through, and you never know how words impact others. And I think that it just is a testament and it speaks volumes about not only who you are, but the community of people you surround yourself with. So that actually did something for me too. I heard the prayer. I was with you during the time frame that you did a prayer. And I just want to say, I will also say a prayer along with you and others, and for everyone who is experiencing grief, who is experiencing pain, to have a moment of reprieve by knowing that God doesn't place anything on us more than we can bear. But that doesn't mean he wants us to do it alone. He wants us to take action and have others to interact. So thank you for that. So I just wanted to say that before we start. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Before we actually start, and again, honored to have you, underdog. Consider you a fellow friend and brother. Absolutely. I just want to see just real quick, just in the chat, and then we're gonna kick it back into it because we want to respect underdog's time. You know, all of us are working men and so on. But want to recognize that. By the way, once again, great outfit, man. I mean, you're like the fashion guru of you look sharp, brother. You look sharp of crypto and blockchain. All right, let's just recognize this real quick. Tim Shea, thank you for that. Really appreciate that. Tim, thank you, Tim. Amen in Jesus' name. Doug A, Balaclava Man, Max, you legend. Amen, brother. You too. I mean, thank you for even just recognizing that. I mean, guys, we are a community for a reason. It's not just because, oh, Max wants to have clicks. I think it's clear that I'm more than just about that. I mean, anybody could see that even back in the days, so like I always mentioned, the first day of doing a show, 2 people, Underdog, myself, you name it. Members, Elon Musk, Michael Cornwell, and so on, like, we are into research. We are into the bigger picture, but at the same time, just because we're into research, we can stop for a moment and recognize those who are in grief and they're going through something. That's just the right thing to do. All right. My K12, amen. Thank you so much. I'm not going to necessarily read everything. I just want to recognize some of you guys. Thank you, Jason Lucas. I appreciate that. Simon, thank you, man. That's awesome. Great proponent, Jasmy. Great member of community. Always DMing me. You're always welcome to do that. Morning from the UK. Again, guys, overseas. The guy from Thailand earlier. We got people worldwide. We talk about 2 or 3 gathered upon thee. We got thousands of people right now gathered upon me. Power and prayer. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Thomas William Hicks, you're welcome. All right, amazing research. Let's go further down. Amen. Thank you guys so much. You're very welcome, Mirand, all you guys. I might not be able to get into it all. I do want to recognize this. Here's River. Thanks, guys. You are my online family. Absolutely. You don't have to do it alone. I mean, might not be personal friends, but you want to know something? I'm going to call it. That was personal. You are a personal friend. How about that? All right. Thank you guys for praying for him. All right, just recognize a few more of you guys. Absolutely. Thank Max. That was beautiful. May God keep us all safe. Absolutely. To and from, wherever you're going, your destinations. All right. Praise the Lord. You guys got great comments, and the Lord definitely recognizes you for doing that. Welcome, Underdog. Thanks for joining and for the alpha. Thank you. Brandon, God is my everything. Same here. All right. We're going to do this. So I discovered something, and I'm going to share it with you. Super late, running it back. No problem. So Underdog, I know this is kind of spontaneous, and we're going to share what you have as well. So a member of our community, we're just going to recognize this real quick, and we're kicking into what you got, brother. So a member of our community dropped a super chat, and I thought this was good because this is like, somebody taking the extra mile, right? This is my own personal friend / brother in research, Michael Cornwell. We're going to pull up the branding on this because we might chop this up later. So this is a bonus Jasmy segment of the night. I'm not going to make it super long because I want to respect Underdog's, being our special guest of the night from Underdog Research Channel. Yeah. So what I want to share with you guys is bonus coverage from Michael Cornwell. And with that said, look at it for yourself. We're going to zoom in. Here we go. I know Underdog and I are out of the frame, but let's focus on the research. Today, or at least then, May 30th, he held, this guy who is Kantai, if you will, basically held a video conference with Tim Cook, CEO of Apple, and confirmed that the My Number function will be installed on iPhones next spring. Now, some people stated, I don't know, It says, we will continue to work to improve convenience as they move towards a digital society in which a variety of services, think about this for a second, you guys, variety of specific services basically can be accessed via smartphone. And we just literally talked about some of this stuff. Okay? So, that's a screenshot in regards to that. I was thinking that was a video. It is not a video. So I'll double check with Mike, see if he has a video on that. Here's some screenshots in regards to pictures with Fumio Kishida. I have to get Japanese translation. Don't have it. But I was thinking it was a video. Maybe Mike was thinking it was a video too. I don't see that. I'm going to stop the share for a second. Double check with Mike on Facebook. If we don't have it, guys, there's always another night. This has been a really long broadcast anyway. Let me just double check to see what he has. Hold on. Okay. All right. don't have it, and that's okay. But that was really nice that he at least had a screenshot, and we do appreciate you guys' effort when it comes to that. All right, so without further ado, guys, we are with the one and only Underdog Research, Underdog Research channel. Underdog, I see you have some research for us, but before we pull it up on the screen for tonight, just briefly, if you want, let us know what we're getting into. Oh, shoot, sorry. Hold on. My bad. I had you on mute. There we go. There we go. Go ahead.
No problem. Maximus, you've been running a marathon 3 hours and 29 minutes.
It's not my record. You want to know something? I did Quant a few months back. You want to know how long that was?
How was it?
I had a special guest. Shout out to our brother, Channing Harrell.
Okay.
8 plus, it was a little over 8 hours.
That's a work day, sir.
You know how many videos I was able to chop up out of that?
How many?
I think I did like 11 or 15 videos. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah.
That's a passion. I'm telling you, that is amazing. But you know, what we do when we're doing this, it's not just about the research. This is therapeutic as well, because once it's in our heads, when we're built a certain way, we got to get it out. And for me, doing the research, as I see for you, is more than just research. It's actually a way for you to release, to relax, and get the information that's in your head out in a therapeutic way. So that's great.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, there's times though. I mean, I had to take a break like a week and a half ago. I was really hitting it hard with like people were like, "Man, Max, you're killing it." And I was dropping like, you know, chopped up a video, live shows, and it was just like boom, boom every freaking day. And then all of a sudden it was just like real life got in the way, and it was just like I'm running out of time. And then there would be times in which I couldn't get home in time. So yeah, I took a you know, week and a half off, and it was good. So it is therapeutic, but there's times it can be like, man, you need to just kind of take a little break. You know what I mean? So, but I see two things you got ready. One's got the, I guess, red China flag, and the other one's got from your channel. What one would you like first?
You don't have to bring that up yet. I was
Okay.
going to bring it up because of the conversation you was having earlier, where you was talking about the wallet. I think that was a good conversation. I tuned in about the universal wallet, and these two things I think are going to be very important and impactful. So I'll bring it up in a minute. But tell me about. Let's go back to what you was talking about, the wallet. Tell me about that.
Sure, absolutely. So I did a recent deep dive in regards to Quant, and I know I pull up the brand. He just kind of helps it with my little markers and stuff. So that one kind of jacks it up. That's all right. I have it all displayed right if it's just one on the screen. But anyway, so lately with QNT, you know, over the course of, I want to say at least the last year, I've been talking about some of the findings from myself, a guy that I collaborate with quite often. He's a researcher named Quant Papa, and people from XRP community and so on. And I hold XRP. This is no bash on XRP, but it's the concept of a unified ledger, and it goes into elaboration about a thing called, for example, the RLN, the Regulated Liability Network. And then recent news talks about, I believe it's the RSN, the Regulated Settlement Network. And it's always interesting, the terminology, Underdog, because it's like, well, okay, unified ledger. Okay, so all the institutions and the central banks coming together, central powers and so on. I should call them central powers, but you get what I'm saying. It does feel like the central powers, right? Coming together, and then like, who are they picking? Who are they doing tokenization for? You know, real world assets and so on. I've seen you cover it, Rue, and so on. We talk about private equity, what's going to be on, like, you know, private and public blockchains and whatnot, how it will be used, is it utility in motion, and so on. So we cover that for the longest time, and we're like, boom, check this out. City connection to Quant, JP Morgan. Yes, JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon, and was talking out both sides of his mouth, showed proof on that as well. People are like, you don't have proof. I actually connected all the dots on that, you know. Shout out to you, man. You're awesome with the forensics and so on. Like, I always give you a plug and connect when I can. But my thing is, we were pointing out, like, it's there, guys. It's absolutely there. And some people were like, you know what? You're just pointing out, like, you're raw Quant and not XRP. Are you kidding? I always let people know that XRP and QNT are tied for my number ones, and here's the reason for it. So, news came out about the RSN. Don't quote me. There's so many abbreviations. It might not be that anymore, but it's in regards to a settlement network. And so to me, it makes sense that if you're going through all this trouble of what chain it's going to go through, is it blockchain agnostic and so on, then from there, where is it held? And then when we talk about like our biggest custodians, your Larry Finks of the world and so on, you know, he will deny publicly that they're not the world's largest asset custodian, in which everybody knows that they are. But why is he? I always tell people he will deny that because of tax purposes. You claim that you have ownership of all this, then all of a sudden you just open up the floodgates, and then boom, that throws them into that tax bracket. So I was pointing out also, I believe it is RSN, that then you have to have a wallet to hold this on and so on. And then we made those connections. And the beautiful thing about it, and again, I need to chop this up. That was something I was going to do earlier today, and I didn't have a chance to. But it's kind of like a part two, if you will. It talks specifically about and shows proof from the Lisbon, Portugal event yesterday about what Quant's doing, or what they've done. Gilbert Verdian literally giving a warning or call to action, literally a oh crap moment, telling everybody there, look, if this is coming, you are running out of time. I'm giving you the opportunity, a final opportunity, basically, almost word for word, of like, this is what we got. We already tested it. We already did the pilots. It's proven itself and so on. The ball's in your court. Do you choose to take this? And I told our community, guys, do we choose to take this? This is our second chance at QNT at rock bottom. And I said it could go down further. It could go to the $40 mark. I gave a shout out to Mine Crypto. He was talking about in his video, $40 mark. But long story short, it is here, and it was talking about the unified ledger and so on. So I done a lot of talking. People always point out, they're like, man, if you have a guest, stop talking. I agree. You're here. You're our special surprise guest to everybody. Take it away, sir. What do you got?
No, this is what I'm excited about. Pardon me, but I've been on the live stream for probably 90 minutes, watching and observing and listening to the information. And then when you extended the offer, of course, I'm going to support Maximus Crypto. I rock with you, and I like the information you provide. And no, I enjoy this. I don't have a lot of people I'm around that I can have this dialogue with, so I appreciate that. One of the things that you brought up, I'm going to talk about Quant, but not from the token perspective. You brought up a few points, and I think that's important. I like to break. I'm an old country boy. That's my original roots. Just so people know, for the first time meet me, I'll give you an overview of who I am. Then I get to the topic. So by trade, my background, I'm a digital forensic scientist. I'm also have 14 certifications in cyber investigations, forensics, and the legal field. My education background, completed 2 years into my doctoral studies in artificial intelligence and also social media and cyber psychology, a master's degree in digital forensics, a bachelor's degrees in legal studies, and I've been working in this field for over 20 years. That's the overview. Now, one thing I do that I do for a living, that I have done for my whole life, is take complex topics and break them down in an easy, digestible way, as if I was the same young country boy that I grew up to be. I find that it's easier when you know the audience. It's easier to get information, and oftentimes with technology, there's a pushback. That's just a technological cycle. There's something new is introduced, and then after that, there's these stages, and I've talked about that before, and then there's this resistance stage. So one of the things I decided to do about 3 years ago is I had done so well, and I'll tell you this quick story, and then I'll get to the topic. I had conducted research for years, and one day, a circumstance came up, and I decided that I wanted to try my hand at a app called Robinhood. I'm not sure if y'all familiar with that app for stock trading.
That's where I came fresh off the boat of Robinhood. I always joke around people about that.
Yes.
Dogecoin. Yeah, go ahead.
Dogecoin,
Yeah.
and it was during COVID, and I decided I was going to take $50, invest it into the stock market. So I did so. and I started to trade, and I turned that $50 and I started to sell twice in one day. And I didn't know that you can't do that. It's called day trading. And that $50 I had turned into like $2,500. It wasn't a lot of money, but then I got a notice from Robinhood and says I'm day trading because I bought it in the morning and I sold before they closed in the day. Unless I had $25,000 in a day trading account, I can't do that. So I was like, oh. So I said, okay, I'll quit day trading after I got warned. So then Robinhood released that they had crypto for the first time during COVID, if y'all remember. And so I said, oh, what about this crypto stuff? I wonder if I could try my research on this. So I tried it and I kept losing my money. I took that $2,500, whittled down all the way down to $50. And I couldn't understand why. And because I was doing the same concept. So then I pulled up 4 computer screens and 4 different trading apps. And I looked at the price action and I noticed that Robinhood was delayed by 1 minute. Now, if you know in crypto, 1 minute is everything. And then if you read in small print on their website in 6-point font, it says that their trading is delayed. So I like, no wonder, because when I saw it going up, it was going down. And when I saw it going down, it might be going up. So I couldn't trade. So I took my last bit of money and I got off Robinhood site. And I think by the time I finished, I had $500. I went to crypto, got onto a particular exchange, and I flipped that $500 into 5,000. And I flipped that 5,000 into 15,000. This was all within 2 months. And then I purchased a particular project called Tailcoin that a lot of people are familiar with. Now, I had not had a channel at this point. I had never told anybody that I was in this thing beside one other person. And I purchased this particular token because I saw it, but no one was talking about it. I Googled it and there was no one talking about it on social media. There was no one talking about it anywhere. And the one site that had it had 15 people on it. It was Tailcoin's own site. But I couldn't understand because the utility was so great and I saw what it could do. I put all my money into that one. Well, it went from less than 5 zeros back all the way to 25 cents or more. And it was extraordinary amount of wealth I was able to obtain. But then I noticed that all the other research I had conducted was panning out the same way. And I thought to myself, why? Why was it that Dogecoin at the time was the most hyped and these other projects were the most hyped, but the one project that had no hype, that no one was talking about, gave the most amount of gains? What was the common factor between how I went from Robinhood and it worked, and then also went on to crypto? It was the research. It was the same thing that I've been doing in life applied to this particular industry. Now, I understood and I accepted those risk maximus. I said, I know the risk. I understand, but people oftentimes don't truly grasp that you can lose everything in this space. So, but I took it upon myself to apply the research. And so that's where I started with my journey. And so what I appreciate is what you do. And that's how I started my channel. My first person I saw was Black Brew Investing before I had a channel. And that's why I appreciate it, is about when you take research and you apply it to a subject matter and you gain information and you then apply it. That is what it's about. So as you having this conversation about the wallets and give me this universal wallet, you are actually talking about various areas of research. And I think it's important for the audience to get that. There's no way that one person can cover all these things. And it's as frustrating, isn't it, Maximus? Because you want to give everybody everything, but you can't. There's not enough time in a day.
Right. I used to do, just real quick, I used to do, and people used to joke about it because, going over 3 hours, 43 minutes. But I would do things like one night would be, let's say it was tonight. It'd be Jasmy, and then thumbnail would be Quant, and it'd be another one like XLM. And then it's just like, and then I look at the clock, I'm like, oh my gosh, I just did like 4.5 hours. And of course I'm naturally just wanting to do that. But then we go back to chopping it up, and then you add up all the hours in the week, and it's like, my goodness. But yes.
It's difficult, but what you're doing, you're on to a lot of things. I brought up 2 things today, and I'm going to apply it to what we're talking about here. Now, what Maximus brought up was about this universal wallet. Now, what country was sponsoring that? I missed that part. Was it Japan?
No, so basically speaking, you have the UK. It's basically like the UK digital finance, and then you had examples, Digital Pound Foundation, and then of course everything that Quant Network's doing. And it's already been mentioned numerous times that, you have like Project Enbridge, then you have Bank of International Settlements, Bank of England that chose Quant, and that was speculative for like basically like a couple years,
Mhm.
and I even pointed this out. I think it was like late 2022, I believe, with Project Hamilton. And I showed evidence. I said, look at this, guys. You have, for example, you know, MIT, you have New York, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, and then Quant Network. And here's what's going to come. And then, before then, people were like, nah, that's too speculative. And then it was just like showing some research. And it's like, nope. I mean, the cool thing is when you show that, it's hard to come back like otherwise, you know what I mean? But then all of a sudden it went from that to like, well, we don't got any official announcements. And then later on, as we progress, like Project Enbridge and so on, Project Rosalind, yeah, guess what? Central Bank of Central Banks, which is, the Bank of International Settlements, Augustine Carstens, literally says, yep, Quant Network, going with that. And then, Bank of England obviously going with Quant Network. But what really solidified it for me was, for especially from people from like the XRP army and so on, I get their point because they're going to say it's only XRP. It's not only XRP. What we discovered was that with Quant, they boast themselves as being the foundation of blockchain. Basically, like I call it like an assembly line for Web3, the Microsoft of blockchain. Even Gilbert Verdian of Quant, these are some of his own words. So ISO TC 307 is a standard. Okay, that's a Quant network standard. So that standard complements ISO 222. The bombshell moment in yesterday's video was seeing Gilbert Verdian specifically mention to the people that were at this event, I think it's called EBA Day 2024 in Lisbon, saying to them, basically speaking, and he uses this word, Underdog, mandate, all right? And I'm like, mandate. And then I do more research. And then I'm like, well, does this align with the whole thing of ISO 222 full mandate, November 2025? And then when you go to Quant Network, you see the things typed out. Then I think to myself, what about Swift? Now, I'm not talking about Swift blockchain, brother, because you do an excellent job with that. I'm talking about Swift as an SWIFT. So just a disclaimer, because last time some people pointed that out and they're a little bit confused because we cover both. So actually, Swift, as in like that tech, MT messaging, all that stuff from the 70s, right? That everybody complains about. Yes, that Swift that had sanctions put on them, Russia, United States and Russia. That's Swift. So then we go into it more, and it mentions specifically the same terminology that Gilbert Verdian in Quant was mentioning. Literally word for word, like for example, the harmonization and how it's orchestrated, and just only things that Gilbert would mention. And so I did an outline connecting it tab by tab by tab and showing evidence, like as you would say, not hype, but I naturally do get hyped. I'll be honest. It excites me because it's like when you show research and you're like, wow, that's the hype. If you think about it, like I don't have to be like, oh, hey guys, this is what this is going to do because I think that. Like there's too much of that crap going on, as we know, in this space and so on, where people do that. And people will be like, well, this guy seems cool. I'll listen to him. My thing is that I love about you, Rue, Shook, you name it. People like this that are in our communities and so on. Even with Jasmy, like Jesse, Rob, and so on, is we actually show stuff. We show why we have that. It's like, even myself, like when I did, you got me beat like crazy with all your degrees. I hear I was all telling some about some of mine, but you got some awesome background. But my thing was, it was like we could talk about this all day, but man, I mean, Gilbert Verdian. I don't come a little all over the place. Gilbert Verdian has been coding since he was 6, and I show that too. And the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force. I told people just real quick, Underdog, that here is what is so amazing about this guy. So they talk about orchestrating. Literally, this is what is mentioned, like even on Swift and all these other sources. Orchestrate. He is the composer. He's the one leading the charge on all this. And so he has close connections to the IETF, Internet Engineering Task Force. They've been around since 1984. And what's most important about the bigger picture of this is that was the alpha of the internet. That, we talk about Web 1 back in late 80s, early 90s. Like, I didn't even know about the internet until, I think when Windows 95 came around. There's people before me, Windows 3.1. Basically, 90s really stand out for most people as far as like mass adoption. That's just a given. But the talk of like 1984, really? Internet Engineering Task Force? So that is the alpha version. And the example I gave was just like video games. You play a game, there's a closed alpha, right? Then there's testing and so on. Then there's public alpha, okay? Then there's closed beta, right? And you're still testing out bugs. And then there's public beta. Then there's a release. And the point I was trying to get across to everybody, Underdog, was that public release. Because Quant is at that stage right now. They're done with public beta, if you will. You know what I mean? And now it's that next step of saying literally to everybody at EBA Day 2024, look, you have been warned. There's a mandate. Get on board. As the saying goes, even with Ripple, because the train's leaving. Quant with ISO TC 307 complements ISO 222. They work in harmonization. I said so much. I just want to give you a little background, brother, but that's where it was at for me. That's the unified ledger. That's what it's connected to. And it's a technology also called M10 that connects to RLN. And for people that don't understand Quant, they're like, oh, it's just an ERC20 token. It's blockchain agnostic. It can switch on the overledger to other technologies. And we show this on visualization. I still have it saved. Anybody wants to see it. If you guys have a request you want to see it, we'll share it later. But it shows an example of you can switch from QNT to the XRPL. You can switch to IOTA. You can switch to like Polygon, XDC. And now we're seeing things with XDC for trade. Back to the whole thing of Gilbert Verdian and his background. UK, the UK, was it digital finance or digital ministry? I mean, the government, UK government, and so on. And it's like, you know what? It's there. So this thing called M10 allows for that scalability. 1 million TPS for institutions. That's going to more than do it for institutions. So people would say QNT can't scale because ERC20. They are not understanding. There is proof, we have shown it, that it will switch because blockchain agnostic, and guess what? It will settle if you choose to go with it. Like the bank is like, we're going to go with the Ripple. It will settle with the XRPL for what? RTGS, real-time gross settlements, and that's just one example. Okay, what about when trade finally kicks in? We already passed. As we know, brother. Bills are bills, right? It's like kind of like an idea. We were going to pitch a bill. Then, the electronic trades documents bill became an act. Okay? XTC went dramatically up during that time frame, especially when ISO 222 went live. Was it March 2023? Everybody thought it was going to be XRP and XLM that get sent. It wasn't. It was XDC. I think it went up like 70%. That's the point I'm trying to make. When things finally kick in for mass adoption and then the trade sectors, that's finally going. Can you imagine solving the whole thing with trade? It's like, what was the example? I want to just make this point real quick. So it's like, supply and demand. We are at a problem as we speak. I go buy an item at the store. Oh, I can't get that item. Why not? Oh, supply chain constraints and so on. Once all that is finally done, especially when it ties into blockchain, XDC is going to get sent. How so? Well, Quant is even there on that. And it shows even in the code, my fellow brother. It shows in the code where it's written in So there's so many things. I could spend 3 hours with you, and I don't want to do that. I want to respect your time. I want to hear from you. I want to hear from you. Everybody wants to hear. Everyone's like, "Hey, Max, we're done hearing you. Let him talk. Let's let Underdog talk for crying out loud, right?"
No, I'm literally enjoying every word you're saying. And I'm like, yeah, that's right, that's right. I was listening to what you're saying. It's so powerful, Maximus. I'm sure there are people who are listening to you get this too. It's powerful to be in this position. It's a lonely space. I tell people it's a lonely space. That's what I feel that you're going through when you're there first and you see the full picture before they release it. That's the problem. It's literally like saying the sky is falling, Chicken Little, to other people because they're like, I don't see it. Well, I want to go back and comment on a few things you said about
Sure.
public. You said there hasn't been any public release on information. Listen, there's not going to be until it's implemented. That one thing I think that's important that people have to get, and I tell my communities, I'll tell this to you time and time again. I have seen it from the lowest level of government to the highest levels in government in the United States and internationally. These companies move on a large economic strategic path. They do not care about little dollars in retail. I don't know where it became a thing where a lot of times we believe that a Twitter post will tell us about an economic move for a whole country. It's not going to have. Most of the stuff has classification. Most of the stuff is talked about in the behind the closed doors. And what we are doing here is taking the crumbs and making meals. Let me say that again. We're talking about billions and no, excuse me. I take that back. Trillions of dollars being moved through these networks. They're not going to post it on Twitter. They're not going to post it anywhere until it is set in stone. And as Maximus is doing, he is saying, oh, shoot, I see these 5 layers of chess that they're playing. This is the part I want you to focus on. Why would they do A, B, C, and D? And he's giving you that because for us, if we flip that information, this knowledge, and turn it into some type of financial gain, we think we do good if we get a few $1,000. If we get $1 million, we're thinking we're doing good. There's trillions of dollars this network. We're literally just feeding off the crumbs from the bigger plate. I totally agree with you, Maximus, about how they are laying the stage. They do this. I'm a computer background, as you already know. Anytime you have a program, you got bugs. You got to work them out. You can't start a network, build programming, put it in place, and just give it out to the consumer. That we know what that looks like. They call it recalls for cars. We know what that looks like. They call it updates for iPhones. And that's what it. You can't recall a financial structure that's going to cause trillions of dollars and can affect the whole economy. So yes, there's got to be stages from beginning to fruition of this project to the end. Now, one thing I would like to talk about, which tonight that I think is important, is the on-ramping and the off-ramping of money. See, that's another thing too. When we're talking about these large-scale networks that are being talked about, there's a few things that come to mind. I'm just going to throw this out there to consideration. I don't personally believe that one country will utilize only one path in the financial system. It is a security risk. We have to have several layers of redundancy to keep us from that. And we also have to have layers of security away from the public consumption. So I believe that there's, just like we see in real world, there's going to be competitors that are bigger that do most of it. And then there are going to be smaller competitors because it's the most secure way to do things to have multiple layers. I do think, though, that oftentimes as retail investors, because of our, I guess often because of our very, I don't know, we have opposing opinions. We got Democrats, Republicans. Everything is an adversarial process that's from England that we also have in the United States. Our mindsets are stuck on it has to be just this one. It has to be just this one. That's not the real world, though. The real world is I could go from the DoD, Department of Defense, or any other organization. I can show you that they don't use one point of failure. That's literally how you can get yourself in a lot of trouble. That can be hacked, that can be exploited. So I think what Maximus is showing you here is that he's seeing these connections with Quant with this particular country, and he said the word mandated, which that means that it, to me, implies regulation. That's why he brought up the regulation. And that's one of the things I've been telling people for years. Part of the research I conduct is part of my algorithm is I think about legislation. It doesn't matter how great a project is if the legislation is adversarial. Because if that country or organization, whether it's local, city, or federal, or whatever country you're in, has legislation that can prohibit growth, it will do exactly that. It will prohibit growth. We saw that with China when China during 2021 and COVID said that they don't want any more Bitcoin miners. And what happened? China had all those people leave from their country, and they went to where? Other countries like Texas, and excuse me, that's not a country, but they want to be places like Texas and other places around the world that are more advantageous to crypto. That took money out. But what is China doing? And that's one of the things I'll bring up. Maximus, you don't mind? I have the first one that has the Chinese flag, which I think
Absolutely.
is
I don't mind at all. I welcome it. Thank you. Let's go ahead and share this.
now, this is a
go.
glimpse of one of my upcoming videos. This is one slide from a 4-hour research conversation I have on Swift, MetaPath, and billionaire connections and going through money. Now, I'm only going to share this one part of you. This is from September 23rd, 2022. Did you know that China was the uncrowned king of blockchain applications? Now, they quote a research study, which I brought up, but it's 84% of global total patent apps. And if you it says China has more blockchain patent applications than any other country, accounting for 84% of global total, according to the public official, demonstrating Beijing's commitment to innovation despite years of crackdowns and bans on crypto. The article further says, Information Technology released the statistics on Tuesday without specifying the time period. Blockchain accelerates economic integration, solutions for people's lives, smart cities, and administrative services, he said. Some blockchain patents involve classic internet technologies such as private processing and cryptography, said Gao Qing. Now, I'm going to go to the next page because this is connected. Now, here's the issue. Now, China, why would they do that? This is about to tell you why, and you can think about China, which has the largest economy in the world. Why they do this, and you need to understand that because they want to change the value of American dollars through the SWIFT system and everything else, so that these sanctions won't hurt them as much. As you know, with Russia and all these other topics, which we won't talk about tonight, but they want to change the value. But why would they do that? Why would they push against crypto, but at the same time want the innovation? Because they want to control it. Now, this article further says, instead, China has high hopes for a permissionless blockchain, which limits who can edit records. 3 years ago, the president said blockchain would play an important role in the coming wave of technological development and industrial advancement. According to the research by think tank Zero Finance, and I looked up the research, and I have that, and it says a patent consultant from 2015 to June 2021, China ranked first in the world in terms of blockchain applications, followed by the United States and Korea. Now, that's two things right there you just learned. One, China has more patents, but they had the least amount approved. And two, it just told you that United States and South Korea. Now, I could talk about Bybit and some other things in the United States, but this is what you need to see from an economic standpoint related to what Maximus is saying about is it possible about this network and how they resolve it. Now, according to this study, only 19%, although China has the largest applications for patents in blockchain, only 19% of Chinese applications were ultimately approved compared to 26 and 43% for the United States and Korea. So United States has more patents approved. China's engagement with blockchain is tenuous. Cryptocurrencies are prohibited except for legal participation in popular foreign blockchains such as Bitcoin and Ethereum. Now, here's the catch. This could lead China's blockchain business becoming disconnected from international community. And its development efforts for Web3, a sparse next generation form of the World Wide Web that is decentralized through blockchain technology. This is what China wants to do. China's government-backed blockchain service network, BSN, has been working to separate cryptocurrencies from its ecosystem. It first launched Spartan Network last month. Researchable moment, folks. Spartan Network and BSN, just so you know, which forks major blockchains such as Ethereum, Polygon Edge, and limits the use of fungible tokens for crypto. Now, what does this mean? How does this connect? When you're looking at the financial systems and you want to see these countries, there's not going to be one country that's going to have one token to solve them all. China is saying, hey, how do we take away the effect of the American dollar? How do we control the people? How do we control information? Well, we will create a system called the Spartan system, which will make every cryptocurrency flow through us, but we'll take out the retail investors' control of it. We'll take out the developers' control of it. They don't want you to be able to edit or anything to the blockchain. They don't want you to be able to have a transition of that blockchain. They want to be control it besides two major ones. Now, why? Because they want to introduce their own blockchain service network, which if they do that, they can identify not only fraud, but they can tell you where the money is going, how the Chinese people are spending the money. Remember, they have the largest economy in the world. Now, why does that matter? Just like China, United States, Korea, and other countries, there is a war going on, a technology war. And whoever gets that finish line first will have a few hundred years of dominance. So these companies are fighting to be a part of that conversation. Whether it's the quant network being able to process and send transactions through it, or the connection that it has, the regulations are also having to take in consideration how we can have these technologies coexist with government organizations. So the question I would ask is, as we look at XRP, Quant, Jasmy, Swift, and these other blockchains, what is the threat that the economic state country views that particular technology? And what are the legislations that could hinder the growth? Now, currently, right now, it's all up in the air because everyone is rushing to get to the finish line on this. But why I see it is this. In the meantime, retail investors have to understand that there's going to be major movements in the price action of these projects. And there's going to be major amount of these projects that won't go to fruition and won't make it because of the regulation that's not in their favor. So what'll be important is, as Maximus brought up, if you have people in leadership and politics who are in a country who seem to be leaning toward a certain technology or company, you might want to pay attention. If you're hearing words like mandate, and as he brought up the recent bill that turned into law with in the United States, where it has both Republican and Democrats, also partisan support in, if it's in the United States or anything else, you might want to pay attention. I really like that earlier where the person watching your channel did some research and they did a screenshot and they from a Chinese website. And then they translated that. And that's what I do often. You got to go where the research takes you. And so that is important that we should keep in mind. Payments, off-ramping is important. I'm going to go to another one, Max, this other
Sure.
slide, if you don't mind, as
No, I
well.
don't mind at all. I see where that is. Hold on just a second. So this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, this is just 2 slides. My research project that I'm working on has taken me 6 weeks. I'm still not complete. I will finish it, the introduction to one of the topics. I got 4 different topics. It's going to be a series called The Money Trail, where we go through a concept I call circular economy or circular money, how the money is going from the macro being filtered through and connected. And I'm going to walk you through that. So I hope that y'all have opportunity to pay attention to this information, because you got to understand what's going on. Now, Maximus earlier mentioned iPhone, and he mentioned that too. Now, this is just one snippet. I just want to show you here. This is MetaPath. Now, it's not so much I want to talk about the MetaPath unless people are interested, but look, I highlighted it for you. It's MetaPath, smart worldwide financial technology, and in a small print, designed for iPhone. And there's also one that's designed for the Android. Swift did the same thing, but Swift doesn't allow you to use the application in the United States, only certain countries. And MetaPath was designed by Swift. That's what this is showing you on the slide, more by this developer. So Swift blockchain developed the MetaPath app for both the iPhone and Android, and they developed the app for both the iPhone and Android for Swift, 2 separate companies, but are directly aligned. Now, why? Because the money circulates through there. You see, they have to consider regulations. So the reason the United States doesn't have access to it, because they're in the BRICS nation. They're in these other countries like China. Swift and MetaPath, for example, they have roots in China. Ramble Land's from China. Their CMO is from China. They have recently talked about their development from a place called TI Park, where they're in Silicon Valley, which is in China, Beijing, and also in California. And TI Park is an incubator for startups to bring talent from China to the United States. It also is part of their founders has a thing called EB5 investment. That's a immigration status that allows people who have technology backgrounds or some type of technology background to come to the United States if they invest at least $800,000 to $1 million in an American company and create 10 American jobs. Now, why does that matter? The friend of my friend is my enemy. See, China has found a way to utilize the regulations that are happening in China so they can control crypto to come to the United States legally and lawfully through a congressional right that, a congressional law that was passed in 1992 called the EB5 immigration program. And they get to do 2 things. They get to take that talent, get someone to come to the United States, they get their citizenship, then they get their family citizenship, and they invest into American jobs, but they're China-owned businesses, almost like the Trojan horse. So go ahead, Maximus.
I was just gonna say, I mean, I remember years ago, I think it was, I don't know, over a decade ago, 15 years ago. I mean, I remember my buddy telling me, he's like, "Are you aware of what's going on with AMC?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" And then he says, "China owns AMC." Like, we mean China owns AMC. He's like, "Look it up for yourself. Like, this is all China owned. What happens after this?" And at the time, I thought, this is just like conspiracy theory stuff and whatnot. But back to what you're saying, I mean, that turned out to be true, right? If anybody could look more into that. Back to this, like on the screen, literally you have on the screen about this, right? So Swift as an SWFT, guys, not SWIFT, not that Swift. As we know, this is like an acronym, right? So SWFT is an acronym that stands for Smart Worldwide Financial Technology Inc. So this is great research to show this. And I will state this. So based off of what Underdog was saying, for all of us, right? Whether this gets chopped up or not, I want everybody to have this key takeaway. With Underdog's research, what he talked about, especially when it comes to the BRICS nations and so on, we talk about not being on the sideline for some of these things. Some of these things, it's like it's not in alignment maybe with everybody's personal beliefs. And hey, I get that. But at the same time, understand supply and demand forces. And when I look more into this, I'm always paying attention to what's going on, like with what the BRICS nations are doing. To me, when make statements, I know it sounds like a joke, Chinese XRP. What was the other one we talked about, a few years ago? Shout out to Live Capital. He's always covering, conflux. People call that Chinese Matic. But every single one of these have their own use case. And it's, I always overstate this. Action, reaction. The action that's being obviously going on here is what Underdog is mentioning. So when things really kick in, and if you see more of a ban from mainland China, let's just throw that out there. Mainland China, because Hong Kong is still its own separate thing. Was it since January 1st, 1998, I believe it was, to present. Technically they're part of mainland, but in reality, as far as how their governing council and how the government works, Hong Kong is its own separate entity that's more democratic, more of the Western ways, if you will. Maybe that phases out eventually. We'll have to see how that goes. But mainland China, you could totally see with what Underdog is mentioning. So if they're going to go with doing their own contained thing, then, okay, does BRICS use this? And if so, is this another example, kind of like we were talking about earlier with Jasmy, where you don't understand why things are flying up in market cap, where prices are going on, and it's like you're not hearing anything about it. Again, it's what it's tied to. These are great examples. I have to learn a little bit more about MetaPath. I'll be honest. I've seen a little bit, introduced from you, but would you like to elaborate a little bit more in regards to your findings and, MetaPath and so on? I mean, the way I look at it is, I'm willing to go the course. If you're willing to go the course, what the heck? You only live once, right? So, yeah.
Well, Maximus, thank you very much. Jason Lucas on your channel made a comment. I think that's very relevant. If you want to pull it up, I would like to speak to that. So Jason Lucas said, this is kind of scary. What if they disable the on and off ramps for retail investors? Finally, I am so happy that someone brought that up, because research brings you to the ugly side just as much as it brings you to the good side. Not only is this a relevant comment, it has already happened. I'm going to give you 2 examples. 3 years ago, I was starting out my channel, and there's a project that I did pretty well on called The Key. This project is no longer in existence. Another one that recently, this last year or earlier this year, I want to say basically went out of business, called Sudorusu, and it had a technology called ZK Snark, which I'll talk about in a moment. Now, what does that have to do with anything? Well, both of these were based out of China. Now, the first happened with a key during that time frame was like 2020 or 2021, one of the two. The CEO post on their website, and it says a New Year's greeting, and that they were working directly with the government of China, who, because of their laws, they, unlike the United States, if the government has interest in your business, they can take your business. That's in the bylaws of the country. It's not like the United States at all. So because the government had an interest in their digital blockchain called TKY, where people can identify so PII, personal identifying information, socials, driver's license, all the things they're doing now, the government says we're going to take out the token aspect of the blockchain, and we're going to take the technology. The retail investor had no choice. So the company stopped updating their socials, stopped updating everything, and it wasn't even a rug pull. The country of China took the technology and separated the retail, just like this article that I just showed you said they want to do, so that they couldn't have a financial benefit. This is a problem. However, I want to put that in a box by itself. It is possible, Jason. It is already happening and it will continue to happen. We often think in scales as retail investors into products of two things. I bring it all the time: binary. Either it's shield or FUD. Maybe it's because of our level of understanding of complex technologies that we only can put into those two categories. If crypto goes up really, really high, and they'll say, hey, it's a scam. If crypto crashes, they'll say, hey, it's a scam. However, in the wild, as we call it in the intelligence area and also in cyber area, the wild, that's not how business works. Most businesses in the United States go out of business within the first 5 years. Has nothing to do with whether it's scam or not. The person over the business could be a great cook if they have a restaurant, but a horrible with finances. The reality is companies go out of business, and even more so in this space. But with the added pressures of a state organization, whether it's United States or China or anything else, wanting your technology, they can absolutely put you out of business. Now, here's the thing. Put that in a separate category. The fact that, yes, that is a real risk that a technology can be acquired and extracted. And even in the United States, under certain things, technology with the Bureau of Commerce, they also over dual use technology. So look that up. Department of Commerce is over dual use technology. This is what I want you to know. One of the things that my research has brought me, Maximus's research has brought him, and Black Roo has brought him, we talked about recently. We just haven't brought it to you, but it will be coming out in my upcoming research, is these hard wallets and hot wallets. See, there's off ramping into these wallets on purpose. So if you have a Ledger, if you have a MetaMask account, if you have an Power account, Token Pocket, you name the hard wallet. Have you been paying attention about who is the person, who is the person that is really making moves in that area? Because all money, if needs to be off ramped. It doesn't matter if you have a digital currency if it can't be equated into fiat, if it can't be converted to another cryptocurrency, or if you can't get into your bank account, right? So you either are using digital currencies to purchase things, which is on a ledger, or you're off ramping that digital currency to somewhere else. Who is the person who is trying to be first in that space to have the universal space? Well, that's what we talk about. So with these hard wallets, that is also an area that China is moving into because they play 5 layers of chess, and they know that the world has to off ramp that money. If you can control the network, you can control the money. And that's what I want you all to consider is, yes, it is a very real possibility and already has been done that that the off ramping of your cryptocurrencies can be controlled. We know this in the United States. Every time you file taxes since 2021, it asks you, do you have digital currencies? And if you say you don't have digital currencies, have you ever traded digital currencies? Then it asks you it gets reported from the major places like Binance, Cash App, and the other ones that we use to transfer money. And if you don't say it, then they'll send a report, and then you'll file your taxes, and you'll get a notice from the IRS if you get audited, and you have to pay those taxes. Only regulation they have on that in the United States is if you purchase, and again, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just giving you information based on my knowledge. But only information that's updated is if you buy crypto on a Tuesday and it's Ethereum, and you buy one whole Ethereum token for $3,000 something dollars, and you make it's from fiat to Ethereum. If you make no trade, that means you don't buy Jasmy, you don't buy Swift, you don't buy anything else with that Ethereum. If it just sits there, then there's no taxable event. But if you spend it one time, if you break it down from that Ethereum that you purchase and you buy one other thing, you just had a taxable event. There's capital gains taxes that you're gonna have to pay. So regulation controls your movement. So this whole concept of Bitcoin is so different from the original concept of not having any type of control and an anomaly, right? Is now becoming centralized in its use in ETFs and everything else. So it is very interesting times we're in right now, Maximus. And I'll stop right there because I know I've talked a lot. I didn't talk about Metapath, any of those things, but I wanted to share that since he brought it up. I thought that was a great point.
Yeah, his response was ugh, right? So, guys, I want to also point this out, okay? So, you heard what Underdog shared with us. Great explanation and so on. Now, there was a key part, Underdog, that you mentioned in regards to taking the coins out of the equation. Remember how you said that? One thing I love to do is when we have great people like yourself with awesome research, share what you have, and then you have somebody, whether it's me or whoever else, pound home what you just shared. Guys, stick around. You're going to be glad for this bonus coverage. This is going to pound home that much more of what Underdog Crypto was talking about. Underdog researcher, right? With what he's sharing. This is really, really cool. What a privilege. What a great bonus to have him on. Look at this for a second. So, we were talking about some of these key things. I'll just put it to this particular slide, and then I'll show you some other things just to catch you up on like what we talked about the other day. So I'm going to go ahead and share this as well. Again, this is bonus coverage, and just to give you guys a heads up, and also you, Underdog, I want to make a quick announcement before I get into this. Guys, this is the biggest broadcast we've ever had. 1,508 people, 95 currently on YouTube, 1,413 on X. Wow. RIP DMX. X gonna give it to you. Wow. You know what I mean? So with that said, forget you getting on your own. Research gonna deliver it to you, right? Anyway, all right. I'll stop being corny. So with that said, check this out. My goodness, and give a follow to Underdog Researcher, the Underdog Researcher channel. There's 1,508 people here. Can we have at least a minimum of 10% of that follow Underdog on his channel, sub to his channel? You appreciate this deep dive content. So check this out. Underdog mentioned some of these key things. I want you, if anybody's, you guys are obviously taking the extra long time to hear it out. You're excited about some of this stuff. The numbers are not dropping. So that's cool. Check this out. So Underdog mentioned, like we said, will China drop the actual coins? Like, you know, we talk about crypto coins and so on. That's a great question. What is Quant doing? Well, I mentioned this the other day, but I want to pound home his research. As you can see on the screen, we're going to zoom in a little bit more about this. So, you see here, this was the event from yesterday, full screen, Lisbon, Portugal, 18th to 19th. Technically, this was day 2 of the event, right? EBA day. I was talking about that with Underdog and everybody here. Here's the point. The point is landscape of different forms of money. And most importantly is understanding these different forms of money. Unit account, medium exchange, store of value. As we pointed out yesterday, public and private, liability of private issuers and so on. We already made these connections. We already talked about it. We even talked about the quant connection. But here's the other thing. As you can see on this panel, you have some big players. We point out some of them some are from Citi. Some are from, I believe the lady on the far right, I don't quote me, but she might be HSBC. It could be wrong. That's not the issue. Gilbert Verdian gave the warning. And look what it says on this part of the screen. So it says crypto features vary, private, no liability. And look what it says. Everybody who for the longest time that were wondering about your ISOs. Remember how there's people, again, I'm not going to name the guy. Some of you guys know who this guy is. He stated they will never use banker coins. Remember how he said that? They'll never use banker coins. Well, look at this. Shows plain as day crypto coins issued by a protocol. What would it be, that protocol? As the native coin of the DLT. What would be the native coin in this example? It's obviously what? It is the QNT token. Now, for some people are saying, again, and this is a little bit me just pounding home from yesterday, saying there's no way that the banks are going to use QNT for settlement. Great answer. I got an answer for that. Just like I mentioned yesterday. Exactly. Gilbert Verdian already thought about this in advance, everybody. This is why the Overledger will allow you to quickly switch to settle in what? Real-time gross settlements, XRPL. Okay, what about trade? XDC. Okay, what about some of these other things? Oh, we got a problem with, remember how, Underdog was talking about, I think you're talking about EVM or ZK. Okay, what about ZK EVM? Notice and appreciate all these ones that took the liberty to do ZK EVM compatibility, right? That is your Polygon connection. Okay, does Overleverage do that? That was one of the latest reports, was it not? So you have Polygon, and what was another recent report? Polygon has its own, they are ISO now. They're not 222, but they're ISO standard, okay? A different particular one. Then we were like, well, what about like data? Okay, IOTA shows on the Overledger switching to IOTA. And by the way, like I said before, most of us are connected tonight is because of Jasmy. I just want to throw it out there. You see opportunity for IOTAs, not financial IOTAs. This is what I'm personally doing. If Jasmy had its moment, which obviously it is, because it's Japan and so on, for what it's been doing, IOTA, to a sense, has a very similar tech, does it not? We've investigated this. We researched this. So with that said, IOTA will have its moment when the mandate rolls out. November 2025. Remember me saying this? I'm going to call it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's okay. I'll never be that guy that comes on camera. You guys know who that guy is too. Every day he says he's right. Not going to be that guy. But the research solidifies, in my opinion, shows, you know what? This kind of looks like this is what's going to happen. So IOTA part of that mix. Again, Overledger. And then, what does Gilbert mention with the Overledger? He says, we have a support for over 100 plus blockchains for being fully interoperable, no longer 3 lines of code, but being able to do the thing of now it's no code. And if you don't see your blockchain on the list, let us know, and we'll work something out. Wow. So again, action reaction. Back to what Underdog was talking about. I'll full screen it one more time, because this answers the whole thing in regards to crypto coins. Those coins, you better believe, are being used in some form or capacity. But the beautiful thing is the orchestrator, the conductor, Gilbert Verdian, Quant Network, with what they got going on, because ISO TC307 complements it all. Now, would I want to hold both QNT and Swift with Swiftcoin with what they're doing? Absolutely. If one, it's kind of like that pendulum that swings from one way or to another, or a weigh scale. One thing does this, the other does this. So when I hold both for one, both do their thing. Am I too far off when it comes to this? And I'm going to get into a little bit more from my findings, but I just thought I'd pound that home because you mentioned that, Underdog. You said, will the reaction be that China decides to heck with this? We're going to do our own thing. We're going to get rid of coins. And then to show that screenshot, and that event is day 2 today? Holy cow. You still with me, Underdog?
Yes, I didn't want to interrupt you. You was flowing.
No, that's all right. I was kicking it back to you, my friend. Sorry.
you was flowing. No, I enjoy it. I enjoy listening, and because I learned something, and I also, again, as researchers, you're not in an empty silo. We have to use a research, and then we build off of that research, and we test it, and we go through it. And so I think that is so important. Switching modes to the retail side of things for just a moment, I often don't talk about, and I think everyone knows it. Well, you probably, if you don't know me, I often don't talk about price action. For me, it's not really relevant, honestly, because it doesn't really mean anything. I don't control the prices. Prices go up and down, and most of the time, when we think about prices, people want the token to go up, but they haven't bought and they don't continue to buy. If you don't buy every day and you're waiting for somebody else to do it, it's called a bystander effect. So prices vary. We have to engage. Now, what I will say is this: the retail side of things, from my research that I've done, we should see activity moving into quarter 4 of 2024 and then going into the first quarter of 2025. Every single, okay, let me start back. A majority of my research, and no matter what I am researching, continue to talk about the economic status of different countries and different releases going into the summer and the third quarter and starting in the fourth quarter. Now, companies who are much smarter than me, who have more resources, such as Fidelity, I pay attention to one of their people called Catherine Young. Now, she's over the China focus. That's her whole area. They bring in billions of dollars, if not trillions, each year. They have people in departments who get paid well over 6 figures to study China. I'm going to go with those. I don't have those type of resources. So based on them, they talk about a thing called the V-shaped economy. And what that means is, if you look at the economy, a V shape will be starting here, goes down, and then upward swing V. They stated that in the past, we expected big money, big companies to move GDP and economic growth, but that is starting to go away. What the China focus for Fidelity is that they have invested in a suite, she calls it, of well-managed, well-run Chinese companies. Now, we can apply this to the United States and everything else. I'm talking about China because you're talking about Jasmy. We're talking about, and that's not in China, but you get what I'm saying. You're talking about an Asian country, then we have to move with the economics in that Asian country. We have to be aware of it. We can't do research unless we understand how it connects to different economic stances, not just the United States. That's a fatal research flaw, is to only look at the economic status in the country that you live in. You got to find out about policies, how it's moving, and where it connects. Now, what I see happening is in the next 14 months is that some of these projects, the thing that we call increase that we've seen, is nothing. When it hits, if you are in the right one, because you leverage your research, you use your resources, which that's what Maximus Crypto is doing. That's what I'm doing. That's what Black Roo is doing. This is a resource that you didn't do yourself. So you don't have the time to do it. So we're doing it for you. Use it. If you're in the right one, if Maximus is correct, and again, I want to say this because he doesn't have to be correct. All he has to do is provide the research. We all only can use open source research that is available for you too. So none of us can predict the future, but the thing that we call bullish is getting that nugget, that string, and pulling at that string. And like Maximus, 8 hours on one topic, an 8-hour live stream. I can't even talk for 8 hours straight. Nevertheless, that means that for him to do 8-hour live stream, then his amount of time researching the topic so he could be well versed in it is quite a bit more substantial. So I can imagine he took weeks, if not months, to go through research to provide anyone 8 hours of topics. That is extraordinary. So as you listen to this information, it might seem like a shotgun blast, but if you could do this is my research tip for you. So if you could take anything from what I go and talk about today, here's a research tip. Don't use a live stream for just the sake of doing a live stream. I have a Microsoft Word document up. When I listen to Maximus Crypto, which I do, Black Roo Investing, even my own research, I can't remember it all. So I take notes, no different than if I was to study for a test. And here's why. what sense would it make not to take notes on something I put my financial interest from my hard-earned money into? Who does that? No one guesses in life and with their money. You don't want to lose it. So even if Maximus says something, for example, if he says something and I listen to it and I'm like, I didn't see it that way. I then put it, is it his opinion or is it research? It could be opinion based on research too. But whether it's quote good or bad, which I don't believe there's any such thing as good or bad research. I think that research is really good. I can utilize that. If Maximus told me tomorrow, hey, underdog researcher, I just want you to know Jasmy is going to go to 10 cents. My first question would be, why do you believe it's going to go 10 cents? Now, if he says to me, because I felt like it in my heart, I'll say, thank you very much. And that's it. I won't think more of it than tell him thank you. But that's not him. He says, well, I saw A, B, and C. And based on A, B, and C, it led me to C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P. And then I say, okay, I don't need to go through that much. I'm going to look at C, and I like what F said. But you know what? I think 60% of what B said, I don't agree with you or I agree with you. But either way, I just got research. I was able to utilize it as a resource. So then how does it affect me? I go to my portfolio and I make adjustments. Not just based on what Maximus said, based on the research I had an opportunity that he told me about. Because if he hadn't told me about A, B, C, D, E, F, G, I would not have known that thing. And that one thing could make the difference between a substantial amount of wealth or me moving my assets to something else. That's the power of research. So I just think it's so important what you're talking about. I'll put a pause there. I want to make sure you engage with you. What's your thoughts about that, Max?
I think you're spot on. I do tell people that consistently, actually. You know, I said, guys, don't just. It's nothing against the other people because I'm not a toxic person, right? But we do see that too often. You know, I call it fluff. Other people call it fluff. You know, I align myself with people like yourself, Rue, and so on, because I say, why wouldn't I want to collaborate with guys like you? You match that style of research. So this channel is has always been about deep dives, and I do get criticism now and then. You know, try to chop it up, make it shorter. And, you know, I've heard the constructive criticism. I'm trying to do some of that to you know, appeal to both sides, and that's good. You know, like as the saying goes, you got to be coachable. Totally am, right? I'm with you. I'm with you 100% on it. Like, you know, we could talk about Jasmy, talk about a lot of these things. You got to back up the reasons of what I would say or call it, you know, utility in motion. What you talked about earlier. It's like, how will this be put into motion? That's where it's at with me. I want to recognize just a few people in the comments for a brief bit. And then I want to kick it. Yeah, then I want to kick it back. And I also want to still respect your schedule. At any point you're like, bro, thank you so much for having me on. I got to go. I got to respect that. And then at some point I will have to go too. It's been really amazing tonight. What a night. I think this night will, what is today? For me, it's still June 19th. Okay. You know, technically I think today was officially Juneteenth, if I'm not mistaken, was it not? So what a day, you know? Okay. So with that said, I want to point out and thank some people for all of you guys to make this the biggest show ever. And on top of that, to also say thank you for some of you guys that subscribe to Underdog Research, the Underdog Research channel. We will also recognize this guy. Just because you're mentioning this to Jason, I want to state this to you, Bledu Ramstat, if I pronounce that right. Jason, check out Crypto Rick. Some assets can be moved and protected like XPR, XRP, XRPL, Corium. I've heard many good things about Crypto Rick. I know he covers like many things, like especially BSV and so on. Shout out to Michael Milton. He's always talking about that as well. A compliment and thanks to Jason Lucas. He says that he said thank you, Underdog. He subbed to you. All right.
Thank you very much, Jason.
Absolutely. Let's read this as well from Bledu Ramstedt. It's weird, dude. All the I like how you said, dude. So, I'm not saying this is how you said. It's weird, dude. All the important wallets have maritime ocean-related names: Anchor, Unicove, Lobster, Freighter, Surf's Up. When in reality, you did say the ocean, so a little bit of Surf's Up. But that's a good point. You know, it's interesting that they give us all of these little subliminal messages, and we've been consistent on that. Stellar, if you really think about it. You know, some people say, you know, that thing from, was it I'm sure you've seen this as well, Underdog. Was it from the Economic magazine? I can't remember. It's an old The Economist. There we go. 1988, 89, roughly. Everybody thinks it's a stellar logo, and some people are like, no, if you're going to be real technical, it's, you know, Cosmos for Atom. Whatever the case be, okay, then hold both. You know, I mean, I think Cosmos is a solid project too. Do very, very well in the Height Bull run. I don't own it, but, you know, you guys know that part of the whole thing of premium membership with Investor Place, they are extremely bullish on Cosmos. They feel very strong on it. That's another one. But anyway, all these little subliminal messages, does it hold weight? Does it have something? Are they literally telling us something? Because you know what, Bladu, you make a really good point. You know, Anchor. Like, okay, why they call it Anchor? Well, there's reasons for that. I mean, even XRP got like hooks and stuff like that. Lobster. I mean, I'm with you. I'm totally with you. Let's read this as well. Jim from I almost said Jim from McDonald's. Sorry, I didn't make it. Just I see the Mickey D's. Maybe because I haven't eaten nothing today. I went too long. I got too busy. I didn't eat nothing today, so I'm thinking Mickey D's. What's wrong with me? I should be eating that stuff anyway. Isn't XRP a banker coin? Absolutely. I mean, anybody that understands ODL, on-demand liquidity, right? This is where people do criticize me, and it's okay. I can take the criticism. They state to me, Max, how could you pick XRP over something like Jasmy or some of these other ones or Swift and so on? Okay. My answer is this. Back to what Underdog was talking about earlier. It's, you know, what the bigger players are going to do, like the, you know, billionaire blueprint and so on. The way I look at XRP is, do not ever focus on the retail narrative for two reasons. Number one, Brad Garlinghouse even mentioned their focus is not on retail, period. Okay, so you literally heard it from the horse's mouth. Number two, you have to research ODL. So back to what Underdog was talking about. If somebody says, Max, you know, you have to pick one thing of the selling point of XRP, I will always go back to this every single time, Underdog, everybody else, and that is what? On-demand liquidity, now referred to as Ripple payments. I just still like calling it ODL because ODL is the answer. Like, it is, my God. People that complain that, you know, the price don't move much. I see that. How many times do I see price don't move much? Okay, that's all you got. That's your research. All right, no knock on it. Price don't move much. Okay, so with that said, okay, from a retail perspective, do we have mass adoption when it comes to XRP? Some people are like, oh, yeah, we do have all these holders. Top 5 crypto, but, you know, price don't move much. Okay. What about saying goodbye to the whole retail narrative and understanding ODL? So I'm going to say this in like maybe 2 quick sentences. And then I want you guys to research it more because clearly, and this is no knock anyway, I don't mean to disrespect people. I don't want people to take this way. People don't understand ODL. So I have mentioned this before, and I know there's a lot of new people here. When it comes to Ripple's XRP, ODL, if we would have had, let's rewind, 2009, 2010, last recession. What did the United States of America do? We bailed out those banks, okay? Too big to fail, all right? I'm not trying to make this, you know, divisive. You know, Obama mentioned some of these things like, yeah, we got to do something. And, you know, we could research it. He technically was right, to a sense. But could you imagine at that point, even though, you know, people were like, well, of course Ripple's not going to exist then, you know, BTC barely, or Bitcoin was barely alive then. True. But hypothetically speaking, don't have SEC after it. And it was full-blown mass adoption, Ripple being the solution to take on that debt. That's your key takeaway. The debt. We're already trillions of dollars in debt. Okay, What's your utility? There's many utilities of XRP, but let's focus on ODL, on-demand liquidity. So instead of saying, all right, U.S. government, we're already trillions of dollars in debt. I think at that time it was 18 trillion. Now we're at like what, under like 38 trillion or something like that. So you have a solution. Go to Garlinghouse and Ripple and so on and say, guess what? Let's activate this. All right, you're going to bail out this problem with the banks. Okay, what's the solution they have? On-demand liquidity. How so? Banks have to have what is referred to as Nostra Vostra accounts. And I'm not going to get in a deep dive about that tonight because I've done it numerous times. So with that said, these Nostra Vostra accounts, they're required to hold that. So here's the way you also got to look at it. The U.S. government, basically speaking, provides that temporary solution. The demand forces is somebody, we're demanding, okay, we're the bank, we're demanding help from who? U.S. government. U.S. government comes in, bails them out. Well, no problem for those dang bankers, right? Right? But the problem is, my blood, sweat, and tears, underdogs, all these hardworking people, right? And leaving this crazy debt to everybody for generations to come. My God, it's so sad. Our grandchildren and grandchildren's grandchildren are going to take on that debt. So what do we got to do? We invest in some of these things, because if we don't, we're going to miss the boat. We're going to be left just like everybody else, right? We have the greatest opportunity in the history of mankind to take advantage of that. So where I'm going with this is this. If that solution of Ripple's XRP to fill that constant thing that needs to be, refilled like a soda dispenser at Taco Bell or whatever, right? You drink your Mountain Dew Baja Blast, my favorite one, by the way, and then you get a refill, right? You need to have that cup refilled. Okay, here's the problem. U.S. government has refilled that cup so many times, backed by nothing. Since 1971, when Nixon took us off of the gold standard, our dollar has not been backed by anything. But recently, Tether has been the answer for that. Supposedly, I should say the answer. Recently, Tether says we're backed by gold now. Again, demand forces and things. So again, my key takeaway is Ripple provides that solution over and over and over again for if banks, are going to default, or it's the calling of the government. So if you're going to move trillions of dollars and you need it to be done instantly, some people say, well, this is where we're replacing Swift. Swift is not being replaced. Swift has actually upgraded their services and things to complement that system. Go look it up. I'm talking about Swift, not the blockchain. Swift, SWIFT, okay? And we've seen that. And Ripple was one of the first to announce the whole thing on the ISO 222, and Swift recognized ISO 222. That's all they're starting to sell. But my point is, guys, again, can you imagine if we had that tech back in 2009? You really think that Ripple XRP would only be worth 48 to 52 cents? It's moving trillions of dollars in value. It has to be worth a hell of a lot. That's why, and I respect Underdog. And I know I'm going to take criticism for saying it again. That's why I have XRP at extremely high value per coin. That's like someday like $10,000 per XRP. And I know some people are going to say, you don't know tokenomics, you don't know what you're talking about, and so on. That's just my perspective. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But from what I've researched, it shows that makes sense. Institutions, central banks, even with Quant Network, they're not going to settle on for RTGS with QNT. It's going to be on the XRPL for that specifically, right? And again, can you imagine how much Quant's going to be worth? And yesterday we gave you guys examples on that website called with the market cap of. I suggest anybody go to there. You can do it as we speak. Just type it on Google with the market cap of. When you go to that site, type in QNT token, okay? And then from there, on the right side, type in with the market cap, current market cap of BTC. And what was the number we came up with yesterday? It might be different today. $83,000 per QNT. Now, some people say, well, what's that based off of? Well, it's based off of current market cap, current prices. Okay, this is not the height of the bull run. And on top of that, understanding that QNT has more scarcity. less of a supply compared to BTC. BTC, in my opinion, is just a glorified meme token. I understand Michael Sayer says it's digital property and all that. I'm not knocking on anybody that owns it. You can obviously make some money on it and so on. But to me, that's old pioneering technology. You know, it's like the AOL and so on. I want to go through the true Web 3. We're in Web 2.5. A little bit more about this. Now back to Underdog. Okay, this is good stuff. And we'll give you guys thoughts on Stronghold and some of these comments here in a bit. This is bonus coverage. I don't do this all the time. This is really crucial to pay attention to some of this stuff. Why? With research. It's not hype. I know it sounds a little hype because I'm excited. But I want to share this. This is also pounding it home about what Underdog mentioned. Let's share this. Number one, on the screen. Boom. Let's full screen this. You see here, specifically speaking, like I mentioned the other day, I think it's elaborating a little bit more. Are you aware of the recent news? Remember how I was talking about that the digital dollar is coming, guys, and is coming like you have no idea? And we understood and showed proof with our latest deep dives of USDF and Quant. So USDF proud to participate in industry-wide initiatives such as the Regulated Settlement Network. So I was right on that one, Underdog. RSN, Proof of Concept. This project is a collaborative effort by large banks, payment networks, and other regulated and financial institutions to explore how the creation of a shared ledger, or like I also mentioned, with recent connections, unified ledger, that includes commercial banks, commercial bank deposits specifically, bank reserves, U.S. Treasury securities, back to what Larry Fink literally was interviewed about recently on, what was it, CNBC and Fox Business, give or take, maybe both. He mentioned some of this stuff. Another thing I want to get into is, look what it says in regards to those, you know, the other part, sorry. Treasury securities, tokenized assets, especially tokenized assets, might improve settlement infrastructure in the United States. We already understand we have the infrastructure, especially with what Quant Network is doing. Why else would the BIS pick it? Why else would Bank of England pick it? Why else are you seeing literally, like Augustine Karsten's mentioned, you know, when we talk about the Finternet, okay? You have a case of central banks, the central banks of central banks, if you will, coming together. And they have literally chose to do a centralized marketplace for all of this. And that's another deep dive we already established. But USDF's participation ensures that banks of all sizes have a seat at the table as we explore these systems. Back to what? Back to this. This was introduced as a direct reaction, literally 1 to 2 weeks, give or take, after the 31st. From what, guys? C-SPAN shared this. Shout out to Rob, Crypto Future 99. I think he shared this, a 5-hour stream. I remember him sharing this as well. Talking about Nadine Chakar, okay, who's a former State Street executive, CEO, I believe. She's now part of this other thing. I think it's called DTCC. In the interview, she talks about how all the testing was already done, how they did it with Quant Network, and then what did we see after that interview? Shortly after, like maybe fast forward a couple weeks, so about roughly 1 to 2 weeks ago, like right around the 31st, right around when Swift, as an SWIFT, made its posting, right, an alignment. And we see Nadine Chakar and also Mr. Dominic Rodrigo from Securitize meeting with House Democrats, pitching it to that body, right, in front of all those House Democrats, saying, look, we're done sharing use cases. We already educated you last year. We saw examples of Danelle Dixon from Stellar and other people already explaining use cases to both Republicans and Democrats. But this time it was just House Democrats, because Republicans last year were already on board with it. So this time it was House Democrats. And showed, look, test phases are done. We're going with this. Now, recent developments cited from Gilbert Verdian about the US dollar, the digital dollar. I know that sounds crazy because I know some states say they'll never do it, but that's CBDCs. That's a different thing. Will Fix pointed that out on his channel and did a deep dive about great stuff. But I want to state this. So they shared that. Then fast forward to yesterday, today, well, still today here for me. Yes, one more left, 1 hour left on the 19th. But the 18th and 19th, Gilbert Verdine, Quant Network, a bunch of rock stars, if you will, going to Lisbon, Portugal, and saying, look, guys, this is what's going on. And what's going on is let's just be honest, you're being warned. You know, I'm telling you flat out, you guys got to get on board with this because the mandate's going to come. Back to what we mentioned with the SWIFT website. So look at this for a second. Despite the promise of this technology, at present there's a significant regulatory uncertainty that limits banks' ability to adopt these innovations. As highly regulated institutions, any new offering by banks is subject to scrutiny, but tokenization, on the other hand, initiatives are being held to an even higher standard. What about the Quant Network standard, ISO TC 307? The standard for building on blockchain. We should look at Quant as being the 21st century version of like Henry Ford in the assembly line, but like literally on blockchain, right? Microsoft, a blockchain. It's amazing. So it talks about the whole thing of, you know, even higher standards, but most importantly, clear authority to do this. Again, that's the next step, excuse me. And any bank wishing to undertake a blockchain project must receive formal regulatory approval. This is why this is all coming together. I'm telling you flat out. We heard the rumors, and I've been there too, guys. I remember at the end of end of 2021, hearing the concept at that time that it's going to be crypto Wild West still until we get regulations. This is literally what's going on. Okay, so it says this approval process does not exist and is not required when utilizing other technologies. Now, if you jump over to this other part, back to what, like, kind of like what, you know, Underdog was talking about. This is cited from Quant Network, and you know, we're gonna probably wrap this up in a little bit because, you know, I want to respect everybody's time. You have backed stablecoins. What's a brief summary? A stablecoin backed by collateral held in reserve. Look at this. Backed or collateralized stablecoins are tokens that are backed by other sources, including fiat currency, other cryptocurrencies, precious metals, and algorithmic functions. Now, we understand some of this, but what is important is the highlights. Watch this for a second as well. What was the news? And I shared this the other day. I know I'm sharing it again, but again, I want to pound this home. Action, reaction, supply meets demand forces. Digital Pound Foundation, you know the plug and connect with Quant. We don't even need to get into that. But Uphold announced that they have been notified that its European users will have to cease support for 6 stablecoins, effective July 1st. That's right, in a few weeks. Aligning with what? MiCA regulations. Shout out to Rue. We've been covering a lot in regards to MiCA. Tokenizer and so on. But users must convert the stablecoins by June 28th, the end of this month, after which they'll be automatically converted to USDC. And guess what? I don't have the video for tonight, but in the previous video, check out that part where Gilbert Verdine specifically mentions that exact same thing yesterday, warning the central banks and so on to get on board because the mandate is coming and we're converting it to USDC. Even there is your stellar plug, okay? And look what it says. Uphold delisting Tether and 5 other stable coins to comply with what? MiCA. Interesting. So MiCA, you already have that whole thing with XDC, already done that. And last but not least, let's share this on the screen just because, you know, we have that random guy. I don't see the price moving. I don't see the Quant logo. And I don't see where it says Quant anywhere. Big scam. Of course, you don't see it because you got to take a deeper dive and understand it is the foundation for building on blockchain. So with that said, glad to have you guys here tonight and glad to have Underdog Research Channel here. I think Underdog took off, probably had to get going, but guys, that's where it's at. And that's where it's always going to be at for me. So just want to point that out. Want to get back into the comments for just a brief moment. And let's see here. Let's read this. I think if anything, yeah, Underdog had to take off, and that's okay. I gotta take off too. I gotta end this thing. But yeah, that's where it's at. All right. So, any thoughts on SHX? Yeah, I'll give that to you guys a little bit later. Let's see here. Jay's Diecast Creations. I know nothing, but I've been watching you guys talk for nearly 2 hours and stating, talking, taking notes. Halfway through, thank you. You're welcome. Been an amazing conversation. So do you both. Thank you. Excellent show tonight, fellas. Thanks, Jason. Bledu is here. I think we lost connection from Underdog, so there he is. Let's take a pause. So yeah, I mean, I think you saw that last part. I was just sharing this last slide in regards to. Hold on, let me share it one more time. Underdog. Did you see this part? I don't know if you did. About this, they don't see the logo. Do you see all that, Underdog?
Could you give me the last 1 minute of what you said? I missed it because I got kicked off.
Oh no, I was just saying, like, it's kind of like a little bit this, like, this about Uphold delisting, and then the whole thing with Mika. Rue obviously covers that as well. The stereotypical guy of I don't see the quant logo, doesn't say quant anywhere, and then they just don't understand it's the foundation for building on blockchain.
Yeah, by the time you wait for a company or them to announce it, it's going to be too late. Besides, these companies buy economically when the prices are low. So when there is a crash in the market or the market economy is down, that's when they move. Just like we move on the smaller micro level. So yeah, I get it. Yeah, you're trying to set the foundation.
Absolutely. It sees here that you have something that you wanted to share.
Yeah, it's just show this one thing because this was again. This shows how our independent research continues to intersect. Um, I want to bring something up about XRP and also Stellar that I
Sure.
researched and I provided in a previous conversation on my research on Swift. This came up, so I think I uploaded it. Let me know if you got it.
Yeah, I got it. I'm gonna go ahead and add it. And by all means, don't feel like you're rushed. Just let me know when you got to get going.
Okay.
But I will state this after this, old Max gotta shut it off because I do have work in the morning, and I can't believe the time. My God, it's
I
11:15. I
know.
start at 6.
I
Uh,
know. I wasn't expecting to. I thought I'd just say hi and bye too. So, but it's good. It's been a pleasure. I'll show you this, and then it just adds to reinforce your point. So, folks, this is the research I did a few weeks ago. Now, my plan for research has always been this time around. I've been doing this for about 3 years on a public platform. Was to focus on about 5 projects because people get overwhelmed. So I'm just going to take those projects and go as deep as possible. But during my course, my research about cross-border payments, I want you to take a screenshot, take a look at this. This is a document that's online called Central Bank Digital Currencies for Cross-Border Payments. It was released on November 2021 and by the World Bank Group. First page, let me go to that. So let's just read this part. Page 31, I marked at the top. This is in my $1 billion blueprint as well. Stablecoins for cross-border payments. Stablecoins refer to a class of digital currencies. I'll skip that part. Let's get to right point. 2 digital currencies that fall into the category is Ripple's network, native digital currency, Ripple XRP. It's site 69. So if you look at the original report, there's a lot of information. And Stellar's network, right side by side, a cryptocurrency, Stellar Lumen, XLM. Both Ripple and Stellar enable faster and more efficient cross-border payments relative to corresponding banking. However, they differ that they former aims to improving cross-border settlement. That's what Maximus was talking about earlier about between international banks, whereas the latter aims at providing low-cost cross-border payment financial services to end users and the unbanked. So let's make sure that we're understanding what's going on here. You before I even move to the next 2 slides, first, we can't bunch everything together and then have a conversation about it unless you do exactly what the World Bank is telling you to do. World Banking Group. This was in Washington, D.C. The areas that they are addressing with one is cross-border payments and settlements, and other one end users and unbanked. These are all different areas of research that each part has to have pay attention. Now, moving to page 32 of that same thing, stablecoins for cross-border payments address these frictions. Solutions have emerged across different sectors. Large corporates, such as fintechs, operating on global scale. Again, these are the key words that throw out to me. Entering the payment space are able to address a number of these frictions through their reach in various jurisdictions. Again, it's telling you it's not just here, jurisdiction, global scale. These firms are able to timely and transparently facilitate cross-border payments by simply engaging in transfer pricing activities between their operations across jurisdiction. Now it goes to the different SWIFT. In doing so, they also potentially also benefit from tax arbitrage. Arbitrage means a difference in prices, like an exchange can have a price of $1, another exchange at a price of $1.50 on a token. That's an arbitrage. Swift has launched and is actively expanding the core functionality of Swift GPI platform discussed earlier to facilitate the instant and always on transmission payments across borders. In addition, these initiatives, and it goes into these protocols. Now, the last page, stakeholders and groups like commercial banks led by HSBC, other banks and groups were overseas Chinese banking corporations, Toronto Dominion Bank, United Overseas Bank, KPMG. This is the researchable moment, folks. You better pay attention. If you're looking at XRP, you're looking at Stellar, you want to know what banks were come from the all over the world to Washington, D.C. in 2021, and they discussed XRP and Stellar, and specifically these why they discussed them. This is here. And here it goes. These participants to discuss views on this topic and compiled views from the assist in the development of the report. So I want you to, the last thing that I have is this, and then I'll be happy to say good night to everyone. I appreciate you coming out. What's the takeaway from this? What Maximus has done successfully is go further than the macro scale. Now let me start again. He's went further than the micro scale of talking about a token. That is that if your viewpoint's narrowed to a retail investor, all you see is that token. What he has successfully done is open your mind to the larger conversation that matters, that's going to affect, is international and worldwide banking globally. It's 2024 now. If 3 years ago, if you go to this report, I'm gonna go to the front of this so that you can see this before we leave and screenshot it. Here it is. If 3 years ago, look at the list of banks that came to the United States representatives. They represented their countries, they represented these banking institutions, and they talked about this project and how they utilize it. Take away all that high level of mumbo jumbo and focus on what was the conclusion. Look at this as references and research. What I can tell you, I try not to step on other people's research. My research has continued to circle back around, and I see synergies between what Maximus has said, Black Roo has said, and what I'm finding. And I'm purposely not even looking at Jasmy, and I'm purposely not looking at some of the same projects because it's well covered. There's no reason for me to add value when the value is already being provided by Maximus and Black Roo and those topics. So I'm talking about something else. But because the overarching conversation is about money transfer and connections and networks, that is the point. They keep coming back. Maximus, that's all I have. I want to share that with your audiences. So when you make these videos, they should look that up. My next announcement, and then that's all I have for tonight, is that I have a series that I'll be releasing. It started with the Billionaire Blueprint, and the next series called The Money Trail. And this was started with a simple research into MetaPath. I sequester myself when I do research. I don't look at anyone else's research. I don't read anything other than what I find. I find that I don't want to have any bias. That's how I research. So I don't talk to people. That way I can look it up. After I conduct my research, then I go and refer back. So like tonight, I spoke to Maximus. I hear Maximus speaking. I would sequester myself and research into those topics And then if I can come to the same conclusion and I have a blind study, that gives me confirmation and I continue to research. So what I want you to know, there's going to be a 4-part series. By Sunday of this week, I'm releasing the first of that part, which is going to be MetaPath, the overview. My overviews is not reading the white paper, folks. My overviews are very specific. I'm going to talk to you about the connection that you didn't know. Who owns MetaPath? We're going to talk about that. How's MetaPath connected to another project? And here's a spoiler alert. I gave you a stellar note on Maximus Crypto's channel for the first time. So here's a spoiler alert. I have come to find out there's going to be 2 new tokens launched that no one's talking about that's connected. And it's going to be on Binance. And it has backings from 2 new billionaires connected to the project.
Oh, man.
That's coming out.
Can you imagine somebody just connecting, hearing that? I'd be like, give me, right? Like, you know, like Binance and all that and all those connections, billionaire, what? You know?
Yes, sir.
Stellar, what?
I'm telling you. So that's what's coming up. And then the next one is going to be the last 3 will be part of the series. So once you check it out, it'll be also a Swift coin. It's called Circular Money. And then MetaPath, the circular economy. I'm going to walk you through from beginning to the end and show you the multiple layers of connections in a concise way and show you how all the money and the billionaires lead back to each other. I can tell you this before we go, folks. These moves are not for us. We are only getting the benefit from the crumbs that is falling from these billionaires' pockets. The crumbs will make you a lot of money potentially. The crumbs are valuable. I get that. But these people are dealing in billions, where we're dealing in 5 figures. They're dealing in billions upon trillions of dollars that they are going to make. They could care less about your little retail money. Sorry. But they do care about their own pockets. And if we can do what Maximus is doing and what I'm trying to do and Black Ruth trying to do, have you see these connections and be in a position, then maybe you can catch some of those crumbs off their plate and it can make life-changing changes for you. So that's all I have, Maximus. Thank you for allowing me to be on your platform today.
It's been a pleasure, my friend, and glad to do the collaboration, the surprise collaboration with you. Thank you so much for that. Guys, here's the channel once again. Let's give them a plug. Underdog Research Channel. And basically speaking, I mean, you owe it to yourself to support people in this space, these communities and so on. Just basically refresh the page. And look at that. We were at 6.92 earlier. We're at 6.93. So you did scale up a little bit. And I can't thank you guys. Yeah, I can't thank you guys enough for listening and doing that. I mean, you know, he's poured in the time. We're almost at 1,600. Actually, we just dropped a little bit on that, but we almost hit 1,600. 1,590 was the last I saw. Amazing, biggest show we ever had. And guys, again, I can't thank you enough. Just we have like 3-4 comments, and that's it. We're gonna shut it off. But again, you've been awesome, Underdog. Let's just read this because there might be a question for you real quick. There's a nice comment here, actually, from our communities. So, Bladu Ramstat sub to you guys. Thank you so much. Quantitative tightening. You, Black Root, and Underdog Research are great at breaking things down for us toddlers in this space. Oh, well, thank you, but don't be so hard on yourself, buddy. But anyway, thanks for the research. You're very welcome. All right, let's see.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I wrote to Quantum. Thank you very much, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Great pleasure. Yeah, you're welcome. Excellent research. Wow. See you Sunday. Looking forward to it. All right, agreed. The crumbs. You know, it's funny. I mentioned earlier with the Jasmy segment talking about crumbs. Hara gave us a crumb, and I said the analogy of, all right, let's take that crumb and let's turn that into like a dozen cookies or whatever.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, Jen. You're very welcome. Last comment. This will be it, no matter what. Okay, I'm just putting that out. Jay's Diecast Creations. Very cool. The value here is invaluable. I don't know who you are, Jay, but I do thank you. If you have your own channel, you're welcome to shill it. How about this? There's still people here, almost 1,600. For the heck of it, go support Jay or at Diecast Creations if he has his own channel, right? Let's bless
go,
everybody.
Jay.
Let's go, Jay. So I'm going to leave you, Underdog. I know you're thanking everybody earlier, but I do want to, just one last time, I want to give you, as our special guest tonight, the last word, sir.
Thank you very much. My last word is going to be a prayer. That's okay. Our Father in heaven, thank you for allowing us to be here today as a community, to be in the presence of you always. We thank you, Lord, for bringing us together. We thank you for empowering us to connect through the technologies that you have allowed to be in our lives. Lord, we each are going through our separate function in lives, each have our own separate trials and tribulations, some more than others, but we need you as the impact, the anchor in our lives always. Lord, I want you to please hear our prayers, bless those who are sick and shut in. I ask that you heal those who have had loss. I ask that you heal those who are experiencing times where they are in trials and tribulation. Be with those without, Lord, those who don't have a dollar to their name or pennies to their name. I ask that we understand that we are given abundance, and sometimes we do not have the things in life that we think we need, but we are full always with you, Lord. Lord, forgive us of our sins and our transgressions, those that we are aware that we commit and those that we do not realize that we have. And Lord, I ask that you bless Maximus and his communities and the people that he touched. I ask that you continue to empower him, give him strength, to give him the ability to continue to touch people's hearts and souls and give them the information that they need to help change their lives, Lord. Lord, we ask that you guide us in everything we do. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to meet Maximus, and I ask that you continue to, if it be your will, bless us individually. Lord, we are humbled in your presence, and we look to you, Lord, for it all. This all we ask in Jesus Christ's beloved name we pray. Amen. Good night. I hope everyone has a great, wonderful evening.
Thank you again. God bless you always, each and every one of you. A special shout out to the family of River, healing for the family. Please pray for them, whatever they're going through and whatever you guys are going through as well. It's been a great broadcast. Thank you again to everybody. I don't know if I'll be with you guys tonight because we went the duration. With that said, we're going to end the broadcast. Be safe, everybody. Know what you hold. Know why you hold it. The research trumps FUD 110%. We'll see you on the next one.